Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Zach Rusty Pie for our second day of this week's LPL action. And it's going to be a big one, of course. Pretty huge matches coming up in our first two, but a whole lot across the board. And let's have a look, Rusty, at our schedule thus far today. It is going to be QG taking on UP, and after that, a pretty big one, LGD taking on Snake.
Yeah, following that one's going to be Masters 3 against OMG, and finishing up the day, World Elite against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and World Elite looking for a victory here, finally, in the LPL. They had a bit of a struggling time yesterday against an LGD team that was looking fantastic with PYL, sorry.
Yes.
Really fronting the team there. Fantastic plays across the board, but Vici Gaming going to be a pretty tough matchup for our World Elite lineup, and we'll see whether they can manage to clinch a win. But let's focus on our first matchup here, of course. The LSPL teams auto-qualifying into the LPL here with UP and, of course, Xiaogu there. So, look, we'll see how they manage to do, and Xiaogu have really looked strong.
They have looked very strong, starting off, I think, 6-2 at the moment, win-to-loss, and they've done very well against all of the top teams. I think they 2-0'd Invictus Gaming at one stage, so really good start. And they're up against their LSPL opponents, both qualified, auto-qualified first and second into the LPL, and so far, they've both been very good, but unlimited potential, they're no slouches.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So it'll be difficult for QG to really take an easy win here, but we'll see whether UP can actually stand up against this squad because they are looking very strong. What I want to talk about is where these teams are strong. Of course, generally you look towards that mid lane, you're like, oh, where are these flashy players?
Yeah.
But this is not one of those situations. This is looking like the jungle matchup going to be very strong, and the bottom lanes for both of these sides very, very powerful at the moment. Of course, TNT, TCT with that inherent name-wise synergy there, but Sketch and Hart, of course, fantastic players in their own right, both coming over from Korea, and Hart, of course, formerly on Samsung Blue, a brilliant player in his own right. Yeah,
very heavy-hitting junglers as well. So you've got the big names there, and a lot of QG in particular, their focus relies around the junglers. And you said it, right? Their mid laners and their top laners are not the hyper carries that we're used to seeing.
Not necessarily.
They're more so a support style of play, which works around, in particular, Swift and Amy, who do so much work and alleviate a lot of pressure for the bot lane, which in the 2v2 is going to be crazy. TNT and TCT up against Hart and Sketch.
Yeah, and TNT has really impressed me in his debut into the LPL. His, especially Lucian play, super aggressive, really making sure that he's doing all of his buttons at all times, no matter where he's positioned. Of course, sometimes gets himself caught, but he's able to get off so much damage in a team fight, it's ridiculous to watch.
Well, that's one of the cool things about TNT is he works with less resources than most of the other ADs in the LPL. He doesn't require the resources that everyone else does, but he still gets off the same amount of damage, which is unbelievable to actually see happen. And TCT is one of the better supports that actually makes this happen. They're a very unique bot lane in that TCT likes to die a lot, and he will die to at least alleviate a lot of pressure and allow TNT to get the damage off onto the carry. So it's a very unique where most supports don't want to die. He will sacrifice himself.
Yeah, and we actually saw that when he was playing for LMQ, formerly known as More, of course, ladies and gentlemen, over in North America. And look, they did fantastically over there, but it came back, and TNT and TCT, of course, formerly More, as we mentioned, they played on LMQ way back when it was a Chinese side. So, of course, this bottom lane has been together for quite some time, and TNT almost forced Uzi into the mid lane because of his power.
Yeah, if you can force Uzi into another position, then you're definitely a scary AD carry, to say the least. Based off what we've seen from Uzi, that says a lot about TNT already.
Yeah, it really does. And if we look up towards that jungle role as well, I mean, you had some interesting statistics about Swift, of course, taking a lot of his team's gold.
Yeah, he takes roughly 20% of the team's total gold in every game. And the next highest is actually the AD carry of TNT, which is about 21%. So a lot of QG's focus goes onto Swift to give him all of the gold, and he makes most of the plays. And they are a very team fight and grouping oriented team that work around together with big rotations in big numbers. They don't just have a one-man gank. They like to get Doin B roaming with him, and that's four-man bottom. We've seen it a lot. They just like to rotate, and Swift being able to enable that with all of his gold helps a lot.
Yeah, and it really helps that he's on a lot of these scaling junglers as well, especially the Sejuani really being his signature moving forward. With that Cinderhulk able to get super tanky, and you do relevant damage in the late game as well in that champion. The Northern Winds almost not ignorable in the middle of a fight. When you're so tanky, you have to be dealt with, and Swift really makes sure that he's a menace to be confronted with on the opposing side. So we'll see whether Unlimited Potential can manage to cope with that, or whether it's going to be Amy able to utilize potentially some of this Gragas play that we've seen coming through very, very strong on that champion.
They share the same champion pools, but we can see that if we were to give one a signature champion,
Yeah,
it would definitely be Sejuani for Swift, and more so the Gragas for Amy. And mostly played Gragas so far as a phenomenal Gragas player, and the trade-off between those two is that one's all in, one can disengage, so they might play a little bit differently.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. We are into champion select, ladies and gentlemen. Alistair, they waste no time on the side of QG, banning that one away. Hart not going to pick that up. Of course, a little bit of a ban away towards TCT there as well. Does love to get in amongst it, but not going to see the cow so far this game. And UP taking a little bit of time to work on their first ban. And see what does come through. Wow, Doinby actually copping the Morgana ban there. Of course, you might think that a Morgana ban going towards that support role, but Doinby played a lot of that so far.
Yeah, you assume that it goes to the support role, and the Black Shield's going to have that support relevance. But Doinby, whenever he plays that Morgana, even into a losing matchup, makes it work so efficiently. And at the moment, it is essentially all support bans on the side of QG, and taking them all away from Hart.
Yeah, Hart, of course, is the big playmaker over the side of Unlimited Potential. He's the guy that manages to land all of the hooks, crucially starts a lot of these team fights. So that's two engaged supports that he's not going to be able to hop onto. But of course, Hart has a gigantic champion pool. This guy's been playing for a heck of a long time. And look, we'll see what he manages to pick up, as Maokai is going to be finally the one step away from the support. Although, if we're talking about OMG mid-season last split, still a support. V looking for his final ban for QG, and see whether they continue on the trend, or whether something like the Gragas, something like a Rek'Sai, one of these power picks in one of the other roles is going to go. Of course, Azir, Cassiopeia still both available, although both of these mid laners not necessarily known for that. Punished, more of a Kassadin. Doinby, more of that support role, loves the Lulu, loves the Morgana, and Kassadin, speaking of which, is going to be taken away from Punished here first up. Yeah,
Punished loves the assassin-style mid lane, as opposed to his partner, Zhao Yang, who's not playing today, so it is Punished. Smartly getting rid of that Kassadin leaves open maybe just say the LeBlanc or Zed if he goes a bit crazy with possibilities, but a very smart ban because QG are first pick. And now they can prioritize perhaps the Sivir. Maybe they want to pick the Gragas away from Amy. We have seen Swift play that. But with one ban remaining, and it is going to be Kalista, which is no surprise, a 92% ban rate in the LPL so far.
Insane.
The Hecarim seems to be the first choice.
Yeah, Hecarim is going to be picked up here from V. V only played a few champions so far, very meta. Of course, hasn't decided to go with any Nard just yet, but it is the Hecarim going to be locked in first up, and with that Maokai banned away, it does make a lot of sense. Long can go back to the Nard if he feels like it. Maybe if he's feeling skittish, can hop back on the J4, go for the full DPS build, and just cataclysmically destroy the enemy team. But not sure whether that's going to be something that they're going to opt for very quickly. And V making sure he runs down the clock as fast as possible, but I believe it will be the Hecarim first pick. Oh, actually, Sivir changed over at the last minute, and we'll see whether UP react to that with maybe taking away the Hecarim.
They might want to get rid of that Hecarim. It was hovered for a very long time. But then again, it may just be a counter mind game. As no surprise that the Gragas is being hovered, but the Sivir being picked again. I like that QG did this, banning the Kassadin away, forcing the Kalista ban. Otherwise, they were going to first pick that Kalista. And now they get the Sivir instead. Is a very, very good banning phase here from Xiaogu.
Yeah, and Sivir already such a power pick here in the LPL. The win rate pretty insane, as Long's actually going to insta-lock the Fizz once he's had a bit of time to figure it all out. And Amy on the signature Gragas, as we mentioned before. QG now with a couple of options, but of course probably not going to want to go towards a Hecarim. We've seen Fizz really deal with the Hecarim over and over again.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard lane to get through, especially once the challenging smite comes out, just because the Fizz has the outplay potential is just through the roof, and it's very easy to dodge Hecarim spells, but it seems like, and I still wouldn't be surprised if they lock it in, the confidence of actually getting V onto that Hecarim to at least, even if they want a lane swap, or at the very least just get through the lane safely, he seems to be very confident.
Yeah, it is going to be locked in here. Of course, V going to be taking that towards the top side of the map, but probably not early on. He might want to just jungle around, avoid that matchup for a bit, because Hecarim plus Sivir, fantastic synergy there, not to mention Janna as well. I mean, you can get a whole lot of extra movement speed. We do like talking about Hecarim, and the fact that he scales with that is one of our favorite topics. But UP now considering what they want to go with already, with pretty powerful lineup, and Punish considering the support champion. And now that the support pool is relatively shortened, we'll see whether Bard does get through.
Relatively shortened, as in completely almost eradicated
Obliterated,
from the map. Besides the Nautilus, perhaps, which is
Nautilus still power pick.
an option. And Nautilus and Alistar are the two most popular at the moment. But seemingly, Bard comes first.
Yep, Bard ahead of the Nautilus. Hart not wanting to go with that underwater guy. Wants to be cosmically binding everyone around this map. Going on magical journeys with the unlimited potential lineup, and I'm excited about it.
It's pretty difficult to use the Bard into the Sivir, though. So we'll see how that actually pans out. But in the 2v2 matchup, having the Corki locked in already, it's not bad at all. Their base damages as a Corki and a Bard are very high, whereas the Sivir is almost exclusively the damage source in their bot lane.
Yeah, well, Swift actually opting away from the Sejuani. Wasn't banned, hasn't been picked away, but looks like the Rek'Sai are going to be the option here for the Korean jungler from CJ Entis. He's going to be locking that one in. And no surprises, Doinby on another utility-based mid laner in that Lulu. Picks that one up for himself. So bit of a raise the Sivir comp. We've seen this coming through a fair bit. But look, we'll see how it works out as we do have UP now locking down the final pick for Punished or potentially for Long, depending on where they want to put that Fizz. But I have a feeling that is going to be the Fizz top lane that we've seen become relatively popular recently.
Yeah, the Morgana ban seems to default Doinby to being the Lulu now. And from what we saw yesterday when he plays that Lulu, he likes to go Mejai's and Negatron cloaks to get through lane, but if they go for the Zed, perhaps he'll go for a Chain Vest first with that Mejai's instead.
Well, it was going to be a difficult matchup. Of course, Lulu deals with these assassins relatively easily, so instead going to switch over to more of a poke-focused team comp here with the Varus coming in. Some shades of Godv there in the mid lane. Of course, Pawn also loving that one. Saw Varus banned in back-to-back games, WE versus LGD last night, so not going to be seeing him banned, and this time it's going to be Punished picking up that champion. We'll see what he can make happen, and so far sort of the poke disengage comp coming through from UP looking fairly strong. Yeah,
they've got all of their poke there between the Corki and the Varus, and they've got an abundance of disengage with the magical journey even to an extent. They've got the tempered fate, and then they've got the Gragas, and it's just even the fish can be used as a disengage tool. So they've got the options of letting the poke go down. If it goes awry, they can just leave the area, or they can go in, because the Gragas and the Fizz, who are also good at disengaging, and even the Bard, can turn it around straight away and just go all in.
Yeah, and you can also use that Tempered Fate, lock down towers, use that small amount of time to really get that dive happening. Works a little bit similarly to having an Alistar able to tank things up. But, of course, we haven't necessarily seen it used that way, and we'll see how this Bard is going to change how this team plays the game. And I'm just excited to see Varus. Of course, those Qs, disgusting amounts of damage, really, really filthy, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to get through this laning phase. Of course, Lulu can be a bit of a menace, but if he does, man, Punish is going to be getting some damage off.
Laning phase should be somewhat okay. It should be reasonable for the Varus to get through. The Lulu's base damage isn't really that high, but it's very hard to push a Lulu out of lane because of the shield amounts and the sustain that she has from being able to dodge all the arrows as well with the Whimsy.
Yeah.
And I guess the scarier point here to note is that you've now got the Hecarim who can pretty much run at the Varus and destroy the Varus.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of poke necessary and making sure that they don't get engaged on very, very quickly. Of course, the teleport home guard ganks could be a problem come the mid game, but let's waste no more time. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift with QG taking on UP for our first matchup of the day. First game here is just underway with some relatively defensive starts, sort of the 5-point defense system in operation for both teams. And we can see standard lanes look to be opted for, but only a minute into this one, 30 seconds before those minions spawn. They can head back to base if they want to, but it looks like they are committed.
Yeah, you can usually tell by around the 1 minute mark what the teams really do plan on doing, and you can tell by the way the wards go down in particular. If it's a neutral ward, they usually don't look for the lane swap unless it becomes a mind game of if you actually invade their jungle and they see you do it, they might expect your lane swap. Now they don't know what you're actually going to do. Both AD carries are actually recalling right now after having a small trade with each other. We'll see if one of them wants to swap or if they're just going to stay. And from the looks of it, Corki is going top.
Yeah, it looks like the lane swap is going to come through. Of course, we saw TNT actually backing as well, but he's going to head back towards the bottom side of the map, and it looks like the lane swap going to come down here for UP. So decent play, making sure that they do make sure they go up the lane with the minions as well, so may potentially be able to get there in time to form some sort of freeze, but it looks like the minions ahead going to get there a little bit too fast for that to go down. Swift starting here on the Grump. And no friends in order to get himself a little bit of a leash, but that's because FLICKR are more than happy to take those Raptors. And the double jungle is happening very, very strongly here for UP.
Now the big difference between both teams right now at this stage is that Janna actually put a freeze into the bot lane through manipulation of the minions and froze it for a second so it will push. Gave Siva enough time to do the Krugs, and Bard's just giving a nice little leash there to Swift. We'll see if he wants to stay around and actually be a pest.
Yeah, actually Swift picking up both of the little sentinels as well though, so Hart unable to grab that extra experience in this blue buff. Oh, actually nice double stun here from Hart, who almost picked up the blue buff with the passive. I mean, that auto attack proc is something that you cannot take for granted. A lot of extra damage there into Bard's kit, but doesn't net himself anything. He's just a nuisance.
Yeah, it's outrageous late game once you start getting those chimes. It does around 320 bonus damage, so needs
Get a
to be
Lich Bane,
respected.
everyone.
Yeah, but this early in the game, it only does a little bit extra. It's not worth noting too much. But the threat of him stealing the buff was enough to at least annoy them and give the Corki free farming experience.
Well, Punish getting some extra damage down here in the mid lane. Does have to start trimming this wave just a little bit, but last hitting quite nicely. And as I say, that misses a cannon creep. A little bit unfortunate.
You jinxed him.
Yeah, I did. I'll stop watching Punished. I'm sorry. Sketch, though, is going to have this lane pushing towards the turret. Amy up in the top lane. About half health, just checking things out, making sure that there's no stray Rek'Sai's hanging around. But, of course, Rek'Sai's heading back towards the top side of the map. 3 men strong.
They want to stop this.
Yeah, not looking for any fast push.
Now, it looks like 3 members going towards the top lane, including a Janna, who makes it infinitely harder to actually stop a siege. They are going to walk into the entire side of Unlimited Potential, but we'll see if they want to commit to a 3v4 or...
Oh, that ward doesn't actually spot QG out as the Pre-Seeker going to head towards the top lane. Nice double stun there again from Hart, and then the Fox respond to follow up. The QG are going to be able to clear out this wave and protect this and not get dived. So nicely played, defending the turret there, making sure that they pick up also the experience.
And we might see Fizz rotate straight to the bottom lane with a teleport now that he knows Siva is alone, because Janna has been in the top lane. And what I really like now is the instant response from TCT is to come back and support his AD carry. The second he knew they weren't going to dive anymore, gets back there, it's going to be in time to help, and the level advantage that Siva has, he'll be fine until Janna returns.
Yeah, Long actually picked up the red buff here as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. Don't know whether that's necessarily a mistake here from Amy, whose blue buff has run out, or whether there was something intentional there. Seastone Trident is going to go off, and I'm going to use that to clear out the minion wave. Talongale going to knock Amy up just a little bit, who heads down to about 400 health, but they're going to be fine. Just wanted to try and break a potential freeze, but haven't managed to. TNT still has that at a great position. Hard coming through with the magical journey. There's the cosmic binding, and Sketch getting a lot of damage off V. Won't be able to get back to this lane for quite some time, and does have the teleport, so he's going to have to use that summoner spell if he doesn't want to pick up this wave.
It's really clever, the pathing that you can do as a bard to get damage down onto someone unexpected. That's not a very common gank spot, to say the least. So picking up the stun there onto V was massive, and they put down so much punishment onto him that he does have to force the teleport usage. And he's going to get all the farm, but now that is a summoner spell matched from both top laners.
Yeah, so I guess Hart probably wanting to make sure that they didn't have that teleport advantage. Can be dangerous here in the early stages of the game, as Hail of Arrows from Punish just going to clear out this minion wave. Do the best that he can. Of course, farm going advantage of Lulu just a little bit, but things very, very even so far in the mid lane. And V just trying to deal with this relatively annoying Corki.
Yeah, Corki level 5 already. Sketch, has a lot of experience backing him, and he can essentially sit here and win a 1v1 just because he is so far ahead in experience. And V can't actually ramp up the Q and actually put any damage down or try and make a trade without losing that trade convincingly. The fact that he never knows where Hart is, because he is going between mid and top and getting all of these chimes in between, very difficult to know on the side of QG if you were Hecker him when you can fight.
Yeah, speaking of which, though, Amy going to flash forward here, trying to get back underneath the turret, down to about 300 health there as the barrel does go off exhaust. TNT tries to pick up the kill. There's the last auto attack. First blood for the Siva, but it's not over just yet as Lung looking to try and get back in. 200 health for TNT. Has to be a bit careful, but level 6 now for the Siva, and on the hunt can be used if any unwieldy aggression does come out. Really nicely played dive there from QG on the bottom side, and they pick up the first blood and, more importantly, onto the Siva.
Exceptional juggling of the turret as well. We saw the Siva TNT starting tanking, immediately leaving after one turret shot and coming back in to get the last hitters. Hart is going to continue to be a pest here, and you can't leave your turret if you were V.
Yeah, he has got a cheeky little ward there. So has replaced that one as well. Ooh, Pink Ward going to spot out that one over the wall, and V not going to be able to clear that out. As Hart now heading back to base. I just want to talk about this bottom lane here for Unlimited Potential just for one moment, because I really like it. Mostly because Corki scales fantastically with levels. As an AD carry, I mean, you use a lot of spells. You want these levels in the Phosphorus Bomb. Of course, the ultimate as well, you're able to really level up that way. So Corki gets a lot of his power from the levels, and Bard never wants to be in the lane. So assuming you're able to get this lane swap, it works out fantastically for the UP lineup. And there's also the fact that Corki, with the Valkyrie, very safe in a lane on his own, even if it's a long one here in the top lane. So I like it. I like the adaption, making sure that they pick up the Corki instead of sort of some other AD carry like Illusion or something like that.
It is a very good point. And then you've also got the Varus, who is the mid laner of this game that scales very well with levels also. Once those arrows start leveling up and doing more damage, you're getting the solo experience, so that'll happen sooner. And you're getting free farm at the moment, which is great for getting your first items. Both AD carries, essentially, the mid laner and Sketch is the Corki, are going to be ramping up in levels very quickly, and they'll hit their mid-game spikes around the same time, because essentially both getting solo XP while the Bard roams.
Yeah, and I like it. It's also, there's the fact that their poke is magic and physical damage. So Corki mostly magic damage poke with the rockets and the Phosphorus Bomb, whereas Punished going to have highly physical damage, so you can't itemize against the poke coming through from this UP lineup, despite the fact that theoretically they're both AD carries.
Yeah, Varus is always going to do an immense amount of physical damage. So your best bet here on the side of QG, if you're looking to win a mid-game fight, is to stack some early resistances, some magic resistance, which is most of their team, and instantly kill the Varus.
Well, speaking of instantly killing someone, the exhaust onto V, who does have the ultimate available, but not enough, as 4 members strong in the top lane from UP, able to answer the first blood from earlier and maybe even pick themselves up a turret.
Hart getting the stun is always enabling his team to do so much. The teleport comes through to secure it, not even using the fish there, so they should be able to get this turret if they want the turret. But the response came out immediately from QG. They're going for this dragon, and they're probably going to push bottom as well.
Yeah, so TNT pushing that one up. Swift is going to lock down the dragon. Easily done. Is a trade that you're going to make moving 4 people into the top lane, though, just generally what's going to happen. So QG actually managing to pick themselves up quite an advantageous position, because they'll get the turret. Top lane turret did not go down for UP, so TNT locking that turret down means that they now have a 1,000 gold advantage despite losing B in the top lane.
Well, what that says to me, though, is they're not opting to 4-man push the top turret. It says that Long wants a prolonged laning phase against his opponent here in Hecarim. And that says that, well, we know that it goes quite well for the Fizz, and we were a bit confused as to why they picked Hecarim into the Fizz. This is his chance now. This is Long's chance to really push an advantage with the kill he has.
Yeah.
And get control over that top lane. Denying the turret from going down is prolonging the early laning phase where he's going to be stuck in a 1v1. But the response from QG is instant, and I really do like it.
Yeah, V is going to be able to take down this pink ward here, and
aim is low.
Yeah, interesting stuff. You did mention the response from QG, of course, moving the bottom lane towards the top side. They haven't been spotted heading into this lane as well, as it was in fact their pings. They're towards the top side, and Long has to be very careful, of course. Very slippery is the Fizz, but might get caught out. Not a lot of hard CC, so Playful Trickster is going to be there to help Long out, but if they dive this one, it might be tough.
TNT's level 8. Wow, they're going.
Yeah, there's the on the hunt. Twisted it. Oh my goodness, there's the ultimate as Long's getting taken down super low. Devastating charge, and TNT locks down the kill. Hard on a magical journey, but they'll both take it after him. Flashes over the wall. Actually, Hard going to be safe for now. The shield actually helping out, and QG, they wanted to pick up an extra one, but the flash going to help Hard get to safety, and now the turret possibly going to go down as well. BF Sword Avarice Blade for TNT. It's got enough damage to deal with this one, and the fast push is on here from QG.
And that was a great rotation there. They managed to secure what was a Fizz going to be aggressive. The forethought was there from them, and they utilized that perfectly, picking up a kill and a turret. No response available from the UP side. And they get their second turret of the game. You can see Punish is having a very good time in the mid lane, though. And it is still starting to ramp up. Level 9 is Sketch. If they want any advantage, it's going to come with the Trinity Force spikes and the fact that they're going to be roughly level 11 at that same time.
Yeah, and Sketch already with the 2 components of the Trinity Force that you really want. In fact, we do have a Void Rush here towards the bottom side of the map. Swift heading through, but he gets caught up by the ultimate from Punish, gets barreled back into the wall as well. He's super low. Amy's just going to lock himself down the kill. And look, just didn't quite know where the members of UP were.
Right there, though. He went back in to get the Krugs after he'd taken damage from the Varus. You do have to wonder why it is that he wanted to go back in, and they pick up a free kill essentially for nothing, and Amy does get that one, so it didn't go into Punish, which is big. Long gets the tower in top, though, at the same time, and it's suddenly they just get a really good trade out of nothing.
Yeah, and of course now the gold lead that was eking towards the 2,000 mark is relatively even here at only 700. UP really clawing themselves back in, and we knew that this game was going to be relatively close. Of course, QG and UP both similar power levels, both of them heading into the LPL with very decent performances against a lot of the top teams, and it was interesting to see which one would come out ahead, and so far things very, very close.
Yeah, it's looking quite standard, but again, we do have to reiterate the fact that they're going to spike at slightly different times. I do like that Doinbe's opted for that max CDR build to give him as much strength as early as possible. And you can see the fact that Hecarim is going for the Cinder Hulk first, and he's upgraded his armor boots with home guards, looking to have a teleport impact. So 2 examples of people who have started to accelerate their builds to match what is going to be the strength of the unlimited potential side, especially now they've got that Trinity Force finished. Varus has level 9 and his blue buff.
Yeah, and he's got a Manamune as well. Picked that one up, so he's going to be able to clear out these minion waves very quickly. And with that blue buff and the Manamune completed, you statically get it from auto attacks. You can throw out your spells with almost impunity here. Doinbe actually copying that one. Nice aim there from Punish.
It's always a big mind game when a Varus throws out the arrows where he's actually going to throw it. Very difficult to dodge.
Yeah, and of course, he could be going for the minion wave, could be going for the champion, could be going for one of the 3 champions that are in the mid lane. No one really knows. So Punish doing well here so far on the Varus, but see whether he can continue to move forward. And this UP lineup hasn't really hit their stride just yet. Do you think that maybe they need to get to a grouping phase and utilize their poke together?
Well, they've got 2 options. They're still waiting on Sork Shoes for Scats before the Rockets start to have a big impact in regards to poke and not just giving him a Sheen proc to siege.
Yep.
So they are grouping now, and they're looking to get some siege damage down, but until they start to get a little bit more refined in their items, perhaps even the Brutalizer here for the Varus,
yep,
they don't want to do a whole lot of hard poking and forcing sieges until that stage. So they're very close to hitting the big spikes, but they're just not completely there yet.
Well, you can see these arrows already starting to hurt a fair bit. Punished. Still throwing them out. Yeah, the Glitter Lance is doing some work from Doinbe. Morellan on the comments. Lucidity Boots. No slouch for the damage. You can see he just clears out waves so fast as well. The siege pretty difficult here for UP. This Cannon Creep was missed again. Oh no.
He's on struggle street.
He is.
They have a lot of shields though. There's an exceptional amount of anti-siege here when you think about it on the side of QG. So while they've got a lot of poke and they've got a lot of siege potential because of the poke, they've got Lulu shields, they've got Sivir spell shields, they've got Janna shields, and then they've got the Rek'Sai who can stop any flanks, and just a Hecarim who can teleport in.
Yeah, and QG also have a lot of ways to deal with poke as well. They've got, of course, Wild Growth if someone's going super low, but they've got shields for days from both Janna and, of course, Lulu, especially with these sort of cooldown reduction focus builds that are going to come down. It's going to mean that QG can weather the storm of the poke relatively easily. We'll see whether UP can get anything happening here as long as it's going to continue split pushing in the mid lane. Look, Punish needs to hit the Qs if they're going to get anything happening, but QG, it's going to be dangerous for them to start off this dragon.
I like that they've just immediately started the dragon though. They're not giving a chance for unlimited potential to put down the poke. They're forcing them to either all in or leave it.
Yeah, and it is going to be taken here from Swift as well. UP might want to just consider running out of this one as V's come through with the teleport. Punish going to get devastating charge, but there's the fish. The horse falls down immediately, and Swift, he's in a lot of trouble now right in the middle of the fight. The Sheen proc's doing some work for Scatch as Amy almost going to die, but the flash over the wall unnecessary there. There's QG going to lose their mid laner as well. TNT now takes it. Oh my goodness, these arrows are disgusting. TCT completely out of mana, able to flash himself to safety, but beautiful use of all of the spells in the team fight, and UP juggling aggro, making it look easy.
And QG doing what they thought they had to do and exactly what we expected them to do, and that was go in before the poke could come down. But you have to keep in mind that while they're going in at the right time, the difference between the sides, and they got the poke down still, the Varus and the Corki just kited back. Amy completely locking Doinby out of position, making him use the wild growth on himself, and their team fight was too scattered to actually be considered a team fight, and extremely well kited by Unlimited Potential to pull them back into their domain and actually fight on their terms. And they end up coming out quite ahead from that fight.
Yeah, and Lung as well, actually. Amy utilizing the explosive cast fantastically in that one, making sure that, as you said, the fight was split up, but there was nothing that QG could do about it because, of course, when you're flying in every direction, it's pretty difficult to then regroup and effectively fight as sort of that clumped up team that you want to.
Yeah, and we discussed this in Champion Select. The possibilities of the UP team comp is that they can disengage quite freely. So it almost feels like both teams have essentially countered each other's comps, and it's going to come down to who pulls the trigger first and just who does it better when they actually pull the trigger. Because right there, we saw QG lineup actually want to get a fight. They just didn't do it right. And then it was very, very simple and easy for Unlimited Potential to just kite back and come out ahead.
And they did do that. Of course, Cinderhawk's now completed all round here for these junglers. We've got a whole lot of different variations of that one as well. No Poacher's Knife, unfortunately, but a couple of skirmishes. We've got the Trailblazer as well as the Chili Smite available from Swift. So TNT going to get slowed down there by Hart, but...
Oh, that hurt.
Ooh, Boomerang, yeah, doing some work. TNT feeding Punish some of his own medicine. Oh, reads the juke a little bit oddly there as TNT does actually use the Spell Shield.
Big item spikes here though for Punish. He does have the Lucidity Boots and the Brutalizer now available as well. So they are hitting that stage. Even the BF Sword prioritized for the Corki over Sork Shoes, looking to do as much damage as possible.
And yeah, flat damage as well.
Yeah, raw damage output. They're going to be in a good position if they want to, again, utilize what their team comp seems to be exceptional at and siege for a turret. But Corki, otherwise preoccupied with a Hecarim in the bot lane.
Yep, now we're going to get fired out one more time, TNT. Yep, Spell Shield, nicely done, but I believe the Piercing Arrow probably going to have a shorter cooldown at this point than that Spell Shield. Yeah, V actually waiting for Sketch to turn up here on the bottom side. We'll have to use that Devastating Charge well, as Sketch does have the Valkyrie available. Gets knocked back, and... Oh, actually, was that? No, Valkyrie.
Sorry,
just held on just a little bit, but Fizz did decide to use that teleport, cancelled it, but is still going to be on cooldown for the next little while. Now 20 minutes into the game, Baron is going to be available, but neither of these teams really looking for that one just yet. Not an accelerated game. At least not that accelerated, as long as he's going to take himself down a Gromp. Going to be hanging out here on the top lane. Long probably not going to be too worried. Frozen Heart almost completed for the Fizz. Going to be with that arm guard now as well as the Alacrity enchant on the boots, making sure that he's as zippy as possible on this Lulu. I thought that he probably wouldn't need as much help, but picking that one up anyway.
Slightly different build path here, though, for the Lulu compared to what he went last time, which was a very aggressive, confident build. And because their start has not been as commanding as what it was yesterday, opting for the Seeker's Arm Guard, working towards that Zonia's as a second big item. And you said the Alacrity as well, respecting what is the Unlimited Potential side and looking to get his Juke Boots on quite seriously and quite literally with the Alacrity to dodge as many spells as possible.
Yeah, Swift getting a lot of value out of that pink ward there as well. Clearing out a couple of the vision wards available from QG. Frozen Heart now completed for Long, looking for a Spectre's Cowl possibly as his next option. Nice stun there from Hart, locking the horse against the wall. QG now on the defense trying to save this turret, but so far not a whole lot of action. Of course, these teams just defending against one another over and over again.
Yeah, and it's essentially going to be QG trying to defend the UP side, advancing slowly but surely towards their turrets. You can see Punish doing exactly what his name says and trying his best to punish people with that Varus. Starting to ramp up big with items, working towards that last Whisper, and almost there. Slowly but surely, they're going to get this turret lower and lower until the Xiaogu's side can pull the trigger.
Yeah, and getting damage onto Doinby as well, so incredibly smart. That's a whole lot of their wave clear, of course. TNT, the other option on that front, but doesn't have the utility available like Lulu does with that wild growth underneath the turrets, stopping any potential dives potentially in their tracks. Punish now trying to shove this wave up, and with the rockets, with the arrows. They are going to be able to take this turret here, but is a fight going to break out? Can QG make anything happen? No, they can't. Horse stays on the bottom side of the map. And look, UP just utilizing their comp, taking the objective.
Yeah, it was almost too casual the way they just casually walk in and take the turret. But after all of the poke that came down prior, the fact they forced Lulu back is very easy for them to walk up to the turret, just do all the damage they can. They've got 2 ranged carries to secure that objective. And the threat of the Bard engage, the Gragas engage, and the Fizzfish.
Oh, here's the engage, though. Speaking of which, Cosmic Binding landing perfectly. There's the Earth, but it doesn't really get anything. A Sketch flashes over the wall. V's in the fight now and cleans up the Corki. Heart trying to get something down. There's the double Tempered Fate, but Punish very, very low. Does get an arrow back onto Swift, but QG looking to try and complete this one as they take down the turret. It's only 1 kill, but it could mean the Dragon here for QG.
And just like that, it turns completely upside down. And this is something that is a very difficult thing. Their comps need to be executed with perfection because they're not just straightforward champions. You don't have the Sejuani engage, you've got the Gragas barrel. And that Gragas barrel made the Fish ult miss. The Bard ult was down at the same time as the chains from the Varus. Everything was not coordinated between the unlimited potential side. And you just saw the teleport come in from QG. Hecarim just ran over them, they pick up a free kill, they get their 3rd dragon, they match the turret that they spent 2 minutes trying to get prior, and the gold is basically back to a lot closer to even.
Yeah, and Punish now with the last Whisper. Bloodthirst now completed for Sketch, so some item timings to come through for UP, but that was a huge team fight victory there for QG. And the Dragon, that's a huge deal. Oh, that's the Chains of Corruption on a TCT, though. Definitely a dead Janna. And you mentioned the fact that he didn't mind dying. Probably going to be a little bit upset about that one because, of course, not picking anything up for it. Varus going to pick up the blue buff here. Nice steal over there, and Punish loves having as much mana as he possibly can. Nice pink ward there into this river just to make sure that they claim some vision. And you can see that is a thing that UP are really taking control of and something that Heart most definitely is very, very powerful in. Oh, nice look away kill of that skull
Casual
grab.
walk away.
But yeah, what I was talking about is all of the vision that's available, especially towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you can see how that vision control actually results in a kill onto the Janna there for Punished. And they get the blue buff as well. They've got the timings of where everything is on the map, and you can see it already on the minimap. The amount of red wards near the Baron area. There's no dragon to contest. There's no reason to be on that side of the map. So appropriate ward control and vision control.
Yeah.
Whereas the defensive wards that came out here from TCT, put down as many as he could before getting caught out of position because, again, the ward control is just so in favor of unlimited potential.
Yeah, TNT, though, picks up a juicy wave of minions there on the bottom side of the map before it even gets to the turret. Amy looking to pick up the red buff, but Amy locks it down. TCT wants some revenge now, but it's 5 members strong. Swift in the backline. There's the onslaught of Shadows, and immediately Punish gets destroyed. Tempered Fate trying to save the team as QG looking to try and mop this one up. Long, pretty tanky, but trying to turn this one around onto TNT that, oh my goodness, this is such a tanky Fizz. But there's the polymorph. That's going to lock down the kill. V just trying to helicopter his way around. Heart goes for the slow, gets that one, but doesn't find the stun as the Magical Journey might actually give the horse a way in, but not going to see it just yet. And V continues.
Good luck, V.
Well, he does have the devastating charge. There's the shield as well. Oh, that stun.
Again, good luck, V.
Yep, good point.
The fight there, though, was really, really well initiated by Swift and V. The knock-up going straight onto Punish, followed by the onslaught of Shadows, knocking down the Varus immediately in that fight. Corki was the only poke left available then, and all it took was a Lulu and a Janna to sit on TNT until Fizz eventually went down. You could say that the Sivir is about as tanky as Fizz, given the support that she's getting, and just does a bit more damage.
And actually, look, UP trying to poke them off this Baron, but it's down to about 2,000 health. There's the piercing arrow. Chains of Corruption come in, but they lock down the Baron. QG, they've got that one now, but can UP get anything started? Heart very, very low as Swift, looking to get the knockups. That's a double, but Punish going to survive this one. There's the arrow, follows him through the ultimate, and QG now need to try and escape, preserve these Baron buffs that they've picked up for themselves, but they lose 2 members. Is that worth the Baron?
It's worth the Baron because of the gold advantage and the fact that 3 people still get away with the Baron buff. If they get this top turret, it becomes slightly less worth, but then in saying that, they still manage to pick up a winning team fight prior. They do get the Baron, and they've still got the Sivir, who's going to be massive and maybe even stop this from going down.
Well, they lose the inner turret in the mid lane as TNT trying to get some damage off onto Long. Oh, Howling Gale going to lock him up. Tempered Fate, Doinby not going anywhere there, and the disengage from that ultimate demonstrated quite nicely there from Heart, and they are going to escape with their lives, but UP almost net themselves a couple of turrets, and Swift just going to tunnel his way away from them. Fizz understands that he's pretty tanky.
He just wanted to get out of the base quicker, I'm pretty sure. Just casually going in there with his ultimate.
Gromp is the priority here,
Yeah,
Rusty.
exactly. Teleport towards the Gromp so you can secure that one away from the Fizz. But again, they've got the team fight that they wanted earlier, but then you have to question why QG decided to fight after already securing the Baron. You could tell how aggressive they went in. Swift using that tunnel and instantly dying, followed by V, who was in their faces, saved his ultimate, and still died while using it. So maybe they could have backed out sooner and then not have lost everything that they just did. But they're still in a comfortable position because they've got the Baron buff available to push.
Yeah, Long actually getting aggressed on here. Nice use of the playful Trickster. And V not going to find the ultimate Fear. So half health on the Fizz in trade for the ultimate here of V. So nicely played there from the UP lineup. Sketch now heading towards the bottom side of the map, just playing defense on these Baron minions. But looks like QG can't really get anything to a position to take control. Of course, UP with a lot of wave clear between the Corki and the Varus. And in fact, Punished able to move around the map. You saw him push up the mid lane. They are going to possibly be able to steal away. Oh, the arrow of destiny shall pierce the heavens and the blue buffs. Punished is able to lock that one down.
And the explosive cast from Hell going to miss everybody. And straight after
it was
getting
a celebration.
Yeah,
you know, alcohol
for
everyone.
Yeah. Not exactly, but unfortunately that missing afterwards kind of prevented any chance of catching someone after getting the blue buff. But again, they do get the blue buff after all of that nonsense. And I just want to touch on, I thought that Sivir was going for a Hex Drinker at first because of the items, but I was going to say she needed that last Whisper. Finally picking that one up because all of the kills at the moment are on the Sivir's back, and the rest of the team comp is basically designed at this stage to support TNT.
Yeah, it's the Raise the Sivir comp definitely coming through here for the QG lineup. They do have the Eye of the Storm shield for extra AD. They've got the Whimsy for the movement speed for the shields. Wild growth if anything is going to go wrong, and then this beefy front line. But QG now looking to take down their fourth dragon of the game. It has reset as UP trying to poke this one out.
Do it.
V was actually looking for a teleport flank in the backside, but he's already teleported in. Oh, that's the steal away for Skatch, of all people. The ultimate does go wide from Punish. The 3-man knock-up, 4-man knock-up afterwards as the ult comes through from Doinby. UP still able to get something done, and QG frontline just, oh my goodness, locked up by the Tempered Fate. Magical journeys all round as UP gonna body slam themselves out of this one. Swift trying to get in there. Skatch, he's gonna die, but they trade it for TNT with a beautiful shield, arrow, sorry. And QG still not able to get anything done, and this rain of arrows coming through from Punished is massive.
How Punished lived there is just unbelievable. Heart with the Tempered Fate.
I'm calling it Heart, just Heart.
He actually just destroyed them all, and they're going to try and at least get a kill here, but...
Yep, Amy's still pretty tanky though, as the Monsoon is going to at least help TCT. Oh, there's the Urchin Strike, but don't get baited by the Janna, as Doinby doesn't have a lot of mana left. Long, oh my goodness, that ultimate is on such a low cooldown. Punished, able to lock down the kill with the Chains of Corruption and of course the arrow there. So the horse is dead. Can they get anything from it? Magical Journey. Heart's going to make his way in.
Just to place the
ward
down.
Champion,
it's awesome. That was a really prolonged fight, to say the least. And Varus being able to have two ultimates in that fight says a lot about how he is going right now with his build. He's come a long way, managing to still be relevant because of Heart's phenomenal supporting right now with the ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
Gets a kill onto the Sivir, which was going to be a very close 1v1 with Scat. Instead, going in favor of Unlimited Potential. Fizz comes in, pushes them away from the turret again. And all of this is just working really, really well into favor of Unlimited Potential because their disengage, their kite, and their poke is massive.
And then, of course, they've got a lot of auto attack damage afterwards as well. So if they win a team fight, they can take down turrets very, very quickly. You saw Skatch and Punish deal with the mid lane in a turret very, very easily after that Baron went down in favor of QG. And now that they've stopped this dragon bleeding with that steal away that Skatch managed to get through, it's It's going to be a lot harder for QG because that timer has been extended for that 5th dragon, and that's assuming they're able to even get the next one.
Yeah, it's absolutely correct. If they wanted to go for that 5th dragon objective, it's going to be a lot longer for them to do so. And you said before, they've got a lot of siege, and that's definitely correct because they've got a Ghost Blade finished here for the Varus.
Yeah.
And the Sheen procs from the Corki. So if they get onto a turret, their siege is amazing. They've got a very well-rounded team in being offensive, but then they've also got the capabilities of being very defensive. We saw what the Bard's capable of in that regard. And just like pushing back and poking. But if QG can get onto them, if that initiation that we saw before from Swift and Lulu has the Hecarim at the same time, they could go down straight away.
Oh, there's the Tempered Fate. Locks down TNT there for a little bit as the Spell Shield is going to be there. The Chains of Corruption actually locking a few members down, but V actually delivering a fish towards the QG lineup. Boomerang over the team now. The Swift is going to get barreled, but they are going to be able to escape this one for now. Actually might be able to take themselves down a Scuttle Crab on the way through as QG do escape that fight, but man, it was close. UP almost got there.
And I guess, again, it's something that is really difficult for the Unlimited Potential side that doesn't involve fighting for a turret or sieging, is just hard engaging. The Bard Tempered Fate only hitting TNT, and he just casually walked away because V tanked most of the damage. He ulted away and just kind of trotted on with the rest of his team. Their disengage is great also on the side of Xiaogu, but they've also got the hard engage factor, so it comes down to if Unlimited Potential can put down the poke for a focal point, whether it's the Baron or whether it's a turret. But if they're just engaging in the jungle, it's going to be very hard for them to pick up kills unless that Chain of Corruption is everyone.
Yeah, and especially if QG don't necessarily need to hang around where they are. Of course, they have been picking up the fights that they've enjoyed around objectives that QG want to be fighting for, want to be taking. And it's often been when QG have actually taken a fair bit of damage from the Dragon as well.
Yeah.
So Sketch now with the last Whisper, 3 items on this Corki. A massive power spike here for this champion. And look, we'll see whether he can weave the auto attacks between everything and get some damage down in these fights. But at the moment, it seems to be, let's just rock it all day, every day.
Pretty much what he's going to consistently do from now until the end of time with the Varus. And
yeah,
just be as annoying as possible, get down as much damage as possible before actually going for anything. And the control, the vision control in particular, has been so very back and forth depending on who won the last fights that no one has been solely contributing to the vision. They've all got so many wards down at all stages, but you win a fight, you've got control of the next area. And the only time someone's been caught from that has been Janna. They haven't capitalized on vision advantages at all this game. They're just looking for objectives.
Yeah, and Hart now focusing all of his vision control on the top side of the map, has a little bit of defensive vision around the blue buff that's remaining from that last fight, as Hart is going to just continue to pick up some chimes here. Amy going to clear out some vision as well. So UP now with the Baron control. Teleport's available almost for long, but V's is up. He is hanging around in that bottom lane. Prey Seeking going to find Amy as Tremor Sense fantastic at this point in the game when they don't have the vision around the Baron.
Yeah, and speaking of vision, as we were just discussing who has control of it, look at all the pinks from the Unlimited Potential side around the Baron area.
My goodness,
the
that's
entirety of that. That is 4. It's all in favor of them, and you can see QG coming in to control it now and maybe get it back in their favor. But this is the opportunity for Unlimited Potential to catch someone with all of their vision control.
Yeah, Lon also has his Spirit Visage completed, so 30% CDR with his 2 most expensive items, the Cinder Hulk there as well, scaling up the added health that you are going to grab from that Phage and Spirit Visage, and now looking towards the Trinity Force, so he's going to be doing the relevant damage. Looks like V almost there with his. We'll see who's going to be able to carry this one through in the later stages of the game. Still 40 CS ahead on this Fizz. A little bit further as far as getting these items down, and Hart, Magical Journey, going to deliver Sketch towards the base.
Just because they can, really.
I like it.
You don't need a purpose to go into Magical Journey.
No, you certainly don't. Oh, V wants to be able to smite this one away, but doesn't get it. One's going to lock that down, and the Dragon has respawned. QG, are they going to be able to get towards their 4th? Prevent some extra tower damage on the side of UP. Hart's just back. But of course, the QG lineup, they just don't have the vision around this area.
No, again, we have touched on vision control a bit, and it seems to be in favor of Unlimited Potential just because QG is starting to respect their capabilities to poke and fight. they're looking to push lanes out and control the lanes, but it's fairly standard. But Fizz able to completely control V, so wherever those two are, the waves are always in favor of unlimited potential. Fizz will always get there first without the teleport. But from the looks of Hecarim recalling right now, I would wager he wants to engage very soon with a teleport.
Yeah, really wants that home guard teleport. Of course, Punish getting a lot of damage down, but UP have started off the Dragon, the decisive move. Punish still trying to stand back, get the arrows in, but the teleport very far into the UP jungle as they do lock down the Dragon, smited away by the Fizz. Immediate exhaust onto V now, as well as the ultimate is going to be necessary from Punish. Way at the back of the fight though, nice positioning. Monsoon for TCT, there's the wild growth as well. Maybe a little bit soon as Lung trying to get back in. Swift's going to die. Magical journey for Hard as well as he's still holding on to that ultimate. Actually, no, it is down as Punish. He's going to fall. Amy doing some work. TNT with a whole lot of extra damage. There's the shield. TCT going to help lock that one down. Triple kill for the Lulu, and eventually it's the ace for QG.
They managed to pick up an ace around that Dragon fight. Dragon going to unlimited potential, but a massive win there for QG. Sivir could just get an inhibitor. They're going to opt for the Baron instead beforehand, and the flank from V was massive. It pulled a lot of focus onto him because he came from the side and forced them to almost bottleneck around the back of the Dragon pit. And that worked out so well for TCT and Doinb, who can instantly take down Amy and Hart, force them into bad positions. And from there, it was just utilizing that they have two shields and they can protect that Sivir, who is massive right now. And Lulu picked up a triple even.
Yeah, and actually TCT with a huge Monsoon in that fight as well as we see the fight go off. And super speed, nonetheless.
And now slow motion, watching it happen is you can see how V forces them away, the Bard Tempered Fate not hitting enough people. And they're split, but they're also split with no health in a very awkward position. So Swift can flash onto them and at least keep them there, while the rest of the damage-dealing members of QG can just sit at the back and do so much work until TNT decides it's time to man up and runs at them with his Doinb mid lane partner. And almost going down, but then the shields, of course, coming through, picking up the ace and a triple kill for a Lulu.
Yeah, Lung now trying to take down this blue buff. UP fighting for it against Swift and V, but very tanky are these members of the QG lineup. And actually on the hunt was popped there, so QG want to take down this turret. They've got the Baron, they've got Baroned up minions. That wastes no time going down. There's the use of Mercurial Scimitar, but Punish not going to be able to block everything there as Swift wants to knock up the fish just to deter them from getting in there as Punish tries to throw out the ultimate but doesn't find the mark. QG now heading towards this inhibitor turret. The Boomerang's doing a whole lot of work. V tanking the turret for as long as he feels like here on the horse. He's so powerful. There just launches himself into the turret. You can see this inhibitor not long for the world, and UP, they're going to have to try and defend somehow, but it just looks like they don't have enough in their playbook to deal with this.
They had absolutely nothing available. Every single ultimate had been used except for Corki, who can't use it in a defensive manner to disengage. It wasn't used effectively, so they had to use multiple. And in which case, with no ultimates available, the Baron minions helping the side of QG to siege, they get a free inhibitor. And now they can almost continue to push or control the waves, recall, get all of their items, and just reassess where to go now. There's no Baron, no Dragon, the bottom inhibitor's gone, so you look to siege both mid and top, rotate quickly between, and pick up whatever you can at all times.
And it just seems like V has outscaled the team fighting potential of UP. He's no longer able to be dealt with easily in one rotation of spells as he heads into a team fight. I mean, he gets exhausted almost every single time, but still either manages to get away and re-engage or get enough damage down in these fights to be a massive problem. And Swift, he's going to tunnel through. They're going to take another inner turret. And it looks like UP, they just don't quite know what to do.
That's definitely one of the bigger problems that they're facing right now, is V is so big that he doesn't take damage, and it's going to take upwards of 2 members to even consider chunking him out. All of their disengage being used on just one member allows the damage dealers of QG to actually do their job and put all of the damage down into whoever they would like. V has, in a way, outscaled Long in terms of team fighting capabilities, unless that fish goes onto a priority target, he can take down, say, the Sivir.
Yeah, Doinb still taking some poke here as Baron still up just for a little bit. Actually, no, it has worn off. As Long looking to try and get in there. Tempest Fate not going to find anyone. Few minions there are going to go down, but On the Hunt has been popped from TNT. Hart looking for something. Actually stuns up V. There's the Chains of Corruption as well as TCT going to get locked through. Nice Wild Growth to save V's life, who delivers a fish to his team. And now QG just looking to disengage from this one. They don't have... They did manage to get the turret, I believe. So, oh, actually, no. Actually, they didn't get any damage over that turret.
They got
complete failure.
Absolutely nothing for that. But they did get away with their lives. And that's true. A win in and of itself, given that they got engaged on very hard. Again, V not actually dying because of the team that he has surrounding him. Lulu Hecarim in the late game stages is unbelievably strong, especially if they can coordinate a home guard gang and you have the Whimsy available. But again, using the Wild Growth, having the Janna shields and even the Monsoon if necessary wasn't even used there, available to disengage, makes it so hard for this unlimited potential lineup to capitalize on what was a good engage for them. And again, a very good spell shield though from the Sivir to stop Bard's ultimate.
Yeah, true. And TNT actually now with a Zeke's Herald available over the side of TCT to really help him out with some even more damage and lifesteal. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Now with the Banshee's Vow completed, so a 6-item Sivir. Sort of 4 items that you'd want on that carry. So Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and the Static Shiv. And UP going to have to deal with a whole lot of damage availability for this AD carry for the QG lineup.
You have to question how, if you were unlimited potential, you're going to play out this next team fight. You need to hit the priority target of TNT, but again, the shields that come down from this Xiaogu lineup really deny any initiation onto one specific target. They need to utilize the Gragas like they did in the successful team fights. And they're going to go for the mid inhibitor while they go for this Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon going to go down. Backs aren't going to be in time here as the mid lane inhibitor turret going to fall. QG will take this trade any day of the week. 2 turrets are now dead as Lung does make it in just in time to watch the inhibitor die. The top lane's being pushed out, and now QG is going to be able to push with impunity. I mean, they may not necessarily have the highest range to try and auto-attack this turret down, but with super minions, Hard actually taking a bit of damage there as, oh, really nice Chains of Corruption. Going to lock down a few members. Doinby actually in a lot of trouble now as Scatch able to get some damage off. Oh, Doinby's going to die. That's going to be punished. Picking up that kill. Swift now finds himself in an uncomfortable position. Knocks up Amy. Gets body slammed as well. Slowed down by the barrels and no Monsoons to be found. There's the Tempered Fate. Delivers themselves a Janna. As Long just going to pop in there, slow him down, and it's going to be Scatch picking up the kill. 3 dead for nothing. UP look to try and find something to grab after this, but it seems to be just damage control is available because they've got 2 inhibitors down, not a whole lot of aggressive moves you can make.
The kills themselves were almost just a small bit of prevention to stop what was going to be a convincing 3rd inhibitor and game closeout as Hart's sitting on a ward.
Yeah, okay.
Don't know what his plan was there, but they just casually picked up the trade.
Baited by the chimes, man.
Always.
Baited by the chimes.
Damn chimes. How dare they?
I was just after me, lucky chimes.
Spawning in the worst positions, as per usual. But again, the bottom inhibitor is now up, so unfortunately they went for the Dragon. They got that bad trade for the middle inhibitor for just the 3rd Dragon. So there's still one down. The bottom inhibitor is bare, but we've seen the makings of what can be a great fight. Lulu not even getting to use Wild Growth before dying there.
Yeah,
knocked around like a complete ragdoll and just removed from the map.
Scatch now has a Blade of the Ruined King as well, and I don't generally like that on Corki, but the fact that he has to deal with a Hecarim, like creating as much distance between him and the horse is something he really wants to do. Of course, Swift there as well, really getting in his face as QG. They have started off this Baron, but they don't necessarily have a whole lot of damage here just yet. TNT not fighting it. There's the Chilling Smite on to punish. Swift going aggressive. There's the Wild Growth as well as Doinby. He's going to immediately blow the Zhonya's. Long's going to lock down the kill, but they take down both of the damage dealers on the side of UP, and now they just need to DPS through all of these members of the lineup.
Wow.
What? How did Long survive that? The barrel, the boomerang not even going to find him. The disengage from Hart may have just saved the game.
That was awesome. He used his troll pole as the Bard ultimate came down, so hit everyone except him, and he just casually strolled out. They're still in a very rough position here. At the very least, the bottom inhibitor will go down. That was a big stun too.
Longest cosmic binding of all time as Swift is going to tank up these turrets just for a little bit. The chimes from Hart now trying to get himself a little bit of extra damage with those auto attacks. Amy very tanky and Lung as well, but the Nexus turrets are still falling down. Super Creeps now in the base doing a bunch of work. UP still waiting 24 seconds for their damage dealers and just trying to damage control. Make sure that they can either get rid of the creep waves or the members of QG. As TCT, he's going to get taken down, but the last Nexus turret falls. QG picking up the kills. The Nexus now getting the focus as V heads back into this fight.
Oh my God.
My goodness, Sivir falls down. So much of the damage done, and what? How is Long doing this? This guy's Fizz is something to behold.
He just didn't want to die ever in the last two fights, barely surviving and managing to take out TNT in a 1-on-3 situation. That is unbelievable. This Fizz is disgusting right now.
Yeah, and they saved their bottom inhibitor as well. So UP able to stop these super creeps from heading towards the base, but now without any Nexus turrets, it's going to be very, very difficult to hold on to this game. And it almost means the UP need an ace and then an immediate finish of this game if they're going to win.
Yeah, it was a little bit greedy there from TNT, trying to end the game and not actually focusing Long for enough of that fight. But then again, the rest of his team were going on Long instead of ending the game. So it was a questionable teamwork decision there. And in the end, they managed to survive with one inhibitor, as you mentioned, because they went all in on trying to end the game. But questionable teamwork, to say the least, right there, and a small error.
Yeah, maybe just some over-aggression, wanting to pad the stats, as TNT probably could have three-shot the Nexus. So a little bit unfortunate. Punished and Lung now on the Baron. Have been pinged out here as V is hanging around. But of course, Lung very, very tanky. He's happy just to start off this Baron. And UP trying to engage this fight as far away from their Nexus as they can.
So Xiaogu are the team with the advantage right now. 100% can force the engages. They've got V, who is not going to take any damage, working on what looks like a Thorn Mail after already having the Frozen Heart.
That's a 6-item Fizz, though.
That is a 6-item Fizz, has the Thorn Mail already, so significantly further ahead. Has 4 kills and about 40 CS. Unbelievable, this Fizz. Keeping them in the game, essentially. But speaking of...
Yeah, they're engaging on him as Swift is going to get fished up. They're actually taking a lot of damage, but V right into the backline, hard in some trouble as the exhaust down onto the Varus in the backline. But we're not going to be watching that as UP members are just disintegrating in the middle of this team fight. Look at the shields onto Doinby as it's just Xiaogu destroying this fight. Inhibitors are going to fall now. It's going to be the end of the game, but UP, they tried to hold on valiantly, and that is one of the most impressive Long performances that I've seen so far in the LPL. Definite hats off to that Fizz, but what a game from QG. Really handling the poke and coming through with the victory.
Yeah, that Fizz is a force to behold, and they had a valiant attempt there, coming ahead at one stage in that game, but V just pulling through. The Hecarim getting too tanky. The protecting the Sivir essentially with the shield comp just came up too strong in the end there.
Yeah, just trumps for QG in the end. It was fantastic play. I want to hand it to Hard as well. That some of those Tempered Fates were fantastic. A lot of his engages, a lot of the ways he was ganking lanes, actually moving around the map, picking up kills, but just wasn't quite enough there from UP. And I just think it's Hecarim. Hecarim's just an absolute beast in the late game. You can't get to that stage against that champion because he will kill your priority targets, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Yeah, well, I think it was the Hecarim, and there was also the Fizz as well. So it came down to the team comp in a way. The Sivir enabling the Hecarim, the Lulu Whimsy, again, another factor. All of them working around the Hecarim, whereas the Fizz was the sole carry with nothing to really support because the rest of the team was poke and disengage.
Yeah, it's a good point, but we'll see whether they are going to go for that style of comp or whether it's going to be something different. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Game 2 between QG and I believe UP is going to be up right after this.
This is my favorite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is Rusty, and we're in for our second game between UP and QG. Of course, Unlimited Potential and Xiaogu. Xiaogu coming through with the victory in that most recent game, but there were definitely some shenanigans, and that Fizz top was fantastic from UP. Long definitely deserved a pat on the back for that one.
Oh, he did. It was unbelievable how well he did, but just not enough to get the rest of his team over the line there.
No.
What was a great start, almost getting completely outscaled by the Hecarim and the sort of the support the Hecarim comp that QG put through there. And a very convincing closeout from what was a very even start.
Yeah, it was a powerful performance there by QG. We'll see whether they, can do it again, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into Champion Select. And Unlimited Potential now have an opportunity to mix up their comp a little bit. And you did mention to me just in the break there, just for a moment, the fact that, the team comp of UP may have just got a little bit outscaled.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it got slightly outscaled towards the end there. And I like the immediate Lulu ban taking it away. Perhaps they'll go with the Morgana also and force Doinb onto something a little bit different, because QG, when they're in their prime, when their team's working perfectly together, they've got the support mid lane roaming with the jungler.
Yeah, Doinb has picked up the Orianna, has played a bit of LeBlanc as well, so they can't exactly eliminate all of his past champions, but definitely showed a lot of his promise and prowess on the Lulu and the Morgana. Thresh, again, going to be banned away from QG. Not going to see Heart on that champion, and we'll see whether Bard joins the ban list as well, because he was very, very impressive on that champion as well. And UP, see whether it is going to be the Morgana, what it is that they're going to ban away. We'll find out in a moment, and looks like it is, so sticking with what they know.
That's it, a smart ban. They already had it away in game one, so just adding on to that with the Lulu ban is kind of pigeonholing what Doinb can do to be more of a carry-style mid lane. Orianna's got the utility still, so most likely going to be the next plan of attack, and we will see, because if they won that game, Unlimited Potential, Bard would have been MVP.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Hart was fantastic on that champion, and Alistair once again going to be banned away, so Lulu the only mix-up in the bans just yet. We'll see whether Maokai is still going to go away or whether the Kalista going to join the ban list as well. Siva from UP is their final ban, so just not wanting to see that.
Nope, want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no Kalista in this game either. Extending that gigantic ban percentage for the LPL, and look, Maokai is available. Lung can pick that one up if they want to grab it. But we'll see whether there are other priorities. Of course, a lot of other things still available. Punished remains on the lineup as well, so not switching out the mid laners this time around for UP, and they could grab the Varus.
They've got a lot of options, and I was about to suggest the Fizz still being there. Long had a fantastic game one on that Fizz, and no surprise that he's going to pick that up again. And it does kind of limit the options here for V. We saw him pick a Hecarim into it, but it went so well for him in laning phase for Lung that it may well not happen again.
Yeah, it may not, and of course UP may then just opt for some of the scaling that might actually deal with a Hecarim towards the later stages of the game. It is very, very hard to.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that out there, because of course Hecarim just ridiculous as a late game champion, but Swift hovering it at the moment and be able to consider something else here for the lineup. Of course, TCT could go back with that Janna, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So very similar picks so far. V and TCT picking up the same champions, and we'll see what they do deviate from. Of course, no Lulu available, nor the Siva. So we're going to change things up just a little bit. And UP now with their choices.
Yeah, the first two choices here from QG going to be the same as last time, but they do have to change up a fair amount after that stage. They can't focus on the Hecarim this time like they have last time. They don't have the Lulu and the Siva. So what the responses come out here from UP will most likely be the Gragas or the Rek'Sai. You might want to take that Rek'Sai away, the only remaining champion from the last draft, and it seems to me as though Unlimited Potential don't want what happened last game to happen again. They're completely changing it up.
Yeah, they most certainly don't. And Sketch, we mentioned that he's a hyper carry player, but does play a bit of the Urgot as well, and we saw the Corki, so able to mix things up. And I find it interesting that we keep calling him a hyper carry player, but he's played a bunch of Siva, played a game of Corki now as well, and this is going to be multiple games on Urgot, so able to play these mid-game focused champions as well, and see how they mix up this lineup and make it work out, because with that Hecarim, they probably want to get things done early.
Well, what we can take away from this AD carry of Sketch is that he works very well around his spikes, and that works well with the Corki that we saw the last game, and again with the Urgot has very big spike stages with itemization. And The response most likely going to be a hyper carry here coming out from QG and the Nocturne.
Yeah, so Jinx is going to get locked in, but Nocturne, I mean, Kakao played it last night. Didn't work at all.
No, it didn't work.
But Doinby now still has that Orianna on the table. We'll see whether UP do pick that one away because, of course, still a devastating combination. The Paranoia, of course, the Onslaught of Shadows gets you in amongst it as well, and they can pair up the ult from Doinby with that one. But Punish looking to head back towards the Varus, and Hart, of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Looking to be almost an identical team comp to last game. The only exception is the Corki has now become an Urgot. It wouldn't surprise me again if they opt into a lane swap this game. Never mind, it's a LeBlanc. They've changed both of their carries, and they fulfill a completely different role where they're going to be more in the face, and they have a lot less siege and wave clear than they did last game.
Yeah, and a lot more sort of all-in potential here as well. The Wombo combo potentially as, look, Punished now has the opportunity of distortion, mimic distortioning on top of a team that has just recently been tempered fated. So, look, we'll see whether Punished is going to opt for some sort of plays like that. Things could get a little bit interesting on the Rift, as looks like Kassadin for Doinby is opted for. Of course, a fantastic matchup for Kassadin, generally able to weather the storm of a LeBlanc relatively easily in the early game and move towards that dominant Kassadin way in the late game, and they're going to lock it in.
So they're looking again to get a very high scaling comp, and they're not working around the Hecarim like they did in the last game. Instead, they've got the outright hyper carries of a Kassadin and a Jinx. The Hecarim is going to simply be a facilitator for them to carry this time and survive for as long as possible. But that poses the question of how is he going to go against the Fizz in terms of outscaling now? How will he even be able to survive laning phase where we know the Fizz does a lot of work against the Hecarim?
Yeah, and Fizz being so slippery as well, you can potentially catch up to that Kassadin if he's trying to get amongst everything. So if Lung manages to get ahead, manages to get himself an advantage in the laning phase, then we might be able to see them run over this game. But again, UP look to have a team that could run a risk of getting outscaled.
They definitely are running a risk of maybe getting outscared. It'll come down to how the mid lane goes, I think, in particular. If the LeBlanc gets a bit carried away, finds some kills early onto the Kassadin, it slows down the ramp time here from Doinby.
Yeah.
And will speed up immensely this LeBlanc's power, and that will affect the team fighting and how they scale a lot more. But it does come down to a lot more than just the mid lane, of course. The bot lane, the Urgot needs to be able to stay ahead. If behind, an Urgot really does struggle.
Yeah, and of course, an Urgot just in general, I mean, you get to that mid-game point where you're really doing a whole lot of damage with those Acid Hunters, and you can now build the Black Cleaver for a whole lot of extra armor penetration as well, but they may not necessarily have a whole lot of synergy with the rest of the team as far as getting that physical damage down, but still able to pump out a lot, but does fall off relatively easily in the late game, and you're not going to have a whole lot of siege. Of course, 350 range, not going to really get you the distance away from a turret that you really want. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, UP versus QG for our second match of the day. And QG now 5-man strong, waiting on the top side of the map. They're getting some deep vision down on the side of UP, getting some wards across the other side of the river, but not too much aggressive positioning. And now it seems like they're just going to wait around, guarantee that no one's entering their jungle.
Yeah, just grouping up as 5 to maybe catch someone if they were going to invade. And not going to happen here from the side of Unlimited Potential. Just going to sit here, and the minute mark comes around, so everyone places their wards, and they've spotted the Hecarim, but the Jinx is just sitting in the top bush. So again, a lane swap most likely going to come out, and it doesn't seem to have been predicted by Unlimited Potential, who are sitting in their bot lane of their own.
Yeah, Sketch and Hart. This Urgot Bard combination. Now, are there any interesting, fun things you can do with this combo of champions? I was thinking about swapping, and while you're swapping, taking a magical journey, and it would be adorable, but I don't know whether that's how it works.
I mean, no, because if you want to swap and then take the magical journey, you're going to find yourself on the other end of it. So in a way, I think as cute as that'd get would be a 2-man swap, where the Urgot would swap, you take the magical journey, and you would both be in the opposite position to where you started.
Yeah, but you could deliver an AD carry to the enemy team.
Yeah, I guess. If you put a magical journey down and you've swapped someone, they're just going to take that journey and come back to where they started.
Okay, yeah, good point. But look, I never said it was a good idea. It was just doing some thinking.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I've got to stop doing that. Thinking's never really been my thing. Swift is going to be able to clear out the blue buff, head towards the Gromp now as well, and getting some damage onto that one. You can see the mid lane already a little bit of aggression coming through from Punished. Yeah, Doinby not quite making it to the level 2 just yet. He's going to be chugging through these flasks as Punished now shoves up an entire wave into this turret. Doinby going to have to do his very best to try and clear this one out. Level 2 has been hit, so... Oh, wow. Punished avoiding turret aggro as well at the same time with some fantastic weaving. And Doinby 200 health, Punished with the Ignite available. It might be like a couple of spells and he could even finish this one off.
It'll probably be the level 3 if the chains become available to even consider securing the kill. But in saying that...
Oh, he's going in. There's the Ignite, but didn't get the distortion damage. Oh, the pause to come through Doinby saying, I don't want to play this game anymore. Please pause it. Oh, dear. Because, of course, Amy waiting in the wings, Heart there as well. So UP really wanted to put the pressure on early. And you mentioned the fact that if the LeBlanc gets out of control, then there could be a problem. And it looks like that has been recognized here.
It has definitely been noticed, and they're going to try their best to, if Heart can come back in time and go on this dive journey with Amy, they might be able to pick up a free kill into a Kassadin. And if the LeBlanc gets roaming, I have to really give credit to the way that she played that level 1 laning phase, though.
Oh, yeah.
Basically no minions dying and managing to push it all into the turret while being level 2 before putting all of this damage down. The level advantages and the way that the lane has been, the minion manipulation in particular has just been unbelievable, and they might still go for this. A 4-man.
Yep.
Pajana's there.
Pajamas there. No, Pajana's there. You're absolutely correct. Doinby going to block a whole lot of the damage from the Q with his Q as well, and they decide, nope, a little bit too dangerous to go for the dive. The TCT not yet visible on the map. They may have got capitalized on. Another distortion going to get Doinby down even lower on health, but Punished without the Ignite, without as much pressure in this lane.
And now we've got the lane swap coming out again, which is really good for the side of Unlimited Potential, having Urgot get free experience. Again, they do like getting their solo laners all of this experience and picking AD carries and solo laners that go with experience exceptionally well. So they're managing to get at least the lanes that favor them in a way, because they also have the Fizz running around with a Peck Room, so even once they switch back to Standard, it's still going to favor Unlimited Potential somewhat. But in saying that, the Jinx does kind of want levels in this weird, indirect way that you get more range onto your auto attacks, and that'll help a lot against an Urgot once you switch back.
Yeah, and Punished now prepping this wave as well, now pushing towards the LeBlanc, as Doinby is going to have to be a little bit careful. Punished coughing some Q harass there, but Doinby not going to have too much Flask left over, and he's taking auto attack after auto attack here from Punished, making use of the fact that he is this ranged foe, now running out of that mana just a little bit. Yeah. Doinby still has to be careful.
Starting to get out sustained is long taking damage as well, though.
Yeah, getting flashed on here by Swift. The auto attack's going down. There's the exhaust. Flash into the double knock-up, though, as Amy. He's going to try and get this one back. V turns up just to try and help out, but it was first blood down as Swift falls. And QG maybe just a little bit over-aggressive or baited there by Long.
Definitely over-aggressive. They were caught in the tri-bush trying to put damage down onto Long, and the rest of the side of Unlimited Potential come through. Amy hitting that double knock-up stun, bonking him with that massive amount of damage with the extra auto attack, and picking up their first kill on what was an adventurous QG side.
Yeah, the belly flop there as Amy's going to smite away the Raptor there as well, so V not even going to be able to get his consolation jungle camp. And Heart with a red buff now. Of course, picked up the first blood, and look at that augmented auto attack doing a bunch of damage.
Yeah, the Meep's working very well with that red buff and just really, really hurting the Kassadin, who started to, out of nowhere, it looked like it was going very well for him now, out-sustaining essentially what was a LeBlanc, and then it's just completely turned around.
It's a bit of a worry here. Doinby down to 200 health. Spanish just going to eat himself up some of these fountains, get himself a bunch of his health back. Cannon creep blocked down there for Punish. Fantastic work.
Now they've rotated as 4 here. They're up against the 3 members knowing that Kassadin had to recall, but to be able to siege as this side of your Unlimited Potential is very, very unlikely, especially against the Janna. Even a Nocturne's wave clear is somewhat there to deny any chance of sieging. So just looking to push it into the turret and try and deny as many minions as possible is the Unlimited Potential side.
Yeah, and of course, Dustbringer and Umbra Blade's fantastic AoE wave clear here for Swift, and even with a fair bit of range there on the Q. So we'll see whether he is going to go for, is what looks like a Cinderhulk on the Nocturne, opting for the Skirmisher's Saber as well, wanting to get into that back line, smite up the AD carry and make sure things aren't going to go so well. Might even try to get on top of Punished here as well, make sure his damage is not going to be quite as high.
I like that he's actually going for a Cinderhulk, though. We saw the Warriors enchant yesterday on the Nocturne, and I had my questions as to why, because when you build Nocturne, or when you even pick Nocturne first and foremost, you're usually picking it into teams which are immobile. And now you have a look at the side of Unlimited Potential. They've got a LeBlanc firstly, they've got a Fizz, then they've got a Gragas and a Bard. So the only one that you can basically get onto is the Urgot. And if you were to go for a Warrior enchant against what is an Urgot that builds a Frozen Heart, you would be completely kidding yourself if you thought you had a chance at this game. So yeah, smartly going for that Cinderhulk, I hope, and will help him a lot, at least being sticky.
Yeah, you can also still build the Black Cleaver as well. You can augment V and TNT's damage with that one. Umbra Blade's fantastic at proccing that on multiple members. And as well, you're going to multiplicatively scale the health on that item with your Cinderhulk as well. So it makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense. And Black Cleaver, very good on Nocturne, as you just mentioned. Unbelievable the amount of shred that you can do for the rest of your side. If you can get onto the back line and then just have TNT throw 1 or 2 autos down, the amount of armor reduction they've already got is phenomenal and will work very well in your favor.
Yeah, TNT might even opt for the, you know, Zeal item plus Infinity Edge and then go for a straight Bloodthirst without getting that last Whisper. But Hart is going to have to take a Magical Journey. The rest of the QG lineup are coming through as well, but they're going to get swapped in. Skatch, he's locked down Doinbu, who's completely out of mana, trying to get some more damage down, but Hart able to flash away to safety. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by. Not going to net any kills as Hart playing with fire here on the bottom side, but he's now picked himself up. An assist on top of his first blood that he'd already grabbed. Noxie and Corrosive Charge being used just to try and destroy V under this turret. And Punished and Long, they're going to take down the first turret of the game here for UP.
So Kassadin, completely out of mana, had to use the Flash, Ignite, and auto attack with the W to get some mana back. Very well done from Hart to know this, save his Flash for until Kassadin got the mana, and then flash at the same time as that last ultimate from Doinbu came out, missing it and managing to live while they pick up the kill onto Doinbu.
Yeah, it was beautifully played. And then the swap after the Magical Journey bait as well, thinking that they caught Hart out, not going to be the case. And it seems that as soon as they get delivered one by one into the team of UP, they are ready to pick up the kills. And look, it's always dangerous to take a foe's Magical Journey. You never know what's going to be on the other side.
Of course, it's quite daunting when you don't know what to expect. And Skatch, having not actually recalled yet, was not doing a whole lot of damage. So the fact that they managed to pick up that Kassadin quite easily shows how far, well, not behind, but he's not ahead enough to be as aggressive as he was just then.
Oh, no. And look, Skatch actually went back to base, picked up a full Manamune. Now the Ruby Crystal as well as that Longsword. So going towards what looks like the Black Cleaver. It is going to be the build. We've seen a few people still continuing on the side of the, you know, Brutalizer as well as the Frozen Heart, but not going to be the case here for Skatch, who might just forego the Brutalizer completely, head towards the Black Cleaver, grab a last Whisper as well, and grab 40% CDR from Frozen Heart Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it seems to be the plan of attack so far, but we won't just see what he's going to do until he actually does it. Urgots tend to be a little bit particular about how they play their own Urgots.
Yeah, it's true. You're going to have a different one each time around.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and I like being able to purchase, you know, Ninja Tabi or Mercury Threads instead of the Lucidity Boots on Urgot as well.
Yeah, definitely. You go for the boots early, very good for laning pressure as well. You can build against your lane, especially if you solo lane swap like Urgots like to do. If you want to get the Manamune and even go early defensive boots like top lane, you're going to be very comfortable.
Yeah, but UP, speaking of comfortable, are going to pick up the second Dragon for themselves here at 11 minutes in the game. Some extra tower pushing ability. It's going to be difficult for them to get towards a tower, but now, if they do, going to be able to get a bit of extra damage down.
It'll be easy to get to a turret. It'll be very hard for them to do any damage to a turret whatsoever, just because they've got basically nothing.
No, not a whole lot of range. Well, they've got, you know,
got range.
3 range champions. just have to get pretty up close and personal in order to deal with the turret.
It'd be kind of like throwing pillows at a tower, though. They're not very good for sieging. You compare that to the side of QG, who have a Jinx and the Janna to shield the Jinx as well.
Oh, yeah.
Very quick at taking down turrets if they are left alone or find a possibility to just walk up to a turret and hit it.
Ooh, Amy did take a magical journey there. They're looking for Doinby, but he's able to rift walk his way around. And they'll clear out the vision here, UP in the mid lane. So opened up the map now with that mid lane outer turret dead. See whether Punish is going to utilize that now with the Fiendish Codex. Probably going towards a Morellonomicon just for some extra damage and security on these kills as well.
Yeah, it's going to go towards most likely the Morellos. Athene's would be a very defensive decision here, but the Kassadin's starting to ramp up. Not that the Rod of Ages just yet, and it is 12 minutes. That would have been a very early Rod if that was what it was to be. So you can afford almost to go the Morello's path here as LeBlanc and just opt into damage and start roaming once you have that finished. You don't really want to be 1v1ing the Kassadin anyway once he has the Rod.
Yeah, and I actually quite like Morello's in this team comp as well for the passive that you do get from that one, stopping the healing, because TCT is one of these Janna players that likes using the Monsoon for the heal in the middle of a team fight. So if you can negate that on the low target, you might be able to pick up that kill where you otherwise couldn't. It's
also pretty good against Hecarim, who does a surprising amount of healing.
That is true. Spirit of Dread is a very underrated spell and one that can be, if overlooked, devastating to a team.
Yeah, it's quite gross, really.
It is.
Heals way too much. And then you've got the heal from TNT as well, so I guess Morello's has its definite uses against multiple members here from QG. Would not be surprised, and we've got the Forbidden Idol, so it is going to be that.
Yeah, so that's going to be the option. Phage completed for Sketch as well. Doesn't have boots just yet. Lots of vision, lots of potions, making sure that he's going to be A-OK. Punish taking a Force Pulse there as Doinby very comfortable in this lane now. That Catalyst completed. Now every time he levels up, picking up some more health, picking up some more mana. He's going to be A-OK in this lane.
Yeah, level 9 with most of the levels, I'm guessing, into the Null Spheres, going to make it very difficult to get Doinby down any health at all. He's kind of freely able to lane at this stage, as long as he plays the trades right. Whereas Punished is a very squishy hero who has heavy in the damage department, but no sustain or counter trading unless it's a mistake from doing that.
Oh, Swift, there's the Paranoia onto Hart as Amy, Hart trying to take the Magical Journey. There's the Tempered Fate, but Doinby doesn't get caught in that one. Amy now with 4 members to deal with. Beautiful ultimate there as Lung's going to find his way into the fight. Ooh, actually, that was the E going to be used by Lung just to try and get some work done, but that's the double kill from Doinby. The Kassadin really doing some work now in this fight. The Fish finds him, but he gets over the wall. Punish going to need to use the ult if he wants to follow there, but doesn't have it available just yet. Actually did. Just decided not to use it. UP now trying to find their way into something else. There's an Oxy and Corrosive Charge. V taking some damage from that one as Doinby waiting in the wings. And UP, with only 1 dead, still playing aggressively. Super Mega Death Rocket now just to get them a little bit lower. Blue buff is going to be stolen away from Doinby now as well. Oh, Swift just going to burn to death. Punish flashes out of the way as well as there's a devastating charge. Sketch completely out of mana and he's been slowed down. TNT trying to do some work there as nice Cosmic Binding, just going to lock up the Janna, and UP, now with their support player back, is just going to head back to base. So just an extended skirmish, netted themselves a Swift, but the trade was still 2 for 1.
They did get themselves a Swift as Hart tried to get that Gromp there, but not going to get it. And Kassadin actually picking up 2 of those kills, and even the blue buff for himself using that Force Pulse in the middle of all of that. So I think the prolonged fight was to actually get rid of the blue buff from Doinby. Not going to plan. He's going to be very comfortable now picking up 2 kills with that. We'll have the Rod of Ages and most likely even Sork Shoes if he wants to add on top of that. And QG are quite comfortable with how he's starting to scale.
Yeah, they're more than happy. That was in fact a 2v2, I believe, because both of the sports actually got done. There's the Flash Body Slam as well as Swift. Not going to get chained up just because Amy decided to ult to get them out of the way of the chains. A little bit sad.
Yeah, small mechanical error there, knocking them away. But there was also the Kassadin just there out of vision, so if they went too hard into that, it could have gone south quickly. And you can see the Seeker's Arm Guard was the choice here for Doinby.
Yeah, a bit of a standard build. Make sure the Kassadin can get in amongst it a little bit more freely. V now getting zoned away from the minion wave here on the top side of the map as Lung's just going to dirty farm underneath this turret. Locks down all of these with the Sea Stone Trident passive. The horse unable to get back towards the creep wave. It's a whole Ninja Tabi ahead on the Fizz. Both of them with 2 assists, but a little bit of extra global gold available for the unlimited potential lineup. QG now waiting the 30 seconds for this next dragon to come through, and we'll see whether UP are going to be the ones to lock that down. No vision available, though, as QG are positioned for it.
I think we got that Nocturne build completely right here, by the way.
Nailed it.
Which is great. He looks like, anyway, he's just picked up another Rubicrus. I'm not sure what he's going to do just yet, but going towards the Fade, which means the Black Cleaver Cinderhulk build, working as a selfless Nocturne, essentially, going to be using his ultimate for the vision and getting into the back line. Mostly, I would say, onto that Urgot, so that the rest of the team can get onto him and kill him very quickly because he'll have no armor. Completely shred that away. And it's pretty smart against an Urgot who likes to build armor as well to take some away.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the Glacial Shroud just yet, but is considered to be a pretty standard item for an Urgot, and he's going to get him the extra 20% CDR to get to 40% as well when he does finish off that Black Cleaver.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there it is, TNT. Able to get the chompers down. There's the paranoia as Swift trying to turn this one around. Hard taking a lot of damage. Tempered Fate means that Swift all on his own for the next couple of seconds. Explosive Cast going to get TCT out of the area as Sketch not quite enough damage there. Misses another Acid Hunter, and UP, they do get out safely, but QG with a nice attempted disengage.
Tempered Fate again, doing exactly as it's named and just messing with the rest of the side here, stopping what was a really good engage on what was a magical journey to try and find their own engage. Janna knocking them all up, followed by the Nocturne Darkness, and then straight away the Tempered Fate denies it all. Everyone gets away with their lives after that, and no one the wiser.
Yeah, unfortunately, just Sketch without enough damage to secure the kills in this fight as well. I thought that Swift probably would have been taken down there, but because he's taken that Cinderhulk path, he's got a whole lot of extra health now as well. It took a lot to burn through that Nocturne.
And you've also got the Monsoon to boot, so very hard to take him down, especially with the Janna supporters. The Dragon is theirs.
Yep, it's going to get taken down. So first Dragon for QG, going to stop the potential 5th Dragon very early on for UP. Would have been about 32 minutes, I believe, something like that. They were going to secure that, and QG now stopping what could have been a difficult snowball to come back from if they had have managed to grab that Dragon. Outer turret in the bottom lane going to fall down. The final outer turret here for the UP lineup, and as a team without very much siege, they're doing a great job picking up turrets.
They're utilizing their early pressure they've got, especially with the Magical Journey. We've seen some creative stuff so far, and being able to get themselves into positions where they can get the QG side at the very least low in health allows them to siege a lot earlier at this stage of the game. They can force people away, force them back to base, and we saw that, which is how they got the mid turret, by controlling where Doinb was, making sure that he was low so that they're safe to at the very least hit the turret, and again, waiting for that Magical Journey in the bot bush, waiting until no one was visible near the turret, and then just 4-man rushing it, getting it down, and then just getting out. So they're getting all of the early turrets, all of the early objectives that they can, but from here, being able to siege as the unlimited potential side gets a lot harder.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to especially break the base. That's going to be where things really get hard. An inner turret here or there might be coming through for UP, but it's going to be difficult for them to get onto those inhibitor ones. But Black Cleaver now completed for Sketch. Of course, you land that Noxian Corrosive Charge. That's all 5 of the stacks of that item already up for you. It's a fantastic use of the passive. This new Black Cleaver, of course, we've yet to see many others utilize it. Of course, Rek'Sai, now the Nocturne as well, able to pick up that item and do relatively well. So it's good to see that it's got its uses, but Sketch demonstrating that on Urgot, it's particularly strong.
Yeah, for the most part, we've seen it on top laners and the occasional jungler as Bardol.
Yeah, there's the Tempered Fate onto TCT. They're trying to lock him down. Uses the flash. Cosmic Binding not going to find the stun. So Hart collects some chimes and he's on his journey.
Flash for an ultimate, I'd definitely say it was worth it for them, as Punish is really trying, but...
Yeah, looking for something there, but Doinb is going to pop the passive and continue his rampage down the lane.
That's it. He's going to continue to do that.
Oh, super mega death rocket. There's the distortion, though, punished. Quick on his feet, not window shopping just yet.
Pretty hard to get a LeBlanc. You have a million pings that'll come out for you, and you've got mobility for days. So it's hard for him to lane 1v1 at the moment. You can see the pressure that Kassadin is able to apply here. Doinb really, really putting him into a rough position. But Punished is going to be fine. He's got some items now.
Long was trying to get that one. The Fear still going to go off now as Hart trying to save Long. There's the magical journey available. Is going to take it. What? TCT makes his way through as well, but TNT's going to lock down the kill. Punish actually kills TCT on his way down. Distorts back in as well, but Doimby, he locks down the kill. Hart now, the longest auto attack of all time. Going to get a double kill now for TNT. 2-0-2 for the Jinx, really getting the work done. And that's only with Berserker's Greaves Infinity Edge. Things going to get a whole lot worse now that he's gone back to base. The Zeal going to be there, possibly even a Brawler's Glove, maybe an Avarice Blade if he got a little bit more than that. So a powerful Jinx on the Rift. Oh, actually going for the Cloak of Agility, and I like this. I like the Phantom Dancer. That's my personal favorite option.
Going for that Phantom Dancer, extra crit chance and a bit more attack speed. Going to work out.
Walking through minions, man.
And walking
get excited,
yes,
and you can walk through the minions. They don't get blocked all the time like you do. You don't want this movement speed, and then you just run into these little guys on the ground.
Okay, all stats aside, the key reason for going a Phantom Dancer over anything else in the game is because you can walk through minions. So
absolutely,
understandably,
Rusty. Now you're learning.
On your wavelength is TNT right now. Picking up the crit cloak, working towards that Phantom Dancer.
I have a secret. I'm actually the analyst of QG.
But yes, he is going for more. It's more of a damage route. They don't need the wave clearers.
He didn't
get the Grom, did he?
Didn't kill the Grom.
Oh. It's a sad moment.
Did he smite it?
No, he threw the barrel out and did the walk away, and the barrel missed.
We haven't seen junglers do that. Of course, Gromp buff a fantastic buff for jungling. So we haven't seen a jungler do that, sort of save it for their top laner, just walk past, smite it, and then continue the rest of your jungle route. Just have this Gromp sitting there, continually getting smited and regenning.
And it gets smoked once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the buff only comes off once. So if you were looking to even counter jungle someone, you could smite the big camp before they smite, and in a way you've kind of got a small victory even if they pick up the camp.
That's very cool. So just throwing a smite onto a Gromp camp if you're a teleport smite top laner, a good idea.
Yeah. You could walk to lane with just the smite on if need be.
I'm learning right now. Full punish. There's the Mimic Distortion, clearing out the wave and getting a little bit of extra damage down on TNT. I like that. Glacial Shroud now completed for Sketch as well. He's got 30% CDR, really working towards having some extra armor in this game as well. We haven't seen the swap after that first one be all that useful. UP still ahead by about 2,000 gold, but QG more than happy. They've got a Hecarim, they've got a Kassadin, and they've got a Jinx. Three of the most hyper-scaling champions in their roles that you can possibly get. I don't know whether you can get any worse than that.
Rise, maybe?
Rise, Cassiopeia, maybe, and Azir.
Yeah, like there's not much that does scale more than the three champions that they currently possess for their respective lanes. So
yeah.
The longer this game goes, the better you start to feel on the side of QG. And you mentioned Glacial Shrouds before. Well, there's more than one on the inventory, that's for sure. There is in fact 3 and a Frozen Heart here for the Fizz. So they're all getting that armor down. And the Black Cleaver as well, finally finished for the Nocturne. It's going to be able to essentially negate all of the Glacial Shroud on the map.
It's a good point.
And they're focusing into bigger items before they're actually focusing into boots as well. And basically everyone across both teams at the moment.
Yeah, it seems that Swift is going to have a rough time trying to get that Black Cleaver debuff onto everyone. It's going to be pretty useful considering the armor stacking that is going to come down. Doimby going to have his run of the litter as well, considering the fact that he's not necessarily being itemized against. There's a Null Magic Mantle, and that's it.
Yeah, Amy's really behind in items played. It doesn't feel like the difference between the two junglers is a big amount, but effective items for battling right now is probably in favor of Swift, whereas Amy's opted for smaller little items and a Sight Stone. So halfway between having an actual item is very rough to be in that position. But you can see the death cap here.
Oh my goodness.
They're going for 2 turrets.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate is going to come down, but it is going to mean that TNT is going to get out of the way of that one. Teleport comes through from Long, but it's a little bit late. No stun. There's the flash body slam. Doimby is actually going to get explosive cast back. There's the Rift skip as Swift is going to jump onto Punished in the back line. Look at the ultimates coming through, but nice spell shield from Swift's going to keep him alive. In the meantime, Heart's going to fall down as well. Sketch switching himself with Doimby, flashing away as well. TCT still excited, but has to watch out for the Urgot damage of the Rockets. Really doing the work now. There's the playful Trickster as Long trying to escape, but he's the last man standing, and QG, they get the ace, and man, they make it look easy.
Out of nowhere, the item discrepancy is seemingly massive. The Nocturne confidently ulting in 0, 3, and 8, but it doesn't matter because he's doing his job. Jinx, I really liked the target selection that TNT was doing in that fight, completely disregarding the Fizz because he has just got too much armor, even though he was closer than Urgot, but instead staying in rocket form, hitting the Urgot until getting a reset onto him, and then they can go for the Fizz afterwards, eventually getting the ace on the back of an amazing ultimate from Hecarim and an initiation from Nocturne and a dragon from the looks of it.
Yeah, they are going to pick up the dragon, evening it out 2 for 2. Of course, the gold's still relatively close, but with an inhibitor down this early in the game, going to be hard to deal with these super creeps. And now QG going to have an opportunity to possibly go for a Baron. Let's have a look at this again.
So they do try really hard to get an engage here as the Janna matches the flash and the Kassadin kind of just casually ults out of it because he's Kassadin. You can see Nocturne going straight into the same time as an amazing Hecarim ultimate. Puts them all in a horrible position and Bard going down immediately. Gragas too low, gets hit by the Jinx ult. And this is the target selection from Jinx. There's a Fizz directly there, but instead stays on top of the Urgot because he will take more damage. They pick up the reset and then he can go for the Fizz with the extra move speed, managing to crit a lot as well.
Yeah, and there was the fact that Urgot was just doing more damage as well, and when you outrange a champion by that much who's doing that sort of damage, TNT really making the right decision. Heart getting some vision down here as well. Magical Journey is utilized, but oh, there's the paranoia. Heart's going to immediately flash over the wall as the Terrify was there. Heart casually moves out of the way of the Super Mega almost rocket as Tempered Fate going to lock down 3 members. Long, is he going to be able to get the fish onto TNT? He is going to land it. Doinby's here as well, but TNT going to fall down. Immediately gets the kill back onto Punished as well as Sketch trying to catch someone. TCT probably going to fall as Sketch not even going to wait for it as Swift might be in trouble. There's the Scrying Orb as Swift is going to be able to make it out. Of course, Amy, there's still a battle in the top lane. Doinby and Long battling it out. Oh, wow. How was he still targetable? Amy looking for Doinby, but there's the shield, and Sketch finds his way in as well. Amy locks down the kill to switch out onto the horse. Amy has to be careful. Oh, he's going to fall. Swift hanging around as well. Sketch, can he clean up this fight? There's the Noxy and Corrosive Charge, but the shield was there even if that was going to land. So many wards in this brush. My God.
That's because the fight spent a very long time around that tri-bush.
Yeah,
a lot of
mobility. Re-entering so many times.
Exactly.
Let's reward it, guys.
But a lot of mobility-based champions working around smaller areas of bushes. So using that area, that's why the wards are there. And Sketch spent most of that time in a commanding position just trying to catch someone, finally picking up kills in the end as the Tempered Fate from Heart to start it all was massive. Gave
so
Fizz with the fish, straight onto TNT, destroying him off the bat, and then it was only really the Kassadin left, and he did a lot of work. You can see it was a prolonged fight from him. They ended up getting a turret for their troubles, and in a way, it worked out in favor for them because the fight went for so long that the rest of the team spawned again.
Yeah, and actually QG now with a massive creep wave in the bottom lane as well. That's going to take down the outer turret there, and with this inhibitor down in the mid lane, it just means that UP aren't able to pick up all of the gold that's crashing into their objectives. Yeah,
it's a struggle street right now for unlimited potential. The Baron's always going to be a threat.
Oh, Tempered Fate onto a couple of members. Swift actually spell shielded it, but TNT has got caught up. There's the Noxy and Corrosive Charge. Fish down onto TCT. Doinby doing so much burst damage and Heart going to fall down for it, but Sketch nets himself a kill. They trade kills with the mid and the AD carry as QG now right on top of everything. Sketch still trying to get something done, but picks up a double kill before he falls. V now trying to do something, but devastating charge onto Amy, almost getting himself back there as Swift is slashing through Long. He's going to have to try and fight this one. The quadra kill's there for this Nocturne. Duskbringer also chasing down. The quadra kill unofficially there for Swift, and that's the ace for QG.
That's gross.
That is revolting.
The Tempered Fate starting a fight again here on the side of unlimited potential, catching them out of position, and the key determining factor between why that went so poorly at the start and so well for QG almost is that the explosive cask again hitting nobody. And in fact, missing completely, not knocking them towards the rest of his side. And then Doinby just came in and did immense amounts of damage. TNT's having a very rough time right now. It does have the QSS, going to be able to deny any Urgot initiations. The Mikhail's, of course, finished as well now. For TCT, they've got the big items, but they just need to not do what they're doing now, and that's get caught by a Tempered Fate.
Yeah, Swift has got a Blade of the Ruined King, though, now. So
yes, he does.
yeah, that's a double offensive item. Nocturne, who's still super tanky, now has extra sustain. Not that Umbra Blades wasn't enough, ladies and gentlemen. He's just going to grab a little bit more life steal, and of course the active going to slow down anyone he's trying to advance upon, and Nocturne's going to be difficult to peel,
I guess,
to say the least.
in a way, he's not really tanky. He only has health, so he has no resistances. He's just got lots of health to actually take down, and you don't need to build magic or armor penetration against him. You can just build raw damage, which is a really good factor in being able to kill the Nocturne.
Yeah, that's a good point.
When he ults in, he's usually in a very bad position. So it's very possible to kill him straight away, but in saying that, and why I don't mind that he's gone for the Blade of the Wrong King for once in my life, is that they've got an Urgot whose damage is not consistently high enough to kill someone that quickly, because you've got the Spell Shield, which stops a lot of Urgot's capabilities, and he's a very low range, very easy to stick to.
Oh, Toynbee's going to get exploded. That stun coming through as Swift. He's going to paranoia his way into the fight. Still pretty tanky, but now against 4 members is going to die.
Oh
Tempered Fate
God.
actually flashed into by Swift as V trying to deal with what he has left now as TNT getting some rockets down. Magical Journey going to get Hart into a position to stun Swift against the wall. Super Mega Death Rocket onto Long, but he's just going to Urchin Strike the Nocturne to death. V trying to run away now as well, but TNT and TCT still alive in the back of this fight. UP probably not going to be able to pick up a Baron, but they are winning some fights now. They're trying to turn this.
So many mistakes from this QG side, and for the most part it is in positioning. The Tempered Fates have been massive. The last 3 of them, in fact, is Hart, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, he's going to flash out of the way, but TNT going to lock down the kill. Lung's going to get exhausted as punished. Now it's his turn to head in here. Everyone dying. And you were talking about QG making mistakes. That is, yeah.
That's a bigger mistake.
That's
right?
some baseball from UP right now.
Yeah, it feels like we're playing tennis and the ball's in someone's side of the court at different times, and it's actually just them getting caught out of position.
Yeah, they've taken, it's not rackets anymore. They're just throwing the ball from either side of the court.
Kind of lucky in a way. TNT just got that red buff, and the red buff gave the reset killing Hart there with that last auto attack.
My God.
So it worked out very well for them. And again, we were just saying how the mistakes from QG have put them in bad positions from the Bard. Here's the Bard doing the exact impression of what he was trying to do, and that's big QG.
Yeah, in the meantime, there is going to be a Paranoia in the bottom lane. The switcheroo onto Swift, but Sketch, that's the last of his mana, and he's most definitely dead.
He's in a very rough spot. The teleport is coming through for the top lane.
Yeah, Hart is going to take a bit of damage there, but Punish going to take down TCT. Toynbee then uses his Zhonya's Hourglass. Long just narrowly escapes out of the way of that rocket. TNT going to get launched back into the team. That's a double kill for Punish. Toynbee, he's going to fall down as well. Triple kill for LeBlanc. And this game does not know which way to go.
No one's really coming out ahead, but there's still the same amount of lead for QG as there has been for quite a while. It's just that they're fighting, and then they lose a fight straight after, and then they win one again.
It's everyone, as soon as they're trying to go for an objective, it's like, oh no, everyone's alive again. We're dead. Oh dear.
I guess the good thing to do here if you're a QG is reassess what you're actually doing with your game. And
maybe talk to each other, you know, come up with a coordinated plan of attack.
Find a win condition would be my suggestion, and not just teleport and die constantly. TNT is being consistently destroyed by Long and Amy, and even unpunished if left alone has been instantly killing TCT, in fact, and that is ruining a lot of their protection of the Jinx.
Yeah.
So with TCT dead, which is a really smart decision, putting all of your damage into the Janna, who's not going to be doing any damage herself, but protecting what is their sole sieging source, essentially, and one of their only massive forms of damage right now. They're kind of neglecting the fact that Doinbe's there, because it doesn't feel like his damage is even comparable at this stage. And he does have a Void Staff now, though. I guess they're kind of hitting a peak stage in their team fighting capabilities, besides the Last Whisper not being finished for TNT. And once that's done, if he can live for more than 2 seconds, which hasn't really been happening, they will win a fight.
Well, whenever TNT does live, and that's when things are going okay, is now they're going to clear out the vision around this Baron area. It's not up for another couple of minutes. This QG now heading towards the mid lane. Open inhibitor now available. Baron still circling around the QG side as the arrow is going to come through trying to get some extra damage down. But UP probably don't want to lose this inhibitor. That's a whole lot of pressure now to be added, but Can't do anything against the Baron up minions, and it's going to fall down.
Now that is one inhibitor down with no Baron, no Dragon, and nothing else really to take available besides continuing to siege. So they get a small advantage. The bot wave is about a minute and a half from actually being relevant right now in this fight, so they're going to spend a fair amount of time just sitting here aimlessly in the top lane unless they commit to a dive.
Yeah, we'll see whether UP actually have the wave clear to deal with this huge minion wave. Baron buff, importantly, has fallen off as Punish. He's going to use the Mimic Distortion just to clear out the minion wave, and does so before it even gets to the turret, so they are going to protect this for now. And QG not wanting to do too much. Hart just going to sit on his ball, head back to this.
And rightly so, because again, they did not want to spend all of that time wasting it and letting Unlimited Potential get some farm and stay around in this game. They've almost hit that big item spike on an Urgot with a Last Whisper. They're working towards what is either a Zhonya's or a Luden's, and that is almost there for the LeBlanc as well. All they need here on the side of QG is that Last Whisper, so they have the double penetration items, and try and close out this game methodically, perhaps, and systematically, and try not to lose another fight, because if they get their eye in anymore this side of Unlimited Potential, they can start to still outscale in terms of team fights.
Yeah, and they've got a fair bit of standing gold on the map. Still the inner turrets remain. They can pick those up if they win a team fight as well, and that could turn around what is only a very small gold lead at this stage of the game. 37 minutes into the game, 7,000 does feel like a big number, but really, you look down the item list, and LeBlanc's getting to a point where she can do what she wants. Long is massive on this. There's only one more item slot remaining here for this guy, again with a brilliant performance. Of course, V still playing great, almost has his Trinity Force available as well, 4-2 and 14. We'll see whether UP can make their way back into this one. Because at the moment, it seems like they're losing Barons and just bleeding objectives afterwards, because they can win fights, it's just they don't get anything afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Most of the fights that QG are winning does tend to translate into some kind of objective, whereas Unlimited Potential win a fight and it's more so just catching QG out of position, but catching them in an advanced position where they don't have enough time to actually get anything themselves. But I guess the saving grace of the QG roster here is that their tanks are so big. A GA finished here for Swift with his Blade of the Ruined King, but he's also out of position.
Yeah, he might need to watch out. Oh, the stun not going to land. Uses his Blade of the Ruined King just for an extra movement speed, but Hart, if he had hit that, that might have been the turnaround they were looking for.
Maybe, but then again, the chain's also missing just prior to that, so not a whole lot of kill pressure afterwards, not having the Distort or the chains available. In fact, if they both continued past that point, I think Swift could have even turned it around.
Potentially. There's the magical journey, though. Swift again having to do some work. There's the flash body slam. Swift going to flash over the wall. Oh, explosive cask. Again, just going to pour the barrel juice onto the ground.
Very well timed.
Super mega tickle rocket gets into the mid lane. Oh, there's the Tempered Fate. The teleport onto the minion, though, is going to mean that that turret just falls down. TNT with so much turret damage. Paranoia just going to be used to start a fight here, and Hart's going to get feared up and taken down. GA is going to be popped, but V just going to launch himself in and gets out, as well as Swift now just going to casually meander his way out of this fight. And UP, they lose one, but they lose a second inhibitor as well.
And they're being bled out. As you said, the feather tickling rocket that actually did nothing besides delaying them was what they needed. They get the second inhibitor. It's now 2 inhibitors to none. And the Dragon is up. The Baron is up in 30 seconds. This is QG's time to find themselves a way to close out this game a lot more convincingly than they have been for the past 5 to 10 minutes. The lead is there. The item difference is becoming very evident. And now that they've got the third Dragon for move speed, it's going to help. If they can secure this Baron, it's going to be very, very difficult for Unlimited Potential to find a way back into this game.
Yeah, Sketch now picking himself up a Null Magic Mantle, looking to try and save himself in these fights. But the Urgot seems to be past his prime at this stage. UP just going to try and clear out some vision around the Baron area, but with 2 inhibitors down, it's going to mean that they have a very short window where they can safely fight around this objective.
Yeah, it definitely limits them. And you can see the minions already starting to push in bot lane, and you've got the Urgot who may need to respond to that. But I think they're also going to be aware of where the Urgot is once he reveals himself. And with the Baron available, they can essentially just start it. They might want to put Fizz bottom because of the teleport, which is quite an obvious thing to say. But at the moment, QG completely in control of the Baron area, and they won't even know when Fizz can teleport just yet. Oh, the Scuttle Crab's theirs.
Yep.
There you go.
They do have the Rift
They know.
Scholar. There is, in fact, the Scrying Orb as well, but QG doing a lot of damage to this Baron. There's the Paranoia, just meaning that they have no idea what's going on. Tempered Fate not going to stop the Baron and V. He's going to lock it down. Amy now decides to fight as Sketch, able to take down TCT very early on. Punish trying to escape this one, but Doinby not going to be escaped from Heart. In the meantime, going to secure TNT. This is a huge deal as Doinby's going to take down Punish in the back line, but the rest of QG is getting obliterated. V taking auto attack after auto attack, spell after spell, and UP, they get everyone apart from Doinby, and this game is going to continue.
At the very least, they do get the Baron onto one member of QG. They take down one of the Nexus turrets, which is going to help them. The mid inhibitor has just spawned though, and Unlimited Potential somehow come out ahead massively on another team fight. LeBlanc and the rest of the UP side instantly wreck TCT again. 0, 6, and 15, no chance to actually do anything before a fight breaks out, leaving TNT alone in the Baron pit up against the Fizz.
Yeah.
That's not a position you ever want to be in your entire life, but he finds himself there multiple times this game. And the UP side are just team fighting almost so much better.
Well, they have to be. Of course, QG, this is 42 minutes. This is the late game. This is where their comps should be doing things that are fantastic. But so far, it's UP able to find fights, find the ultimates that they're looking for. And it seems when Amy actually gets an ultimate that works, UP win the fight.
Yeah. And Hart has been hitting all of these clutch Tempered Fates as well, though.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's true. Really difficult to get to the... I mean, they don't even have a backline here, really, on the Unlimited Potential side. They're just running at them. Yeah. But it's working because they're catching them out of position. Like a reasonably low mobility AD carry until she gets excited is Jinx. But never getting a chance to get excited because the only person you can hit is a Fizz. And if you go near the LeBlanc, you're dead. If you go near the Urgot, you're going to get swapped and die. But you've got the QSS available, you've got a Janna available. I think the difference right now is that TCT needs to reassess where he is standing in fights and protect his team and not die.
Yeah. And Long as well, he's adapted his build. Not going to be picking up the Thornmail this time. It's a Blade of the Ruin King for the Fizz.
He has gone for more damage. He's doing his best Nocturne impression in a way.
Yeah.
Wants to be relevant while his carries aren't necessarily doing the damage required to the carries of QG. The only person really getting onto TNT is this Fizz. So no surprise in a way that he's going for a damage build path so that he can continue to kill what is going to be harder and harder, this Jinx.
Yeah, and UP now potentially going to be losing yet another inhibitor as... Oh, TCT going to get Tempered Fated as well. There's the Paranoia down. Corrosive Charge not going to find the Jinx as Heart going to tank up the Zap with his Banshee's Veil. QG still not able to get the inhibitor in the mid lane, but they're putting a lot of pressure down. Some ultimates now on cooldown as V, just trying to create some space so that they can secure this objective. They do get it. Another Rift Roar from Doinby as the Rocket's doing so much work. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find the mark as Long's going to tank that one up, and QG now onto the Nexus turret. UP, they need a desperate fight now. They need to make something happen. They've done it so far this game, but I'm not sure whether they can. The Nexus now exposed as Long going to get exhausted and killed in the backline. V able to use a huge ultimate to get UP feared up as Doinby's now just going to take down Punished. Heart going to be the next option. Scatch tried to get something done. They took down the Jinx, but it's not the only carry on this squad, and QG, Amy the only one alive for UP, and they're going to secure the Nexus and another 2-0 victory.
They almost don't even need to teamfight. They just decided that they wanted to end the game, and that is exactly what they just did. They forced their way into the base. They got the LeBlanc very low, which was the big factor happening on the side there. They knew there was no threat of killing the Janna as well. And suddenly they come out massive with a team fight where nobody instantly died.
Yeah, and the thing that I saw from that is the fact that having an AD carry with a bunch of range is pretty useful for those late game team fights, because of course TNT was able to auto attack the inhibitor down to nothing and then move forward, and as soon as that front line was super tanky, they couldn't get through it. TNT was safe in the backline. He did eventually fall down, but they had to overextend so far through the tanks who had relevant damage that they couldn't get it done. So UP Again, a couple of team comps that sort of peak a little bit early weren't quite able to get over the edge.
They managed to just find themselves not even an ideal team fight, but a forced team fight for unlimited potential, which made them just directly run at them or the game was over. So putting them into a very bad predicament and making them engage made it a lot easier for the Janna to disengage as well and just keep TNT alive and do as much as possible. Very well kited and very well forced. After losing that many team fights in a row, to still be confident enough to just casually walk into the base, take the inhibitor and win the game like that out of nowhere, they look quite confident late game.
Yeah, they definitely did well. QG with a brilliant performance. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, but afterwards, LGD going to be taking on Snake, and you do not want to miss that one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is Rusty. We're in for our second matchup of the night. It is going to be LGD taking on Snake. Of course, Snake managing to pick up a few victories, but losing pretty cataclysmically to EDG in their most recent matchup. So LGD, of course, coming off a victory over WE. So feeling like they probably have a little bit more momentum moving into this one.
Well, coming against EDG and falling is no big surprise, but it might affect the morale of the team a lot more. And again, going up against World Elite and taking them, it's not a massive thing. They've started off quite shaky, World Elite, but being able to at least secure a very confident win over them is big for them coming into this.
Yeah, and I believe actually Snake played yesterday as well, so managing to pick up a victory there as well. So sort of doing a little bit more okay, but still sitting at the top of the standings. LGD having a rough beginning of the season, but now the PYL is back. They're looking a whole lot stronger. Of course, PYL able to really orchestrate the team fights and create a lot of fantastic stuff for LGD. And yeah, we're talking about the likes of Godvi with his Orianna getting pentakills yesterday, really doing some massive things.
Yeah, PYL being the shot caller of the team when it comes to team fights, and it seems to be what LGD do excel at is that team fight stage where they come together very nicely. Having him back seems to has affected them a lot, and they've just instantly become this better team again. So using Godvi, being massive in that mid lane, and having the Flamecorn top lane, you never really know what you're going to get. They've got a lot of strategies that they can put in place.
Yeah, and Akon actually playing both of the games last night. So up against World Elite, we'll see whether it is going to be Flame heading into the top lane now, but I believe Akon is going to be taking at least the first game here. They haven't yet released to us exactly who's going to be playing in the second one round, but they do need to fit that roster and send that one in and make sure that it is going to be what's coming through. But if we do have some missed bans and maybe a Flame on the roster, then it might be just let's get rid of Akon. We want to bring Flame in for game number 2. But I have a feeling that LGD are pretty comfortable making sure that they just do what they feel is right each time it comes around.
Yeah, definitely. It seems to be kind of up to whatever they feel like doing at the time. In the first few games, first few rounds for them, they just swap freely between one game each. And they got a feel for each other. Maybe they've decided, they've settled on Acorn potentially over Flame. But either way, they're a team-fighting team with PYL backing them now. They're up against what is another very good team-fighting comp in Snake. And Flandre, the major shot caller for this team, we'll see how they go behind him.
Yeah, and of course, Flandre, a dominating top laner as well. And we'll see how he goes against Akon. Of course, Akon plays a lot of the tanks, has managed to do a whole lot of work on the Hecarim as well, so able to really pick up that champion and do the work. So not necessarily as much of a tanky frontliner, more I just want to dive the backline and you can't really deal with it, so that's a problem as well. But Flandre loves to pick up the Maokai, of course, played that 18 games so far in the LPL this year, so a heck of a lot of Maokai, but he's got a huge repertoire of champions. He has been known to play top LeBlanc, so we have no idea what he's really going to pick up, and we'll see what Snake have in store for us, because we saw Crystal's Draven yesterday might come back again, and of course it was frightening. Again, Crystal plays with impunity. He just does not care. He'll walk into bindings.
He challenges everything. He'll take it all on. And being the most played of Kalista in front of just the Draven, and with Kalista being banned, not a surprise. Immediately, as if on cue. It does. Draven and Kalista, in fact, banned. What's he going to do?
Well, look, Crystal, he has played the Sivir. He's picked that one up as well. There are a whole lot of AD carries that he can grab there. But, of course, no Draven, no Kalista. LGD just saying, nah, we ain't dealing with it. Just flat out no more. And first ban away as well. Beast is going to lose his Rek'Sai. That is a big power pick for Snake. And with these sort of focused bans, we might see things get through, of which, you know, could be the Gragas, could be the Sejuani that Beast has been enjoying, as well as potentially the Azir, the Cassiopeia for the mid lane. You, a brilliant player of both of those champions. Varus going to hit the bench. Godvi not going to see that one. Nor is Imp. Of course, Imp playing almost every single AD carry, so more than happy to grab that. Cassiopeia going to hit the bench. And now, Snake, are they going to ban Azir? Because banning Cassiopeia makes you feel like maybe Azir could be there in the works.
That is the question. They tend to come hand in hand, the Cassiopeia and the Azir bans, but they're opting for another AD carry ban. All 3 of Snake's bans, with the exception of maybe Godvi, being a Varus player, of course, but that is all 3 AD carry bans and a Draven. So what is left? Sivir is still left.
Sivir and Jinx look to be the options here, and they may have just been picked anyway. So, of course, Snake almost throwing away a ban with the Vayne, but it is going to be Gragas locked in first. TBQ on a playmaking jungler across all stages of the game, gets very, very tanky in the late game. Lots of sustain there as well, able to get around the jungle very easily. But Flandre, he can grab anything in the top lane. Absolutely anything.
Whatever he likes. Gnar is an availability, and of course the Sivir, as we have mentioned, being the strongest AD carry choice. Jinx is good into it, but the Vayne ban, I guess, was much more targeted against Imp. He has played it earlier in this split.
Yeah, he played it in his most recent game, actually, to great effect. He was dominating people in that champion, really looking fantastic. But Vayne runs into her own set of problems, of course. Low range, low wave clear.
Yeah.
There are a few ways that you can exploit a Vayne, but of course 1v1, still one of the strongest AD carries out there.
I guess banning's still an exploit of the Vayne to just take it away completely. Yeah. They have locked in the Alistar and the Sivir, and that is one of the strongest bot lanes on paper that I could ever possibly imagine.
Yeah. But it looks like we are going to have the Hecarim over the side of LGD. So far, Hecarim today, 100% pick rate, 100% win rate. So not too bad. POL thinking about his Janna, and we think about POL as the playmaker for the team. We saw him play Janna in the second game yesterday against WE, and still was making the plays on the Janna. Flash into the Howling Gale, getting stuff done for the team. So still, despite the fact that he's more of a disengage, he's still going to be able to get the work done.
When you're the shot caller for the team, it becomes a lot easier to make plays. And being, regardless of who you are, I guess there's always the Flash Monsoon possibility as Janna.
True.
Random acts of aggression that people don't really expect. Seems to be what PYL will be doing in this game. That's better.
Yep, okay. So just playing with it just a little bit here as Godby had locked in the Hecarim, so the Fizz is an option here for Flandre. Of course, Flandre able to play anyone there in the top lane, and Fizz seems like a perfect fit for Flandre's playstyle. You think Fizz and you think Zatai, Amazing J, and Flandre really able to adapt to that very quickly. But we saw, of course, Long doing a fantastic job on the champion as well. Fizz just a brilliant top laner at the moment with that Cinderhulk. Imp now considering AR Twitch, but we'll have to wait and see as that one heads down. But Beast now on more of a late scaling jungler. And do you think it's dangerous picking the Sejuani here?
I don't think it's dangerous. I think he's got the team backing to get through quite easily, as we'll wait to see what they do want to do as their last two picks here. But Sejuani is going to be difficult against the Gragas in terms of matching the early pressure that you can put down. Of course, that's going to be a small concern. But if you can get through to level 6, Sejuani still has that big go button. You've got that with the Sivir, the Fizz, and the Alistar. So far, very good. And they have locked in that Twitch.
Twitch has been locked in as well as Godvy's Orianna,
Yeah.
so already the LGD lineup looking frightening, to say the least. Imp, of course, known for his Twitch, as Ella's going to switch over to an Azir now, so a lot of late-game teamfight potential. They can really hit the go button with the Donkey Whistle in that On the Hunt from Sivir. And we'll see whether Flandre can be enough of a nuisance with his teleport flanks potentially coming in there as well, but man, PYL locking in the Orianna for Godby. This is looking terrifying for Snake because LGD, they got a lot of power picks for this team, and actually last second switching back over to the LeBlanc.
So they needed some more assassin threat, supposedly, with the rest of their team. It's less of a well-rounded hard engage comp, but they're still completely capable of doing that with just the 4 members that they have. They don't need a 5th member to almost just pigeonhole them into only wanting to be hard engaged. LeBlanc provides this difference. She's got a unique siege capability as well behind her. She provides a lot for the team. Assassination will be big onto Imp as well. And one of the coolest things that I'm looking forward to seeing is the throwback to last year in the LCK where they had the Twitch go invisible in the mid lane and have the
submarine,
yeah.
The old submarine Twitch ball delivery system, and you can't even see it. Almost like an Evelyn, but a little bit more reliable because you can get right up close and personal. We'll see whether that's a thing that's going to be happening here, and as Imp moves towards the mid-game, he is going to be able to head towards that mid lane, maybe get some of that spray and pray action down. Of course, rat-a-tat-tat now, but I probably will still be saying spray and pray because I just love the name of that ability.
It's basically as a spray and pray anyway. Regardless of the name, it's still an active description of what it is. But I mean, they've got the Twitch Janna in the bot lane, and I don't know how that would go in a 2v2 up against the Sivir and an Alistar. It sounds pretty bad to me. They might want to consider the lane swap is then the question that I would pose to them. Well,
they'd probably want to consider a lane swap anyway. Hecarim into Fizz going to be relatively difficult. We'll see whether we are going to have a whole lot of deep warding trying to get make sure that Snake can get the 2v2 matchup, because that's going to work out for them across the board. A lane swap's going to be fantastic for LGD, but if Snake can counter that, the early game could be a whole lot better. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for LGD versus Snake, our second matchup of the night. First game underway now, 38 minutes in, 38 seconds in. I apologize.
Not 38
if we were 38
minutes
minutes in, then we would have missed a whole bunch.
Level 1 and 38 minutes in. Imp feeling a bit of pain, kind of sussing out what's going on here. He might be looking to just put that ward down. Didn't opt to save it for the 1 minute mark to see where anything was happening later on, but he puts the ward down. Close enough, yeah. And I think the important part is that they have vision of where the bot lane of Snake are, and he can opt into that lane swap, at least with some kind of knowledge that they're nearby that area.
Yeah, and Godby actually, he's going to pick up the Doran's ring. Flandre actually opting for the red fizz. We've seen a lot of yellow fizz. It's the red fizz this time.
It up.
Yeah, mix it up. I like it. I like it. Don't see too many chroma skins, so I'm excited about this one. Crystal not wearing too many clothes as Wonder Woman Sivir.
That's the first thing you notice on Sivir, is it?
Well, no, it's just true.
Yeah. I like the boomerang. It's much better than any other skin, really.
The little
Looks
star.
cool.
Nah, it's not true. Pack Sivir is easily the best skin in the game.
To each their own.
It's most definitely true. I believe a subjective choice there, Rusty, as Ella and Crystal probably going to take away the little sentinels around this blue buff, like to pick up a little bit of extra experience there, but they are going to get the lane swap in LGD, so Snake not deciding to do anything about that one, as the cow just going to tank this one up, and it looks like we're not even going to be able to get a freeze for Snake in the bottom side of the map. Might just opt for just pushing this one out as quickly as possible. One thing for Snake that this is going to be very good for is making sure that Beast stays unharassed in his jungle.
Yeah, the 2v1 situation that has been forced by LGD does make, at the very least, this early jungling phase a lot easier for a Sejuani. If you have a Fizz following you around as well, it does make you get experience a bit slower. That does need to be taken into consideration, but he will get enough gold to, at the very least, get his next jungle item upgrade, and then that is the stage where Sejuani starts the jungle a lot easier than he would be normally.
Yeah, so now over at the Wolves, they are going to finish off the blue buff as well. So 2 buffs for both of the junglers, and Snake pushing in this bottom side. They've stacked up a bit of a wave here, so might be able to get some damage onto a turret, and we'll see whether any ungainly teleports are going to be opted into here for a Hecarim into the bottom side of the map. It might be dangerous.
It would 100% be dangerous because it's just the assumption that there is going to be 4 people there. 99% of the time, that's because there is 4 people there.
Yeah.
But at the moment, because both top laners are really content with jungling with their jungler, they've both got smites. They probably won't look to teleport anywhere anytime soon. They'll most likely just look to continue to jungle. In fact, they'd be very content. You can tell by the fact that they're just freezing the wave and letting all the minions die instead of actually hard pushing. They may want to catch a rotation, but they're not going to find anyone besides Janna.
Yeah, TBQ looking for you. Actually knocking him out of the distortion there, Godby, with a command protect, but there's the chain onto him.
Wow.
Snake, oh my goodness. First blood here for Godby. Who would have expected that? Of course, it's fantastic Orianna. Makes a lot of sense. And able to clear out this minion wave as well. It's so dangerous letting him have that champion.
Well, your first thought is, why is the Orianna running Ignite, firstly? That's what I thought when I saw that come down. And then, yeah, besides it being Godby, generally speaking, you opt into a defensive summoner to get through the laning phase and the pressure that a LeBlanc can put down. But you can see the use of it right there. TBQ with an amazing body slam, cancelling the distort, as you said, and putting him in a horrible position. Yu goes down, and now it's a big lead for Godby in laning.
Yeah, 27-20 now as well. So Godby able to pick up the double Doran's ring and will set himself up to being able to take control of this lane. Crystal able to freeze this one out pretty far away from Acorn, so he's not going to be able to pick up too much of this farm as Ella's sitting there with the headbutt pulverized threatening. Level 3 has, of course, been gained. And Godby now just holding off, and you just saying, oh man, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, and I guess the decision that has been made here from LGD is they've put their Janna with Hecarim, and they're looking to get that 2v2 matchup. So they're trying to put Imp by himself for a bit more of a prolonged period of time where he can solo farm. He's going to be up against a Fizz though, and that's not necessarily an easy position to be in if you're a Twitch.
Yeah. Fizz more than happy. Like, in fact, that's his job. He wants to kill squishies. That's always been the Fizz sort of motto. Splandre is going to make it underneath this turret. Seastone Trident able to get him to last hit under this relatively easily, as actually Urchin Strike getting him a little bit closer to danger than he'd otherwise like. Godby gets hit by the chain. Yub,
oh wow,
gets answered by that massive dissonance. Godby maxing the command attack, but you saw that W still doing some work.
Yeah, just having an extra Doran's Ring and the amplifying tome starting to have an impact on what is a very low health, squishy mid laner of LeBlanc this early in the game, especially when you've opted towards the Flask start. You lose a lot of extra health from a Doran's Ring, so having to go for that ring after dying, and then just going to take that turret too. Let's put Snake in a good position for the bot lane. Sivert doing as intended, pushing lanes down. But the Twitch is solo farmed for quite a while and has that Cutlass, and this is a much better position for a Twitch to be in for a 2v2 situation. Yeah,
and you clearing out this minion wave. And TBQ just going to take his Raptors. So Sejuani heading towards his side of the map, but POL's just roaming around. You got Twitch now on the bottom side, and it seems like Snake may have given up some potential dragon control as you doesn't quite get the chain onto Godby. Now that he has the ultimate, trying to play with a little bit more impunity, but not able to really get much done as the double Doran's Ring, a little bit too much health to get through.
Yeah, it's very hard to burst him out too quickly right now, especially in this 1v1 matchup. You'd need the jungle pressure to really have an impact. And I mean, at the moment, everything's quite standard. Imp is starting to feel a little bit adventurous because he does have that Cutlass, and it puts him in a very good position for at least catching people. He can even, if he starts losing lane too hard, just disappear and go mid. Yeah,
Crystal actually not able to grab the Howling Gale.
That was so well played by Imp there.
Oh yeah. You can see actually the Sivir, fairly low on health, should theoretically have a decent time in this lane now that the BF sword's picked up in comparison to that Bilgewater Cutlass, at least in the short trades.
Oh, wow.
But Godby, he's going to get soloed out in the mid lane. You able to utilize the power of the LeBlanc and maybe just a little bit of over-aggression there from Godby in the mid.
Well, just the raw burst that a LeBlanc can put down. And again, having the Ignite onto that Orianna is a big factor into why a 1v1 seems to go so well for the LeBlanc. She still had the Ignite available and no defensive summoners for the Orianna. Puts her in a bad position or puts her vulnerable to being soloed 1v1 by a LeBlanc, and that's exactly what we saw just there. Yeah,
not actually sure whether the Shockwave was even used in that exchange. You can see actually, you can't see, but we can see the fact that it is in fact off cooldown. So didn't use the Shockwave and wasn't able to capitalize on the aggression from the LeBlanc, and of course very slippery anyway, so could have potentially just gone back to a distortion nonetheless.
I think based off the health of the LeBlanc, once the camera panned to her, the ult would not have killed. And I don't think the Ignite was available either, which was...
No, it was.
It was? Well then, yeah, I guess the kill chance was there, just wasn't used. And maybe wanting to save it to get some revenge with the next item buy with a bit of power spike.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what Godby does pick up, head back to lane with, and whether or not that was part of the pause. Godby just pausing the game to say, I should be winning. What is going on?
Understandable. That would explain a few reasons as to why that 1v1 seemed to go quite in favor of the LeBlanc, having Ignite and ult available. Yeah.
Not sure. Not sure exactly what happened. Of course, we'll find out possibly afterwards, see exactly what happened there. But, of course, may have been completely irrelevant to that 1v1 in the mid lane. And he is a fantastic LeBlanc player. It's been banned away from him multiple times. Did get through, picked it up as the last pick into the sort of comfort pick of Godby there in the mid lane. Of course, Godby going to have a whole lot more AoE potential in the late game. Sort of that Shockwave being brilliant. CC, of course, being able to augment his AD carry in the Twitch with the Command Protect, being able to possibly get these submarine plays off. There's a whole lot of utility available to Orianna, but if a LeBlanc gets snowballing, it's always going to be a problem.
Oh yeah, the threat of actually killing someone instantly is always going to be relevant if the LeBlanc gets big. But the key differences between the mid laners as we hop back into this game is that LeBlanc doesn't need to have the team fight relevance because she has the team to back it already. Whereas the Orianna, who's got the Gragas Hecarim, they're not really guaranteed engage or crowd control like a Sejuani can provide. The Orianna needs to have a big amount of relevance in the team fighting, whereas the LeBlanc doesn't, so it's a kind of completely different dynamic between them.
Yeah, it's a good point. Flandre, on the other hand, is going to be going for a Phage first, which I'm excited about. Of course, a fantastic item for Fizz. You're able to be a whole lot more squishy in the early game. As Crystal, wanted to be able to spell shield that Contaminate, but unable to. And Imp just going to continue machine gunning this minion wave that has been shoved in very, very far from Crystal on this Sivir. I like to see Crystal on the Sivir though. I like to see him picking up some new champions into his repertoire. He did have sort of an interesting champion pool, which was Draven Callista for a little while there, but here's the 1v1.
So we're going to see this 1v1 pan out, and how you managed to actually get a kill. It's quite a slow start to a 1v1 to say the least.
Dodges the command attack. We're going to speed it up here, but there's the Mimic Distortion. The chains land, and it's just the auto attacks that bring him down. Didn't have the command protect in time.
Yeah, didn't have the ball on top of herself either, which I think was the big factor. Not getting that bonus resistance.
Yeah.
A big detrimental factor as to why LeBlanc did so much damage there. And not having the ball in the right spot, the ultimate and Ignite was still available, but would not have been enough, I think, because of Dangerous Game in particular.
That's a good point. Yu, though, is going to pick up the blue buff here, and Godby, with his blue buff still sitting down, going to have to answer the aggression here, as it was, in fact, the ultimate used from Yu, but I'm not going to do too much damage to Godby, who now has that Chalice, a little bit more magic resist to try and alleviate some pressure in that lane.
Yeah, definitely helping Orianna a lot is having that Chalice available. If you can get through the laning phase now, you're pretty much on equal footing, but you need to get through maybe a tiny bit ahead just because of the teamfight relevance that we spoke about earlier. But LeBlanc can't be doing more than you when it comes to a teamfight, but at the moment, it looks like Yu is controlling this lane.
He's certainly got his eye in on those chains as well. Missed the first couple in that lane, but at the moment, things are looking great. Only 2 CS behind from the farming machine that is Orianna. And Yu, with control of the lane, pushing this one out.
Was it just me, or has Beast and Ella been sitting in this bush for about a minute?
They have.
At least a minute.
Yep.
Like the camera has panned to them 3 times on different occasions.
Yep. Crystal still clearing this one out. Oh, PYL. There's the flash into the Pulverize. The ultimate down, and it pays off. They wait around and pick themselves up a kill.
Patience pays. What more can you say? They sat there for so long.
It gets to the point where is it even worth it comes to mind.
All of that time for a single kill on a Janna. You're still going to have the Twitch free farming, and granted, you did get a kill. It's going to help. I believe it went onto the Sivir.
Yeah.
Which will help even more. It does ramp up the AD carry, so I suppose it's worth, but that was a very long time.
You accidentally threw out a Mimic Chain instead of a Distortion, I believe.
Don't question him, mate.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not really one to generally... that's actually the Shockwave into the turret. Yu goes down to half health and just back.
So that was just an ultimate to harass and try and force a recall. You could see the rest of the side of LGD were sort of roaming around the middle area.
Oh, PYL actually might be taking a bit of damage there, but Yu just popping his head over the wall. Going to head back as well. As now it's going to be Ella soaking up some experience, saying, haha, you're zoned away from the turret. There's the dissonance, sorry. Getting a bit more damage down to the LeBlanc, who's completely out of mana. Just wants to pick up the Morellonomicon. Oh, Imp dodges out of the way of the Boomerang. And Crystal slowed down by that Venomous Cask. But no Contaminate to come through, and it's going to be A-OK, as is Crystal.
It's a very interesting 1v1 between them both, because it is almost entirely skill-based, where you need to time the spell shield to assume when Imp is going to use that expunge.
Yeah.
But you don't ever really know when. It makes it, you can see the spell shields coming down at very inappropriate times since the start of this laning phase.
Oh, well, I actually thought that Venomous Cask was going to land, but just didn't.
I like the timing of it not landing, though. It played to my point perfectly.
Yeah.
Is that has happened multiple times. And I know it's not intentionally missing by any means, but it's also...
Oh, short-handed, the ultimate did Flandre.
That was unlucky.
You may as well just throw it a little bit further.
Well, you know what? Fish aside, that is still 40 CS in favor of Flandre.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he may have had it better in the sort of 1v1 that he got in the top lane, but still... a big deal. That's only extended since this lane is headed towards the top. And I guess, 37 as Yu misses the chain, heads back to the Distortion. You can just do that each time.
Lots of mini trades with no real big fights. You could see even God be using his Shockwave just to deal damage, not to get kills. And the roam party that is Ella and Beast at the moment have only really had luck in finding one kill onto PYL, and since then, they're kind of just following PYL around and looking to kill him again, I suppose.
Yeah. It's just the pig and cow hanging out.
Yeah, but not really actually getting anything from that is the main point. They wasted a minute in the bush to get a kill as Oriana.
Oh, no.
What are you
Hate
doing,
that.
mate?
So annoying.
6 health.
Yep. Frustrating. Now, setting up for a bit of a gank brush here is you and Beast waiting around. Of course, just Beast wanting to have friends as many times as he can.
I mean, it's aptly named that they are like a farmyard style, and they've got a beast there as well.
Oh, dear. There's the ultimate after the Arctic Assault, and man, Godby is super dead in the mid lane. Snake able to get that 3-man roam, and 51 seconds on the Dragon means that Godby is going to be alive for that and able to get in position, but Snake with the pick that they were looking for.
It feels like the bottom half of the map almost entirely. You can see by the wards on the mini-map at the moment.
Goodness, it's ridiculous.
Is Snake. It's all Snake. They've got control of that area, and their patience, though they're not really getting many kills, as we mentioned, they have secured 2 big kills now, which is helping more and more because it keeps going down onto the carry. So if this is the game that they want to play, and that is work around the vision control and grab picks when someone overextends, it's working for them. To it, like, exactly what they want to happen is happening at the moment.
Yeah, and we've got Sivir actually heading back, picks up the Berserker's Greaves. Dragon up in 10 seconds. They are going to be able to get there with a fully item purchased Sivir. Blade of the Ruined King onto Imp, though, so he might be able to get some ambush plays on this map. We haven't seen Imp do anything too flashy just yet. Hasn't been involved in anything, but hasn't died. He's been able to keep up in farm, only down by about 12 in a lane that would have been difficult.
But doing what's required of him as a Twitch right now. So now he's got that blade, and it is comparable to the Infinity Edge for a Twitch because it's essential that a Twitch gets that item. So he's going to be in a good spot. Not going to really be able to 1v1 Crystal, though, I would imagine, having the Berserker Greaves finished with that Infinity Edge. Very difficult position to try and 1v1. But again, they do have control of the Dragon area, Snake. They've got the Trinity Force just completed for Fizz as well.
Classic Flandre things as he picks up Trinity Force first. So this is the first time we've seen this one. I like that he has the cheeky Skirmisher's Saber there, just so that his Smite does stuff in an offensive manner, and then says, hang it, I'm getting a Trinity Force.
I like the thematically accurate Chroma skin with the items as well.
Yeah.
He's going for red Fizz almost, except has the Trinity Force.
No, but think about it. When the sheen is active and he's got like red hands.
Glows, yeah.
Oh, so cool.
Red Fizz. Is that a thing now?
It is. Well, look, Flandre, he's done it.
One,
yeah, he's certainly doing it. Cinderhulk probably going to be his next option, then into Tanky. Might make sense, but so far, just having fun with his build, and I like it. The 1v1 Assassin Fizz potential is right there.
Yeah, exactly. The Trinity Force is that 1v1 potential
is he actually going aggressive. Chum the Waters was just used in the top lane. They're actually fighting right now, and Acorn is going down very low, but he's used his ultimate to get out. It's called play-by-play. Well, in fact, we can't see what's going on, but you can see. It's exactly what happened.
Well done.
Thank you.
And meanwhile, while this is all happening, the teleport being used to come back to the top lane is a signal that Dragon is free for Snake.
Yep, now going to be able to take that down. The second Dragon of the game for them, 16 minutes, 17 minutes into the game. Ooh, mimicked Q. Sigil of Malice going to land onto Godby there. He's just going to clear out some vision. And Snake with 4 members and a teleport available are just going to be taking down this Dragon Barrel. All sorts of things. Oh, actually, Crystal gets knocked up with the spell shield there. Oh, TBQ tries to go for the steal. The explosive cast was there as well as you. Actually misses everything, but there's the 3-man ultimate. The Monsoon trying to disengage there as the 4-man shockwave into the knock-up as well, but you just going to punish TBQ. Flandre being a huge beast, but look at the spray and pray from Imp, turning up at exactly the right time. Godby locks down the kill, and Snake has to disperse. They pick up the Dragon, and they trade 1 for 1.
They do get the Dragon, and they do trade. At the same time, Hecarim's starting to get some farm back in his direction in the top lane. That's going to be really big for the Hecarim. And Imp, we see how much damage he's starting to do right now. That's disgusting.
Oh my goodness, you lands the chain onto the stealth up Imp. There's a headbutt out of the backwards, out of the go back of the boomerang, but Crystal's still going to be able to lock down the kill, and Imp, after a brilliant performance, just going to kill himself.
But he does give a lot of time for his team. Godv should be able to get this turret. It goes down, and meanwhile in the top lane, a second turret does go down. So now 2-1 in turrets in favor of LGD, and though it's 2-5 in kills and 2 dragons to none, they find themselves dead even with gold.
Yeah, and that clawed them all the way back, picking up those 2 back-to-back turrets, despite the fact that Imp died, still able to get even in the gold. So this game, very, very close, and we assumed that with both of these teams sort of playing very similarly, finding previous form on both sides. And LGD, despite having a bit of a worrisome time in the mid lane, of course, you able to get very far ahead. TBQ actually taking some chains, not getting locked down too far though.
I suppose the interesting thing that you need to talk about from here is that it's 2 towers to 1 in objectives, so it means there's still a lot of objectives left on the map. But the gold difference right now is actually on the players that are going to carry Snake through this game. So they've got a 2-0-1 Sivir with a CS advantage. They've got 3-1-1 on the LeBlanc, who now has that needlessly large rod, is ramping up in damage. And Crystal just seems confident enough right now to walk into the face of this Hecarim. It doesn't matter because he's so big. Has the Avarice Blade working towards a static shift. And again, the carries of the side of Snake are getting all of the gold, and that is really big for them team fighting out of this.
Yeah, and also, Crystal knows that he's got 4 members towards the top side of the map. Acorn trying to rampage him out of the way of this turret, but in the end, he's going to clean up all of the farm, and they're not going to be able to get past the huge horse. And when you're a Sivir, you don't quite have the range to reliably do that.
And at the moment, Yu has complete control of the mid lane. You can see the way Godv is playing, and the wards that he's now placing are so defensive that he can't actually leave his lane to put wards down, or it's too dangerous for him. He might die.
Yeah, and I actually really like the Trinity Force here from FLICKR. It's another thing that I want to talk about. You look at LGD, you think, okay, Twitch, Orianna, Hecarim, they're going to be scaling into the late game. The late game teamfight going to be very, very hard to deal with. Snake need to make things happen early on with the LeBlanc, with the Fizz. So picking up a Trinity Force means that you can split push against anyone. You need to bring multiple people if you're going to deal with this Fizz. And look, they haven't, and they lost their red buff for it.
Sure, they've lost their red buff. They're now going to have a very rough time here if you were Acorn in a 1v1 against FLICKR, solely on the fact that he has gone for the Trinity Force first. So it is a smart decision in that respect. But when you think about Trinity Force, most people assume that it's a big team fighting buff, that you're going to be able to do a lot more with it, but it's not. It is almost solely designed to give you more split pushing capabilities. So if they team fight, Acorn might even be doing more than FLICKR.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we'll see whether Snake can actually utilize the Fizz in a split-pushing manner. They have managed to get him the teleport advantages before in the past, so able to lock down the second dragon there. But if Snake, say, lose the next couple of dragons, you have to think that it might get difficult for them to overcome what is LGD's dominating late game. And the team fight that they can bring with the spray and pray, with the fact that Godv always able to find fantastic shockwaves in these fights, and you saw the last one, 4-man shockwave, then 4-man knockup with the Howling Gale into the spray and pray. If Imp was there any faster, that would have been a quadra-kill almost instantly.
Definitely. If Imp was there as the shockwave connected, they would have probably all just straight away gone down. And you can see he's working towards that Ghost Blade at the moment. Once he gets that active from the Ghost Blade, only at the Brutalizer at the moment, the team fighting capabilities of LGD it's going to be underrated with how good it's going to be. Their engage isn't comparable to Snake because they've got the Sejuani to just press the go button.
Yep.
But they've got the potential anyway with the Hecarim and the Gragas, even the Shockwave initiating, or even Imp flanking to initiate for them, can put them in a really good position. But this is why I really like the change to the LeBlanc pick as the last pick response.
Okay.
Because it absolutely wrecks any chance of a Twitch flanking. If you try to flank as a Twitch,
you get insta-kill.
You're going to get turned on. And
yep.
LeBlanc's got the mobility and the damage to make that happen. So a very smart adaptation to the champions that have been picked here from LGD. But we'll see how it actually unfolds, and if they want to continue split pushing with Fizz, or if they do want a team fight with what feels like a lead for them right now.
And the Cinderhawk now completed. POL actually going to get exploded by you. Lands the last chain. There it is, 2 chains for you, able to lock down the support player in top lane. Out of turret going to fall. The split pushing Fizz on the go once more. 10 seconds now on the Dragon. Acorn and FLICKR both with their teleports, both in the top lane as They're going to have to wait for POL to come back up, and we'll see whether Snake, with the man advantage now, considering POL dead for another 10 seconds, whether they're going to be able to take down this Dragon. Still with a ward in the back of the pit, but Beast might be able to take that one.
That was close.
Very close.
Once they get this third Dragon, if they get this third Dragon, of course, as they do start it up, it puts them at 3, and that gives them a very real win condition for the 5th Dragon and forces the side of LGD to fight for future Dragons in bad positions. And Acorn is having a very hard time.
He's dead. You just pops over the wall and destroys him. Godby now looking for something here. Oh, flashes on top with the... Oh, my goodness. That shockwave was fantastic. Almost netted himself a kill, but instead they're just going to lose another Dragon. TBQ unable to steal that away. Actually dies for it as well as Crystal heads over. Spray and Pray was used, but Imp unable to really stay in range with that one. Didn't want to flash over the wall into 3 people, especially when one of them is an Alistair. And oh, Godby almost picked up that kill. If he had have managed to pick up a couple of extra ones in the early stages of the game, he might have been able to grab that. But man, super close.
It's one of the coolest things to see from an Orianna is that sombrero hat ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
Where you then flash on top of them because
that's
they can
the
never
literal
predict
hula
it.
hoop. That's like you're wearing the hula hoop
Yeah.
and smacking people with it.
And then you just flash and they can't react to it. It's like when the Gragas does a flash body slam. It's nearly impossible to react. You have to just assume it's happening. And you'll never assume in your life that an Orianna will flash with an ult on top of herself. So putting down a lot of damage but not getting the kill, still coming massively in favor of Snake. They get the Dragon. They pick up 2 kills in the end for that. It's now 8-2, and the lead is starting to stretch for them with 3 Dragons also.
Yeah, of course, 3 Dragons means that despite the gold lead, they are going to be in control of that area. We'll see whether they can continue to grab them, whether the 5th Dragon is potentially theirs. As soon as you land 4 Dragons, from then on, every Dragon needs to be contested from LGD. The 5th Dragon always going to be looming over their heads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, while we've got the money difference up as you, wow.
Okay, that's a tanky Hecarim. Of course, he doesn't necessarily have any magic resist yet, so makes sense that Yu's going to be doing a fair bit of damage, but now cannot stand in a lane with a LeBlanc.
And that poses another question of why are you not going for magic resistance when you're against a Fizz in lane who does a lot of magic damage?
Irrespective of what you build, TBQ going to completely miss an ultimate in the top lane, as Snake just going to take it in a turret.
And they're getting a lot of free objectives at the moment as Flandre is just commanding attention.
Yeah, he's used his E though. TBQ going to get turned around on, but Imp uses the heal. Oh, Flandre's not done yet. But he can't go against 3 people. He probably could have potentially tried to escape. But instead,
why would you do that?
Not worried about it. Yeah, no, that's just silly of me. Acorn might be in trouble now though. There's he on the hunt. Locked down and obliterated. The ultimate sending shadows through the night. Is Snake able to lock down that kill? But that's all of the minions dead. It's got to be heads back down, so not going to be able to take a turret for it. And both top laners super dead.
Shadows Through the Night sounds like a romantic novel name or something.
I know, I don't really know what I was going for there. But look, you just got to ignore half of what I say, Rusty.
But they do get a lot of damage onto the turret. They picked up the second inner turret, and you can tell what Flandre was doing was trying his best to just waste time and keep them busy because he did drag 3 people to him.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal for them because Crystal, about 2,000 gold ahead, roughly, probably a little bit more now in fact, is going to be so comfortable over Twitch with like 50 CS, 4 kills, and 2 completed items that are worth a lot more than what the Twitch has. Twitch is doing damage, but it's not comparable. And when you talk about sieging, that's Siva's forte. So if they continue to have 3 members address the issue that is Flandre in opposite lanes, they're going to be taking objectives like nothing.
Oh, they're just visible here, Snake, as Flandre and Beast trying to 2-man this Baron. They can both get over the wall, what with the Arctic Assault and, of course, the Playful Trickster, but LGD thinking they might just take up what was a half-done Baron. But Snake makes sense to go for it. Of course, both of them pretty safely able to get out.
Yeah, it is the next plan of attack. Of course, the Dragons not being available and control of the map feeling solely in favor of Snake.
Yeah, no, continue. Sorry, I got frightened by an item that Crystal just purchased outright.
Oh, wow. What was I saying? He just bought a whole Bloodthirster?
Yeah, that happened, man.
That's scary. And they were in control before that? They can pretty much just group and try and end now if they want. I mean,
may not necessarily be that far, but Acorn's going to die. Yeah.
I'd say it's that far.
Your points have a habit of getting proven very, very quickly, Rusty.
That's good, really.
I like
I'll stick
it.
with that, yeah. Seriously, though, a whole Bloodthirster, the difference between them is phenomenal, and you is just going to be able to do this.
Oh, my goodness. The Command Protect was there to save him, but is it going to be enough? There's the double knock-up and into the triple stun as well as PWL tries to use the Monsoon, but there's a 4-man, 5-man Shockwave. Has Godby still able to get stuff done? Flandre into the backline. It was a 4-man because the Fizz not quite there just yet. He's going to tank everything. Almost dies. Crystal just running under turrets. Of course, this server doesn't have many cares about many things as the cow's going to get destroyed. Godby locks down the kill. LGD still able to make it an even trade. Snake 5,000 gold ahead. Acorn has respawned. Snake trying to disengage, but Yu's going to burn down from the Cinderhulk. Potentially a red buff there as well that was picked up somewhere. No, it was just the Cinderhulk. Crystal trying to get the damage off. Godby takes a boomerang to the face. This Bloodthirster doing work, but the Horse just rampaging around. They're going to transition into a Baron Beast. Does get away. Thank goodness.
They saw him, but they couldn't actually stop it. And that fight on the back of a teleport there, the amazing shockwave from Godby
was
getting them super
disgusting.
low, and then the explosive cast completely dispersing them afterwards, but unfortunately knocking the clone of LeBlanc into them, and they thought they had to kill their fight.
Oh, he steals it! Beast with the godlike plays, heads over, happy to die, because he's put the Baron buff onto 2 of his team members and netted a whole bunch of gold. What the hell?
Just like that. What was an amazing fight, and what started
happening today? It's just today. It's so ridiculous.
I don't really know what is happening, but they got the Baron. They're getting their 4th dragon, and they're winning.
Yeah, they're winning. They are most definitely winning,
stage,
Rusty.
I mean, we don't know what's going to happen past this point.
No, we don't.
If we reflect back on what's immediately happening, not what's going to happen in the future, we would say that Snake are in a commanding position to do something good with this Baron buff.
This is a day where it's just really difficult to be an analyst. Yeah. Because things just aren't happening as they should be.
You say Snake should win the game because they buy a full Bloodthirster, and then Godby just becomes Godby and hits a massive shockwave and turns it around. They go for Baron.
And then lose it to Beast's incredible smiting capabilities.
And here we are.
And here we are, exactly.
I don't know where here is, but we're here.
No, neither do I. So a couple of Baron buffs able to really cement a lead here. And one of the big points is the fact that Flandre has a Baron buff in his split push now, as Crystal is so far up. Got to be a little bit careful there.
You can kind of afford to just because of the spell shield being available. If it's more than TBQ in your face, if Godby can threaten you with his damage, then you really do need to respect it. But he's very comfortable. 5-1 and 2 with the makings of an Last Whisper after already having that Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
We've got the Void Staff completed for LeBlanc as well. We've seen how much damage that he does to even Acorn. Fizz able to split push very effectively, and Beast.
Oh, he might be in trouble here as there's the Shockwave onto Just Beast. They want the pick and they secure it. As Imp able to use the ultimate to lock down that kill, and LGD, they're going to stop the onslaught now as Beast tried to use the ultimate to save himself, but now that's a big cooldown down, and dead person, probably the biggest cooldown in the game, as Flandre now just looking to continue to push in the bottom side of the map.
Flandre's just going to stay here. You can see LeBlanc, you even pressuring in the top lane, trying to find a situation where he can pick someone off, because if they get a pick, and if it doesn't happen in the opposite direction like LGD just did, and find themselves a kill with the Shockwave and the amount of damage that Imp can put down, and especially because he can position himself invisible, they're very scary at actually getting skirmishes in their favor. But the 1-3-1, seemingly the decision here almost for Snake to find a pick before grouping.
And what I love about Snake's comp is the fact that they ward all around the transition points around the map. So if you ever want to be moving through the jungle between the lanes, Snake will know exactly what's going on, and they can account for, you know, a Twitch heading into stealth. They know when that's happening, and they can react accordingly.
Yeah, if you are able to spot a Twitch going into stealth, then your warding has been phenomenal, because it should never really be in that position.
Whoa, Crystal managed to steal a Raptor there as well.
He did. Big one.
Yep, not too bad. Acorn is going to dodge away from a chain.
See how comfortable Yu is 1v1ing Acorn at the moment. It's disgusting to even consider that LeBlanc can walk up to a Hecarim and make the Hecarim run away with his tail between his legs, but that is happening because LeBlanc is massive.
Yep. Adorable. Oh, there's the Ghost Blade popped as well as Crystal is going to get his shield removed. And yeah, didn't use the ultimate, of course. Just going to get a cheeky auto attack and then run away.
Trying to make something happen is definitely what they need to do. It's not always going to work for them, but Twitch can go back invisible with a reasonably short cooldown. So if they continue to do that, and if FLICKR doesn't continue to get all of this...
Oh, Imp. He's in ambush. TBQ's looking for something, but not even going to land a barrel there. As now, FLICKR going to continue split pushing. Oh, Acorn might be caught out here. Crystal with 4 items doing a lot of damage. Acorn is stunned. The ult's down from Beast, but they don't lock down the horse for too long, and the Onslaught of Shadows all that they get out of it. So a trade of ultimates, and LGD lose a turret.
They do lose the turret, and they lose a bit more gold, which is going more in favor of Snake. Snake sitting comfortable at the moment. Whoa. They've got 4 dragons. As Imp.
Oh, Imp looking for the pick-off here. The shields are available, but Crystal, oh my goodness, still burning down from the poison. Is he going to be able to net it? He locks down the kill. And that is Crystal dead. LGD with a dangerous play, but it pays off.
Twitch getting past that stage where he's now exceptionally scary and able to 1v1 essentially anybody except the Fizz, is going to consistently continue to do this and find picks and then give LGD a good position from the picks to push aggressively. But now, 1 minute and 30 seconds until what could be the 5th dragon. You need to do more than just find a pick. You need to take that dragon away, slow down that win condition, and then start to control the map some more. They've got the damage. We've seen the damage in Act and being used to great effect, but they need to do it around this dragon because if they give that up, it's looking dire.
It is. LGD need to stop this one. Of course, picking up the 6% stats is also massively relevant at 35 minutes into the game as well. They've got a bunch of items. And Godby, you know, 6% of 600? Still 60 AP.
Yeah, that's a lot.
No, it's not. That's 10%. But it's still, it's a decent.
Yeah.
So 6%, what is that?
I'll let you go. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. It's about 40 odd?
36.
36?
Just go with that. We're not going to...
It's around there. So still, it's a relevant amount of AP,
extra.
guys. That's what we meant. We're not here to do math, okay? Let's get off our back. Wow. You guys are so mean. Stop saying that. Oh, you going aggressive. Acorn taking half of his health from a LeBlanc. Jeez, he needs that Spirit Visage as quickly as possible. Maybe a Banshee's Veil as well.
I like the adaptation in vision here, though. They've got FLICKR split pushing, by the way, so they don't need to instantly engage on the dragon. They're content with having him 1v1 against Acorn, but the adaptation on vision that I'm talking about is the amount of pink wards that LGD have. And they can secure a spot to actually go in here with Imp, have his invisibility engaged, just because there's pinks everywhere. It enables them to do some more creative things with the Twitch. But speaking of dragons...
Yep, Arctic Assault is down. FLICKR looking to get in here, but there's the teleport from Acorn. He's going to have the home guards available. TBQ wants to steal it away, but 5th dragon locked down for Snake. Acorn into the back line, but you still able to get the work done. There's the kill onto FLICKR, but they trade it immediately. There's a 3-man shockwave, but look at the damage over the wall. Imp getting kicked out. Not able to get all of the damage in there, and he does kill Beast. But that's 5 dragons available for the 2 carries and Ella. And they lose 3 members on the side of LGD. Now, can Snake either take the Baron or take down some meaningful objectives on this map?
They'll start with the middle turret. They'll probably work towards the Baron after pushing this wave in. They may even continue with this just because 3 members alive compared to the 2.
Look at
and
the
2 of them being carries. That is a lot of auto attack damage. That should even be the inhibitor unless Twitch gets back in time. No, that's going to be the inhibitor.
No, I love it because, of course, Imp, if he pops out of stealth, he's dead.
Yeah.
Instantly. You just kills him, just straight up. So Godby, he doesn't have enough shields to deal with that.
Nobody has enough shields to deal with that. 5 dragons on a LeBlanc with 4 completed items and Sork shoes.
Yeah.
They can pretty much just do the dragon, the Baron if they want. LGD are aware of this fact. They want to be there, but the teleport's coming through. They're just going to... Are they starting it?
There is a pink ward there. They're just getting straight onto it. Of course, everyone else trying to get around here. They're taking it down very, very quickly. Blade of the Ruined King onto Imp. Very strong. Godby, though, he eats a fish. Flandre trying to get the work done. LGD, they're going to peel off the Baron, but look at the shockwave onto the two frontliners. Imp still alive in the backline, getting so much damage down. You takes down PYL. Ella trying to be a powerful unit in the mid of this fight, but Crystal and you still alive. That is so much damage. About the chain, and then the distort back for the longest chain in history as Crystal wants to find a kill somewhere. Can someone die?
Imp wants this.
Yeah, Imp's looking for something. There's the Blade of the Ruined King active for Imp. But you coming around as well. The ambush now on cooldown as LGD looking to try and peel away. There's the distortion. Doesn't land the chain, but is able just to head back the original distortion spot. Oh my goodness, the boomerang almost landing. Both of these members of LGD super low. They're trying to get around. Oh, the ambush! Able to juke out of the way, but they want Godby here instead. Crystal just gets his abilities popped. And look, Godby is just going to back between the towers. There's the distortion, and see you later. You're just going to get out of it.
That moment when you know you were going to die. That was a very...
Imp didn't, though.
Imp got his ambush off and walked casually past it. I wouldn't bother trying to find him anyway, but a very prolonged fight where the Baron was forced by LGD. The response came through, and Imp and Godby managed to live for way too long.
Oh, and it was still a fantastic shockwave to eliminate the front line of Snake, and then...
quickly that goes down.
Oh, so fast. Yep, that's a super dead Baron. Dragon buff is fantastic for taking down these neutral objectives, though.
Well, it does double your damage.
I've never seen someone with 5 dragons take down Dragon, admittedly, but able to do a whole lot of work to the Baron buff as Flandre just nipping around, picking up Gromps, and then destroying minion waves. A huge wave of creeps now with the Baron available, but they still need to respect Imp. They don't have a lot of pink wards. Of course, Ella has one, but just going to Empowered Recall, back to base, pick up as many items as they can. That is double Banshee's Veil for both of the carries here. They don't want to get caught by any of these empowered ultimates, of course. Acorn not going to be too worried because, of course, you do double duty with that ultimate. So you take damage and then it's the Fear, I believe. So you're not going to get out of the CC with the Banshee's Veil, but still,
that's
powerful item choice.
3 upgraded yellow trinkets on the
Yeah,
side
I was going to talk about that, but look at how decorated this map is. Snake know everything that's going on.
That's crazy. And I guess my only question is, why not upgrade one to a pink trinket against the Twitch?
A pinkett?
Yeah, pinkett against the Twitch. Instead, they've gone for 3 of the yellow ones. Is
TBQ's dead? See ya.
See you later.
Yep. See you later. See you bye. See ya.
He's going to go down to a lot of damage from an 11-2 now, LeBlanc.
Yeah, and I know that we're not exactly really play-by-playing these kills, but I mean, Yu's just surgically removing people over and over again.
You get used to seeing it. It becomes a bit less exciting the 5th time that he 1v1 someone with his ridiculous damage. But they do have one member down. The bottom tower is low, and they don't need to be mid for the inhibitor, so they should be able to take this.
Oh, Acorn looking for the engage. Imp's actually popped out. There's the ult, but Imp trying to kite around. There's the ultimate. 4 members with that Glacial Prison. The triple kill instantly for Crystal. And this is game over for LGD. Snake, they break the base and break the LGD lineup as well. Baron buff minions, all of the damage from you and Crystal. And the last 20 minutes of this game were played exquisitely from Snake. Wonderful performance, and I'm excited to see what happens in the next game because I think the banning phase is going to have to go a little bit differently, Rusty.
Finally getting the fight they want there to end that game. Very convincing ending, and it was a slow, systematic closeout to the game with the Dragon control being their biggest win condition. They worked around that exceptionally, and every single time they tried to smite steal, did not happen. They got the Baron, they got the Dragon, everything that they could need. And the LeBlanc, you question if that's going to be available in the next game.
Yeah, I don't know whether it will. As ladies and gentlemen, actually did massive amounts of damage to champions. Ridiculous off the Richter type stuff as far as that graph is concerned. Just ludicrous. So you're probably not going to grab that. And that was Godby's Orianna falling down. Huge stuff. He still had like multiple gigantic shockwaves that game. So it wasn't the Orianna that was the problem, but TBQ just couldn't get the smites on the Dragons.
He did all that he could. Godby tried his best to keep them in that game. Between him and Imp, they were very close to mounting some form of comeback. It just wasn't there in the end.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at that 5-man Shockwave again. I know LGD didn't take the victory, but I just want to see it. It felt so good.
I think it was a 4-man because the Twitch teleported in behind.
Yeah, Fizz not quite there, but it still looks good.
It's amazing to think that he can hit this because they're so far behind at this stage.
Oh.
The fact that that even worked, and it was really unlucky in fact that the Gragas explosive cast brought through a fake LeBlanc, because that was where the attention went. And the fight's still going in favor of Snake after an amazing engage, but you can see managing to get trades on the back of a 4-person Shockwave. The fact that they're able to do that much work when they're behind and the deficit's that bad, you can see how strong Godvi is on Orianna and Imp on Twitch.
Yeah, both of these players. Of course, we haven't seen a whole lot of Twitch recently. It was great to see the spray and praise still being as effective as they have been in the past. But Twitch, against the LeBlanc, that last pick was just a stroke of genius for Snake, because Twitch, he can't have that sort of flanking potential. Like you said, he just never... Imp was never able to do that the whole game. And it wasn't that he was getting popped. It was because he just was never able to do it. Yeah,
it was a master stroke of them to actually pick LeBlanc as well, because it completely negated any chance of a Twitch flank. But he'd still tried to get some stuff off, but it was directly in their face. And with a Sejuani on the enemy team, there's only so many times you can get away with that before you cop an ultimate in the face.
Yeah, and Beast's last Glacial Prison as well is just utterly amazing. We can talk about this game forever, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have another one. LGD trying to get some revenge against Snake right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is Rusty. We're in for our second game between LGD and Snake. Snake picking up a relatively easy, towards the end of the game, a victory over the LGD players. And it seemed like Acorn and TBQ didn't quite get their stuff together in that last game.
Yeah, it didn't seem like a fully refined roster. It felt like Imp and Godby were doing all they could to win that game, hitting big plays together. But let's hope they haven't tilted themselves as we come into Champ Select.
Yeah, definitely. As Snake, now with the first pick, opting to ban away the Alistair this time around. Draven and Cassiopeia once again going to be hitting the bench, and Varus, Vayne, and Alistair this time for Snake. So not opting to ban the Kalista, and Crystal might have an opportunity to pick that one up if LGD go for what we assume might be a LeBlanc ban.
It's a lot of AD carry bans again.
Once more, just,
Civ is available. Kalista needs to be banned.
There's a lot of AD carries that are top tier that they're just not banning.
They should probably ban Kalista. They got to keep the percentage of a 92% ban rate of Kalista at least active.
Yeah, they got to keep it moving up. But instead, they're going to ban away Azir. So someone gets Kalista, but LGD, Godby might be picking up the LeBlanc here. It'd make a lot of sense to me because him getting that champion again is just terrifying.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of possibilities, and you onto LeBlanc is a big factor as to why it went so well for them. And I guess the Thresh priority is a very interesting one to talk about here. Ella is an amazing Thresh player, but the Thresh being prioritized over, say, a Nautilus again, which is what we're used to seeing, and I'm glad they switched to the Fizz, but why not go, for example, the Gragas Fizz as your first pick?
But Thresh Kalista is so huge.
Yeah, that's true.
That could be the thing that they're looking at here, but TBQ in the last second going to head back to the Rek'Sai. Of course, Beast, a brilliant Rek'Sai player, putting a lot of priority onto that one, but LGD sort of failing to pick up a lot of what could have been the massive power picks in this game, and, you know, if Beast and you decide to lock in LeBlanc Hecarim now, I mean, that could be a thing. Fizz LeBlanc? Just pick up a very similar roster.
Fizz. Definitely go Fizz LeBlanc would be my plan of attack, but then what would you want to take away from someone?
They don't need to pick the Gragas because they've already got a jungle.
That is true. And they've already got a support. So if you're looking to first pick, say, the LeBlanc, right?
Yeah.
You could afford to go that now. But if you pick LeBlanc, you've revealed your mid laner, and they could pick a champion that they're much more comfortable playing into it.
That's true.
I mean, they've got the Fizz taken away from Godby. That's big. Varus is banned. It kind of, from what we've seen from him so far anyway, limits him to the Orianna more. And they did pick LeBlanc into the Orianna last game. So the possibility was there to do that. Instead, they've decided to go for the Janna. And they've got the Fizz, which the Fizz is no surprise. Yeah,
Godby actually, I guess, I mean, they want him to show his hand, I assume, so that the sort of LeBlanc-Kassadin matchup isn't going to happen. And LGD, of course, got to be a fantastic Kassadin player. He has locked in the Lulu, a flex pick, of course, so can head towards the top lane. Acorn could play that if they wanted to, but look, I assume it's probably going to be the mid lane, and you're not sure whether he's going to be picking a Zed, but look, could happen.
It could happen. I don't find it too likely that it will happen. A real possibility is Zed's not that bad into Lulu, but it's very hard to kill.
Yep.
And this wouldn't be a surprise whatsoever. So besides that, they've got the jungler, and not a surprise. There's so many non-surprises right now in this drafting phase. It's almost like Snake, who won their last game, have just upgraded.
Yeah, instead of being forced onto the Sejuani, they can have sort of the all-round power of the Gragas. But in the end, Yu's decided to pick up the Twisted Fate. So wanting to roam around and get some kills very early on in this game. So snowballing out of control when the Juggermore potential... No, it's not a Juggermore. It's just a Lulu and a Kog'Maw. Yeah, I always just decide to say Juggermore when it's completely inappropriate. But the top laner now for LGD, they can go straight back to the Hecarim if they want. But it looks like it might be a top Lulu.
Yeah. The consideration of the Lulu pick third is that we don't know what lane it's going into besides not a support because Thresh was the first pick. So it could be the Kassadin mid and it could be the Lulu top lane. I was even considering at one stage it was going to be the Kog'Maw mid and they picked an AD last, but they've decided on the Kassadin.
Yeah, so Kassadin going to head into that mid lane. Godby going to take that champion up against the Twisted Fate. Not entirely sure how that matchup necessarily works, but Acorn on the Lulu into the Fizz. And look, I'm not even sure about how that one goes either.
When it comes to the top lane matchup, Lulu has a lot of base damage, but it's not really comparable to that of a tank Fizz. it's just going to be very hard for the Fizz to actually get onto Lulu and secure any kills. The wild growth, the shields, everything that Lulu can do will essentially negate any 1v1 assassin possibilities of the Fizz, unless the fish hits and you outplay the Lulu completely, which, I mean, Fizz is a skill matchup, it's possible, but against the Lulu, it's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, and Lulu just so much staying power in that top lane as well. You're just more than happy just to stick around.
As well.
Yep, just clear those waves and hang out. And of course, Lulu neutralizes a whole lot of those waves. But what does FLICKR build here? Because there's a whole lot of magic damage that he now has to contend with coming through from LGD.
Well, I wouldn't suggest the Trinity Force first item, because
I'd always suggest the Trinity Force first item.
Trying to 1v1 the Lulu again, it's hard to do. Lulu's very good at the wave control and will keep you stuck under your turret, so you can probably afford to go for, if you're going for the Smite Fizz, get the Cinderhulk and then maybe just have the Phage with it, because you always want the Phage. Work towards some magic resistance, perhaps. It's entirely up to him as to what he wants to do and what the team is going to do with him. If he's going to continue to split push, he can go for the Trinity Force if he wants. Lulu is more relevant in team fights.
Well, we'll see if that's what they are going to do, but let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are onto the Rift for our fourth game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Snake versus LGD. Snake now on the red side of the map. LGD. Snake's already on the blue side of the map. LGD are on the red. Losing my mind just a little bit. And Crystal now poking his head out a little bit further than otherwise, but 5 members on the bottom side. They're looking to try and get something going on. Can you see the little red line?
No, you can't see the tether.
Oh, Imp's actually... Whoa, that's actually the ghost pop. The flash into the gold card. There's the flash Helen Gale as well. Yeah, a lantern exists, guys. That is... how many summoner spells? 4 summoner spells from Snake to get a lantern to be skilled first from PYL.
All of that effort, and they got a flash from Imp and a lantern from PYL. I mean... is it worth it? Depends if they kill Kog'Maw in lane from here on. It's possible that they could. They've got an Ignite on Ella, and that signifies that they kind of want to be aggressive somewhat. And, I mean, now that there's no flash, it's entirely possible. But I'm still questioning the worth of that.
Yeah. Okay, so pause is up. Snake probably going back to the drawing board now. Like, okay, now that we've used absolutely everything, what do we do?
Not use all of our summoners at level 1 on something that will
Well, you can't do that now. That's already happened. So it's now damage control.
Yeah.
They can see whether they actually can pick anything up. Of course, Kog'Maw probably just goes back to base. Going to be absolutely fine. We are, of course, going to be over, ladies and gentlemen, but seems like some topsy-turvy video games going to ensue from this point.
They have the Kog'Maw top now, though. Not having the flashes maybe scared him. It might have shook him up a bit. Might signify that he was worried about dying in a 2v2. Kalista has a lot of early pressure with the Janna shields in a 1v1 situation unless the hook hits. So they put Kog'Maw in solo experience. And again, everyone's loving these experience-based scaling AD carries that can rely on getting free farm in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, so lane swap achieved again by LGD. Of course, dodging the Callisto, who can do a fair bit of work early on. Crystal's Kalista. This is what's been banned away from him all of the time. We'll see why here. See whether he can hard carry this game on what is his signature champion. Often able to get all sorts of things done that probably shouldn't be able to.
Did not even hesitate to instant lock it first as well.
No.
It's his most played by far. And with a ban rate of 92% again, why is it not surprising? He's going to be really good at it. But we'll see what he can do. He's up against a Kog'Maw, so hyper carry-wise, Kog'Maw does a very good job. But I guess mobility is the key factor in the difference between the teams. And you're up against a Twisted Fate here. Is a no-mobility Kog'Maw.
Yeah. Godby doing very well in this lane, of course. Does have the Doran's Ring, so going to have a little bit more health than you. But you with the sustain of the Flask going to be more than fine. But of course, Godby just an excellent laner in general as Beast. Able to lock that one down. FLICKR actually with the Smite is going to secure that one for himself.
Good teamwork.
Yeah, you cheating towards the bottom side. I like this. Knows that the top laner and jungler are towards that area, so he's probably going to be safe. But TBQ actually heading towards the Snake members. Sprayseeker is going to find both of them. But getting some vision down now, and POL not able to find anything there with his threat.
And now the 2v1 has started to take shape of where everybody wants to focus their attention. You can see that all of the members of Snake, besides the Twisted Fate, of course the mid laners don't do anything involved in the 2v1, are just farming mid, and the rest are bottom. They're all putting all their pressure bottom, whereas LGD have a Kog'Maw who now has PYL there soloing the top lane with no one to contest him, freely last hitting.
Yeah, but it does mean that they're going to lose another very early dragon. So potentially Snake going for yet again that super dragon focused playstyle. Head to that 5th dragon, which they managed to get last time around. Is secured now by Beast at 4.5 minutes into the game, and LGD instead going to steal away the Wolves.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It is only the first dragon, and it's the natural rotation to take when the AD carry is not present in the bottom lane. The side that usually swaps their AD carry to top is the side that loses the first dragon. The important question is, will they be able to stop the next dragons from going down? Or will we see a repeat of the last game where 5 go down very quickly?
Well, Godby now with a 6 CS advantage as Twisted Fate going to head back to base as well. Might be able to grab a couple of Doran's rings, something like that, really augment his power here in the lane. But Doran's ring and the Amplifying Tome actually the option that he's going to decide to take. Elder now supporting Flandre here as he enters the lane in the top side. They need to try and break this freeze if they can.
Kassadin is going to be free farmed. You mentioned that he's doing well in lane, but the second TF starts roaming, he's already starting to have a bit of trouble. 12 CS at 5 minutes is an exceptional amount. That's 2 whole waves that he has in fact missed. So if you were to look at the difference between the mid laners, TF is already sacrificing his lane to focus more on using the ultimate to have some relevance. And I mean, he's up against the Kog'Maw who's no mobility, so it's very easy to gank, but then you've got the Lantern to pretty much deny any possibility of that happening. We'll see what he wants to do once he hits 6, but I would suggest even utilizing the Callista damage and going at the loop.
Well, Callista is on the bottom side of the map, able to get a bit of pressure onto Acorn there as they're just farming it out. You now with some free time in the mid, locks in the blue card, tries to get something done. Missing a whole bunch of farm. Unfortunately there, as all of the creeps relatively similar health margins. Actually stunning up Godby here just a little bit. Stack deck now available, but doesn't get the auto attack. And then from PYL at levels 5 and 3 now. Imp really reeling in all of that experience, and it means that the 2 level 3s that they're now facing off against, not going to be able to do too much, but thankfully the wave pushing in here for Snake, so they'll be able to get at least something. You copy some aggression from Godby. Level 6 finally hit. Destiny available for the Twisted Fate.
He's going to have to use it eventually to find some relevance, because the longer he stays in this lane, the worse it's starting to get. You can see Rek'Sai with the sonar radar spotting him out, so you know he's just around the corner. Gragas is there as well though, so they might even clash right now in the jungle.
Yeah, TBQ going to be taking down those Raptors. Beast with a fair bit of damage, of course. Gragas pretty powerful, but Beast secures his escape with a tunnel, and
look at that.
Reapers.
That's actually a blasting one, Kassadin. He knew he was ahead in lane, and he's pushing that back.
Yeah, there's the flash forward as well. Couple of turret shots, but Godby not going to mind about it. And that's going to be First Blood going down in a 1v1 in the mid lane.
And if ever there was a bad situation to be in, it would be this Twisted Fate right now. You is on struggle street against Godby, and Godby is also a Kassadin.
Yeah.
That's bad.
And you needs to now put on his best Pawn impression. Of course, Pawn playing the Twisted Fate into a horrible matchup against LGD as well, but still managing to get the Destinies in the right places and win the game in the end. So that's what you has to do. But look, this team is not EDGU. It's just not the same.
He does have the aggressive crystal, and he's got Beasts on Gragas, so it's possible to... He's got the team to enable that for him, facilitate the roams that he wants to make, and well, has to make, really. But will he be able to do that coming in the next 2 to 5 minutes to have some money, or will he continue to essentially get wrecked in this 1v1?
Yeah. Well, Godby did take a stun. This Flandre is going to go aggressive on him. There's the Ignite. Oh, another one. But Destiny's in. You just destroys him. A Cathian surprise. No surprises here, as he's not too worried about that one at all. And Godby continues clearing out the mid lane. He's still very far ahead in farm, but you can't really rotate as quickly as a Twisted Fate with his ult.
No, not just yet. You probably look towards the level 11 Kassadin, perhaps when he starts to be able to roam a lot better. Has the mobility behind the ultimate, and I mean, he's going to be able to get the blue buff now, so if ever there was a chance for him to either cement a lead in lane or start to rotate with his jungler, it would be now. But everyone's just starting to recall because there's no Twisted Fate ults available.
Yeah, and Snake actually, sorry, creating themselves 200 gold advantage. You would have thought passively with the fact that this mid lane is going so far in favor of LGD that perhaps they'd be the ones getting a bit of extra fruits for their labor, but not going to be the case this time around. Crystal on 80 CS to the 75 of Imp as well, who has fallen down. Now picked himself up a Sheen and the makings of that Phage. There's Crystal and Ella moving away from PYL Imp here in the bottom lane. So the 2v2, a lot of respect from the Snake members.
I would suggest coming back down towards the bottom lane, though, and not going to top, because the Dragon is up in 45 seconds. You can see Fizz recalling, but instantly rotating back to the top lane. What looked like it was going to be a swap has now changed their minds. The teleport advantage well and truly in favor of Snake. And if they go for this second Dragon, it'll be at about 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, you just shoving out the wave, wanting to make sure that Godby can't get too much down onto him. Actually, Godby going for the tier build as well. Let's have as much mana as possible. That is really interesting.
You have two kind of routes. There's always the Rod of Ages route, but you can opt for the Athenes, which gives you the mana reset back, or you can just have a raw mana amount. So instead of just going for that Rod of Ages, he's gone for the tier because he's ahead enough in lane that he can afford to do so. He's going to be quite comfortable, and it scales. It's one of the most cost-efficient scaling items once you upgrade that, and you get the Arcane, which then finishes into the Ceres. So not a bad decision here whatsoever.
Well, you might need to be a little bit more careful now as well, as there's a TBQ waiting in the wings, but it's going to be Godby just clearing out the mid lane, killing the minions, and then moving on. So 21 CS the lead now. So Yu has at least equalized it, made sure that it's not extending that advantage. So many pink wards for Snake there.
Speaking of pink wards, I really like the one that they've placed deep inside the jungle of Snake. That has been there for an exceptionally long time, and has not been spotted.
Not too bad at all. Didn't actually notice that for quite some time. Just wasn't looking at that area. There are pings down here as TBQ is going to take out a pink ward, but now heading forward. And blue card just to kill some minions. So Snake continue to pressure on the bottom side. There's Destiny pop though. Nice double knock up. Immediate death sense though is used, forced to flash away. Immediately LGD trying to rotate around. Imp's going to die as Flandre picks up the kill. PWL might be the next option here for the Fizz, who's just the fadeaway fish, and they secure the victory. But TBQ now with the double knock up. Beast trying to escape. Ella might need to flash away, is going to. It's a 2 for 2 after that dive. Godby not quite able to get there in order to clean up. But Snake, I mean, I guess they'll take it?
Oh, definitely take it, because you had the teleport usage. And, I mean, you wanted the Dragon to translate from that. There was a dive to give them the opportunity to do the Dragon. Now they're looking at maybe coming in later and stopping it, because TBQ is getting low. We'll see what... nah, they're still doing the Dragon.
Yeah, they're still doing it. It's not... it's taking a while to go down. Of course, now on about 1,000 health, 800. Oh, he secures it. Explosive cast, not quite enough, and evening out the dragons now is LGD. So picking their first dragon up for this series, definitely a big deal here, because we mentioned the fact that, you know, as these games progress, you're getting a lot of stats from at least that first dragon.
Yeah, so they've picked up the first dragon, and this is a great sign for LGD. Now they've got the Kassadin doing a lot of work in a very comfortable position, who is almost towards that Rod of Ages. You've got a double kill now onto the Rek'Sai. It's exceptionally large compared to that of Beast on the Gragas. He's got the Kindle Gem working towards the Aegis, I would assume, the Locket.
Yep.
He's in a very strong position, in the right place at the right time as well, to counter that teleport and TF gank, which was a dive in a very risky position, which did not go to plan.
I really like what Crystal's done here. Of course, noticing the fact that he's got the Eye of the Storm available, you can get the Hurricane instead of the flat AD of the Bloodthirster. Go for that Ren build. Now, especially because there's no sort of pure tank on the side of LGD. I mean, TBQ is going to be tanky, but he's a jungler, not going to have as many resources as a top laner. So, able to go for that Ren build that's more about AoE and more about killing squishies rather than melting through tanks.
Yeah, most likely going to get the Bloodthirster second item as well to be able to sustain through the burst that'll come out of the Kassadin and even to a degree the Lulu, that aren't necessarily tanks as you mentioned, but they will still be outputting an exceptional amount of damage. So once they get that Bloodthirst to ramp up, or even a Blade of the Realm King might stick with a Cutlass, just needs the lifesteal. And once that lifesteal is there, they'll be in a very good position to pick a fight, maybe utilize the TF some more, get the Fizz teleport in, and just work around this Kalista, because we know how strong he can be on this Kalista.
Yeah, Crystal's Kalista is a huge deal. But Trinity Force now for Imp, who's on the Cogmore. Of course, the scaling advantages that Imp has been opting into this time around, not necessarily having it in the mid game like he's used to with the Lucian picks that he has been known for in the past, but instead opting for the likes of Cogmore and Twitch in this series. Turret's going to fall down. Nicely timed, actually, knowing that the minions were going to be enough. As Crystal and Ella just going to take down the Krug. So heading gold are Snake, but not by too much. And LGD, again, with probably a scaling advantage this game. I don't like talking about it because, of course, it doesn't often happen that way. But Twisted Fate, not exactly going to be as important in a team fight as a Cassidy.
Twisted Fate is kind of underrated in how well he does scale into the later stages, though. Once you start to get to the 3 to 4 item stage and you can work towards a Lich Bane as well, you can afford that as Fish. Wow.
Oh, wow. What? That should have landed. There's the explosive cast, though. Able to Urchin Strike over the top. Slowed down by the Playful Trickster. And not going to be enough here with the Wild Growth, and Flandre just locks down the kill. Actually, it's going to be Beast, but that was a red buff. Pretty cheap.
Either way, they still pick up the kill after what was a very unlucky Fish not hitting there, and it did stop directly on top, but the hitbox not in the middle. So they do get the kill. Lulu going down, has the teleport up, and that was a great gank from Gragas to get in there. Beast giving his team some momentum in the top lane, and putting that momentum onto Flandre is a big positive for them.
Yeah, Acorn has completed that Athene's Unholy Grail. Was just happily farming, hadn't really seen too much from him at all, but has now been destroyed by the jungle pressure of Beast. Beast is a fantastic Gragas too, one of his sort of favorites as we move towards the Cinderhulk meta. LGD now pressuring this bottom lane, utilizing Imp's Power Spike with this Trinity Force just to get some extra auto attack damage down on this turret. The Sheen Proc fantastic for that, living artillery as well. Look at that clean up the minions, nicely done.
So calculated.
Oh yeah, lovely stuff. We are just going to stop for a moment, but it is going to be the Destiny popped in the bottom lane. Yu does get the stun. Imp completely out of mana as Yu's going to flash out of the way. Ella, Fate's call. There's the knock up as Imp headed back towards Yu. You were a bit worried about it as Crystal's going to lock down the kill. Now trying to martially poise his way around the team fighter. Cathy in surprise gets him very, very low. Godv now in towards the fight. Gets belly slammed as Ella's trying to get in there, but the Riftwalk going to secure the kill for Godv. Acorn going to fall down as Crystal locks himself another one. That's a kill for the Fizz as well, but Godv super low, trying to clean up. Playful Trickster again stolen away. Beast locks it down, but 4 dead. PYL the only man standing.
Beast is very good at unintentionally taking those kills away from his team, but Crystal kiting around for so long in that fight, had the Vamp Scepter, the lifesteal we were discussing earlier, and managed to stay alive with about 300 health at the most, ended the fight with completely full health. That was an exceptionally well-timed team fight. They caught Imp out of position. He stayed for an extra wave just to get the last hits down for all the gold possible. Puts him in a great position here, this TF now, to be able to continue to impact at max CDR as well, I believe.
Yeah, and with a distortion enchantment on those boots as well. So going to have that Ghost and Flash as available as possible. And yeah, you're right, 40% CDR, so locking in wild cards and gold cards and all that sort of stuff, all the good stuff.
Speaking of items, we do have the Phage and the Cinderhulk completed here from Flandre, so we'll see what he wants to go after the Phage, if he wants to opt towards the Trinity Force or go for some early magic resistance with perhaps a Spectre's Cowl before going any further. But it's entirely up to him. He's against the Kassadin Lulu, and even Cogmore to a degree does magic damage. So you could opt towards early MR and just start to accelerate your team fighting capabilities, which would be the ultimate goal if he went for that.
Yeah, I very much like building magic resist here. I'd personally opt for a Wit's End, but I'm an idiot, so it's probably not what he's going to pick up.
The concept is there, just not the practice.
Yeah, it's just not a great item at the moment. I just really like it. But it does shred magic resist and provide attack speed, because it is relevant.
The Black Cleaver of magic resistance
you use
items.
everything that it provides for you. Flandre, they're looking to try and put some pressure on this dragon. LGD managed to get the last one, but Snake now wanting to get positional advantage. Haven't quite cleared out the wards around this area yet, and then instead just going to destroy the mid lane outer turret. And Snake looking like they've managed to peel themselves off a fair bit of control over this game.
They have managed to secure themselves around a 3,000 gold lead. They just got the mid turret. They've already gotten the bottom turret and even kills in the top lane from clever rotations from Beast and clever timings with the Fizz teleport and the TF ultimate usually being used at the exact same time. It's very, very clever of them to work around the mobility, and Godfrey can't rotate as quickly. Getting there late for the most part in all of these fights is 3-1 now, though. Did find a double kill in that last fight. If it continues to happen with this trend of a prolonged fight, if they don't take LGD down quickly enough and the Cassidans can get there, he's level 11 now, people will start to fall.
Yeah, and Snake now looking to head over here for this Dragon. The knock up onto TBQ. It's down to 3,000 health, but Snake pressuring them off it. Crystal now looking for a potential flank maneuver here. They have the Fate's Call available. A lot of members of LGD now grouped up. The knock-up could be huge.
They pushed them out.
Yeah, they've secured themselves the control of this area. Howling Gale once again not going to find anyone though. LGD now looking to reset. This Beast ended up through. Death Sentence not going to find him. And the vision just not quite there yet for LGD.
Smart of Snake, Ella, and Crystal to actually walk all the way back around. They couldn't continue to stay on the flank because eventually they just would have been in a bad position for half a second and got engaged on. So smartly walking around, they get control of the blue buff now, but they find themselves caught between a decision of, regardless of the Dragon, the ability to push mid is there for LGD, but they're also pushing bottom at the same time. So what is the next rotation going to be? Will they go for the Dragon?
LGD that looks like they're caught between a rock and a hard place here. There's a lot of vision available for Snake, so they'll know if the Dragon gets started. LGD not with all that much damage for it.
I think they still want to fight.
Yeah, losing a whole wave of minions to the turret there as well as... Oh, TBQ might be caught out. There's the Lantern. He's on cooldown now. Is Crystal actually taking a fair bit of damage here? The Fish going to do a lot of work, though, as the Cassidon gets knocked back into the team. There's the Wild Growth onto him, but he gets rendered to death. Pierce coming through as well, as LGD going to have to run out of there. Nice stun from you, who's just skirting the outskirts of the fight. A slow from that, and look at this Kalista just smashing through the team fight. The wild cards. Flandre finally nets himself a kill, and that's the ace for Snake. Clean work, and they'll go to the Baron.
They're going to go for this Baron, and this is why you do not give Crystal Kalista. 5, 1, and 6, working towards that Bloodthirster. He can just skirt around the outside of that fight. Didn't even need to have an impact for the first while, but knows when to go. You have to give a lot of credit to Beast, though, knocking Cassidon, towards his entire team with that explosive cast, enabling them to get that Baron in the end. And maybe not... They won't get the Dragon, but they do win a convincing team fight with every member going down, followed by the Baron. They're in complete control.
Yeah, and actually a lot of members of the team actually speeding up now out of the base, able to get towards this Dragon and try and get that one for themselves as well. The Distortion Enchantment on Yu's boots has meant that his Flash is back available once more, so we can have Flash Gold cards for the next fight if we see fit. But Snake now with the Baron, able to take down the Dragon if they want. There's the teleport, actually. And the Destiny as well. The Lantern's down, and double knock up from Ella. And look at the LGD members melt. And man, that bottom lane died so easily, and it's just looking really textbook here for Snake.
And this is the problem with the no mobility imp that we have been discussing, being Hogmore. Ever since level 1 in this game, it felt like if you were Twisted Fate and you were going to pick a lane to go to, you utilize the fact that the only one who has some kind of mobility is a Lantern. But if they're together at any stage, we've seen the teleport and the Twisted Fate ultimate come through at the same time and catch them completely out of position. Even if it goes somewhat badly for Snake and they get a double kill for Godv as an example, they still get the kill onto Imp and PYL. And it's starting to really hinder the performance of this LGD lineup.
Yep, and they are going to get the Dragon as well as the inner turret in the bottom lane. They may lose the inner in the top as there's a massive minion wave dying there as well. Beast going to clear out some tunnels. There's Ella just hanging around with Crystal. They want to get something down. Oh, PYL and Imp just respawned, and PYL dead once more. Crystal now trying to turn onto Imp. Look at the damage for this Kalista. He's diving the turret. Fate's calling to Ella. He's burning down as they have to be careful. There's the Mikhails. Waits to the last second and rendered to death. Baited and outsmarted there onto TBQ. Man, Beautiful play, and this is why you don't give Crystal Callista.
This is just cruelty right now. They wait for them to respawn and catch them in rotation. PYL trying to put some wards down. It's starting to have a massive impact on not just the bottom lane, where Crystal is phenomenally big. He doesn't even care that a turret's there.
The turret didn't even notice it just then.
I think he got rid of the Bloodthirster Overshield, maybe, and that's it. They get another turret in the top lane. They did pick up the mid inner turret. This side is getting bigger and bigger. We're at 11,000 gold lead at 24 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And it's now just the surgical removal of the objectives as well. As we have a look at this gold lead, and 3,000 gold in the top lane approximately. Look, Beast is sitting on 2.1k. 3, 0, and 10 for this Gragas. Has just went and spent his gold. Almost 2,000 gold ahead. But look at the mid lane. I mean, man, 2,000 gold ahead for this Twisted Fate, who was getting pretty owned the early stage. But look at the 10 assists that he's picked up. He's just hung around with his team, and they've won the team fights.
They've won the game through clever rotations. And you're right, he was having a very bad time.
He was not having a good time.
He was losing pretty hard, but he is Twisted Fate again. So there's the threat that regardless of how your laning phase goes, you're going to have this relevance. And the important part is if that works out as you intend it to. And I think it's worked out almost better than intended. They've picked up all of these kills onto the bottom lane, and Flandre.
Oh, actually, Godby forced to get out of there with the Rift Walk, dodging the knock-up as well, but turning this one around. Nice work from Ella just to get in there to disengage here for the Fizz. But when a Kassadin is blinking red after a 1v1 at this stage of the game, you have to be worried.
And meanwhile, in the top lane, we have ourselves Yu, just casually farming all of the minions and drawing attention from what is now 3 members of LGD. They can just completely reset what they're doing right now. Their strategy is just to control the jungle area, catch people out of position. They've got Beast clearing wards now with the pinks. They're sitting on top of pink wards themselves. If they just stand still and don't let the Rek'Sai actually spot them, they'll be able to kill anyone.
The thing that I've been impressed with the most is Snake's vision. They've got so many wards, and it's because they've changed up their playstyle to allow for so many of these warding totems to be picked up. Sort of the upgraded green, yellow trinkets, meaning that they've always got wards on hand. You saw around the Dragon buff, wards were getting cleared and then put down again, cleared, then put down again, but Snake just had more on hand.
Well, what is the most impressive part is the fact that they've gone for these yellow trinket upgrades to get more wards down. They've also got double Sightstone for the record.
5 pink wards.
Exactly, that's what I was about to get to, is they've got all of these pink wards in relevant positions. They're constantly rebuying and replacing all of these pink wards. Instead of needing the extra sweepers, they just place a pink ward in that area, and then they put all of their yellow wards down more aggressively, and they slowly bring up the line of warding. It's really, really impressive to see.
Well, you can see right now that there's barely a red ward on the map.
Look at all of the wards.
It's so far up as well. This is the most aggressive vision line that I've seen for a very long time at 26 minutes into a game.
If it was any more aggressive, it'd be under their nexus.
It would be in their base.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's no other option.
Oh,
dear.
They're looking towards the Dragon and the Baron now. There's not too long until they're both available. And this could be a very good closeout point for Snake to actually secure the advantage they have. But instead, they could just tank a casual top turret while they're going and waste some time, because that's what they want to do.
Yeah, easily able to secure themselves 13,000 gold lead with another objective. That's all of the outer turrets gone, only the inhibitors remaining. As I guess they do have a whole lot of split push potential. This is what happens. The 1-3-1 for this team is disgusting.
Yeah.
What with Fizz being gigantic, almost has that Frozen Heart on top of the Trinity Force that's now being completed. But you as well, I mean, he's got the makings of a Luden's Echo or, in fact, a Rabbidan's Death Cap, depending on what he wants to do with that Amp Tome. And he's just going to be eating through turrets.
Well, the important thing to pay attention to is that the TF doesn't have a Sheen.
Yeah,
he hasn't opted towards the split pushing style of build. He's actually just split pushing so that he draws attention to actually team fight with his ultimate. Now, you do have the Trinity Force finished here on Fizz. He can very easily 1v1 and split push against anybody. So it is a kind of 1-3-1 split. But the focus is Fizz splitting and TF baiting someone to his lane to actually rotate and team fight.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to work. Of course, everyone's sort of focusing towards the top side. Teleport available from Flandre, so he's able to head down the bottom. Godby had pushed that one out, but Flandre is going to meet it as it stacks up here. Cinderhold burning down the minions. He's just going to smack them with his Seastone Trident. Nicely done. Godby does have that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. There are some items being built by LGD that might be able to help them here. Blade of the Ruin King for Imp is another option. 2-item spike onto Kog'Maw, but 2 items at 28 minutes, man, it's getting a bit worrying here. Sentinel going to spot off a couple of members of LGD as TBQ is searching for someone. Godby may have found something here as Beast is going to find himself uncomfortable. He's going to get melted pretty quickly, but he's pretty tanky as well. FLICKR actually baiting them around, and look at Crystal. The Ren set's possible here. Double kill immediately, able to jump almost over that wall. Doesn't get it just yet as the Marshall poise. He's looking to try and hunt down an Acorn, but not going to be able to get there, and he's going to survive. But that's 3 dead here for LGD. The Monsoon going to keep Ella alive as they're going to break the base now as well. The inhibitor turret going to fall down, and that's the surrender vote for LGD. Snake, this is looking like Snake from early last split. They are gigantic right now.
They're starting really strong at the moment, and they cemented a lead from we started with a very rough laning phase for the Twisted Fate, but the team comp and the synergy of them just came through so strong, picking up kills on this bot lane, picking on Imp, and just absolutely obliterating the Kog'Maw's relevance in this game, translating that all into Crystal. And we have so many reasons right now in this game. I can think of every single kill he has is a reason as to why he should continue to get banned away from him.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try it out every now and again because, of course, he's been banned away from Crystal for so long that you might think, oh, maybe he's forgotten how to play it. But not quite how it works. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a slight replay. Let's have a look at this one to bring us out.
Now, this is the big fight where you can see Snake start to come through with their strength. And the initiation's great from LGD, but the Gragas ultimate, straight into Kalista. And this is the Kalista show from here. She gets the reset. Beast is just sitting in the front line. They get 1 stun down, and I believe this is quickly, promptly followed by the triple. The aggression in the positioning that Kalista actually puts down is unbelievable. And that's just the perfect example of why you can't really fight that Snake lineup, because they rotate on you too quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, that was when the game was relatively even as well. It was just that one team fight straight into the Baron, and Snake, they know how to snowball a game. They know how to get the team fights in the right positions, and as soon as they do, they get the Baron. They grab turrets. They pick up whatever they can, the easiest objective, and they just seem to know where they can do the most damage to the enemy team after they get any sort of advantage like that, and it's wonderful to see. And it's great to see that a Snake team that we saw faltering just a little bit over the last couple of weeks are really pulling it together again.
They started to feel like, I guess with PYL coming back, it helps a lot with teams' decision-making, and they feel like a much more well-rounded and just calm, methodical team.
Yeah.
They seemed like they were just very, very calculated, and nothing was too hard for them to do. And every decision resulted in something, as you said.
Yeah, and it was great to see, of course, as well, FLICKR on it. One of his favorites, the top Fizz, back again. Of course, Cinderhulk now making him even more relevant. FLICKR probably didn't need that to get him to play that one more time. So really great to see that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, M3 versus OMG are going to be after this next break. You definitely want to hang around for that one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the League of Legends Pro League. Here, this is the English broadcast. I'm Dominic Sater-Romer, joined by Ryan Froscura and more, and we are so excited to be getting today underway. We just took over after Atlas, and Rusty. Ratless. Yes, and we're going to be getting into our next matches for today. We've got Masters versus OMG, followed shortly thereafter by World Elite and Vici Gaming.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're going to be starting with OMG versus Masters 3. And the featured match, the thing that everyone should be talking about is Cool versus Dade. So these are two legendary mid laners, of course, Dade known in Korea as the King of Spring. Since his return to China, or I guess I should say since his migration to China, not return to China, frankly, I really haven't seen the King of Spring that so many people talk about. Dade does have some peak performances and some standout games, but as far as consistency, just isn't there yet for me. Whereas Cool on the other side has slowly been ramping up back to his form. Now, again, in 2014, Cool was benched off of OMG due to eye injury, and that's when Xiong played for them in All-Stars. I remember that game against Cloud9.
Very exciting.
And since his return, he really hasn't been up to the peak form that we saw in Season 3 Worlds when he went against FLICKR on his Orianna. But slowly and surely, he's really started to step back up and be that primary carry that OMG really need. And between these two teams, kind of the thing that we're going to be talking about or thinking about is going to be identity. So obviously, a lot of roster swaps have happened between the transition from spring to summer split now, primarily on the OMG roster. Of course, they have their AD carry, the all-star Uzi, but they've since benched Going and Leveling, changing them out for Shui and Xiong in the top lane this time around.
Yeah, the team identity is going to be critical, and especially when trying to figure out what you're doing with this new season. OMG, typically a team with a very grand storied history. Everyone has heard of OMG. Everyone knows what they're doing, but this is the first time that they've really looked human, that they've looked mortal, and they've made mistakes. Now, against Master, they have not dropped a game. They've currently 4-0 in OMG's favor. But this could be the first time that Master could try to switch it up and come at him with something new.
Well, it's definitely the best chance that Masters 3 really have to strike against OMG. We talked about the kind of the identity and the roster swap, and this disjointed roster has left OMG in probably their weakest state. Their last spring split finish in the playoffs was the weakest that OMG really have been in the entirety of their LPL career. They've always been a very dominating club and force throughout the LPL, and kind of slowed down. It was an issue of directions. You know, are we going to play around Uzi in the bot lane, or are we going to play around the solo laners with Leveling bouncing between Going and Cool? And this disjointed split decision of kind of their identity and their play style really left them with disjointed and split results.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on how they try to identify this time around. Now, Master, on the other hand, they've also had a few roster swaps going around with their roster. We've got Looper in the top, and now Candy is in the jungle. Condi. We literally were just talking about this before the broadcast. It's Condi. Yes.
And he was handpicked by Dade to be the jungler. He replaced Ro, who was formerly World Elites, and then World Elite. It's a if you take World Elite and you inverse the logo, so you turn the W upside down and then the E backwards, you get Masters 3.
Oh, interesting.
Illuminati confirmed.
It's almost like they used to be owned by the same company. Well, we'll just keep that to ourselves then. Hopefully nobody else will notice. But yeah, we'll be getting into game in just a moment. Another lane that I'm actually really excited for is going to be in the bottom. Uzi versus SMLZ. Both of these AD carries received the highest percentage of their team's gold.
Yeah, and it should also be noted that Uzi gets the highest percentage of any player in the LPL's team gold, which shouldn't be surprising. I mean, if you think about the playstyle, effectively OMG have slowly started to mold themselves in kind of a pseudo Starhorn Royal Club. It's all about Uzi. You're going to see a ton of ganks, a lot of pressure into the bot lane, and he's a world-class player, so makes sense to play around his talents down there.
Yeah, it definitely does, and we'll keep an eye on his performance this time around and see if he tries to come up with anything new. And we are now getting into Champ Select. We've got picks and bans on the screen right here. First one is going to be Gragas, taken away from Shui. You're laughing. Did I say it right? I did say it right?
Shui.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. Shui has had very mixed results. Of course, the two kind of really brand new pieces coming into OMG's roster are going to be amazing. The support and Shui, the jungler, of course, taking over for a rotating door of supports for OMG in the past, and Xiang moving from mid lane to support now into the top lane. Shui has played a lot of Gragas so far to somewhat mixed results. So the thing about OMG is that they have an incredibly high percentage of taking first tower, and it used to be before, of course, they had their loss yesterday, that anytime they got the first tower, they had a 100% chance of winning the game. That has since changed, but it's still incredibly high. But their percentage of first blood and their timings of first blood is actually very delayed. So what that tells me is that their jungler isn't able to make it connect in the early game.
And we'll have to keep an eye on Shui to see if that is the case. The high impact early game Gragas no longer available, though Rek'Sai, Sejuani, those meta picks still very popular. We can see Looper looking at Rek'Sai for Kandi, decides to lock it in. A ban that I don't notice, and this was something we were talking about before, is Cassiopeia. Both Cool and Dade are undefeated on Cassiopeia this split so far.
Yeah, but we're coming out pretty quick here. I wanted to touch a little bit about the Rek'Sai for Kandi's hands. He's a very aggressive jungler. Again, Kandi was handpicked by Dade for this team. He is a Chinese jungler, so not a Korean. On the other end, though.
Yeah, we do have Maokai and Nautilus locked in for Shui and Xiang. Kandi looking at Thresh for Love CD right now. Maokai and Nautilus, we've seen a lot of these guys lately.
And this is really the response. Now, the reason why you're seeing Nautilus first rotation so quickly is because Alistar was banned, and it's almost like the Cassiopeia Azir. It's Alistar, and then the answer to that then is Nautilus, the two tanky frontline support. So with Alistar taken off the board, it makes sense that priority jungler is taken away, and then immediately you have priority or the next in line best support, which is going to be that Nautilus for his hard engages, tanky stats, and his overall lane pressure in a 2v2. Maokai, no surprises to see there. Xiang, of course, he was a big Syndra player. When he moved into the support position, he moved into a Morgana player. Maokai has been kind of his go-to champion because he's defined himself as a top laner, as a very role-style player.
Interestingly enough, we've got Lee Sin being locked in for Shui and Uzi getting Corki.
Uzi and Corki.
Yeah.
Now, typically when you think about Uzi, you think about Caitlyn, you think about Vayne, hyperscaling champions. He's been pulling out a lot of Corki. He has some decent stats on it. The thing that I wanted to point to, though, is the denial of Sivir. So Masters 3 took Sivir in their second rotation from the blue side, and Sivir right now has an 81% pick ratio in China, and likewise an absurd win rate in China, and primarily because of Uzi. He's so devastating on that champion.
Yeah, and that is taken away from him. Now we've got Master looking at their last picks for Gnar and Cassiopeia. It is going to be Dade on Cassiopeia in the mid lane. Looper going to be taking that very scary Gnar in the top. Last up is amazing, but looks like Master, they've got their team comp all figured out.
And let's touch again on Dade. So Dade is a player in Korea known as one of the best mid laners to ever play the game. He had a very small and kind of refined champion pool, the Yasuo, the Twisted Fates, things like that. Really well known for playing the Flash Ghost on his mid lanes. Now, it was really surprising when he did decide to pull out the Cassiopeia, and then again in response is Cool's going to go to the Azir. So we talked about Alistar and Nautilus, and then Azir and Cassiopeia as kind of the two matchups. We will see Cool on that Azir in the mid lane. Dade has been branching open his champion pool into more meta streamline picks like the Cassiopeia, and it was kind of a question mark. Is he going to be able to perform on that? Because before, he wasn't a big champion pool owner, but the champions that he did have, he mastered them. He was flawless on them. And so far, his Cassiopeia has looked really strong.
Yeah, he is going to be up against Cool on that Azir as the comparison was made. Should make for a very exciting matchup. I've really seen it go both ways, but that was Azir as the last pick for OMG. We'll have to see if OMG can keep up with that flawless 4-0 record they've got against Master, because right now, Master have got a pretty scary team.
And right now, OMG are really hurting for some points. Both these teams are kind of sitting in the upper middle pack of the bracket so far, so a good 2-0 here, or at least a split, because that's really been the story of OMG so far. Every single match they find, they somehow find a way to split.
We'll keep an eye on whether or not that split comes out. It's going to be very exciting to see how this match plays out. Uzi played exceptionally well on Corki yesterday, and he is going up against SMLZ on that Sivir. Should make for a very, very thrilling matchup. Do you think we'll be seeing any sort of lane swaps going out?
Typically, every single team has been lane swapping Sivir. It's just so potent because of her wave control and wave clear. It's not that Sivir can't face in a 2v2, because obviously she actually does really well against Corki due to the ability of her spell shield against his phosphorus bomb. But it's just the tower pressure.
It is a very powerful combination, but we're going to be getting into game right now. All right, we have loaded onto the Rift. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Again, it's Masters versus OMG. That's Oh My God Gaming. Actually, it's not Oh My God Gaming. It's Oh My God.
Gaming.
Yeah.
Oh My Gaming.
Oh My Gaming, yes. And we can see some 5-point defenses coming out from just about everyone. Shui taking some minor harass from Cassiopeia. That's a whopping 3 seconds shaved off of that late game Cassiopeia.
Getting those stacks.
Yeah.
Applying to her passive. Now, the thing that I want to point out is Cool, of course, took the cleanse, and that's something that we see very common against the Cassiopeia, but not quite for the reasons that I think a lot of players... hold on, though.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of action. It was amazing getting just a touch too far forward, takes some harass, and gets right back out. Okay, touching back to the cleanse. So not quite to a lot of expectations. So people would say, okay, yeah, against Cassiopeia, of course you would take a cleanse because you want to get out of her petrifying gaze. You want to be able to walk away from that. And of course the cleanse can help there, but it's primarily to reset the poison. So you want to cleanse the poison off of you in Cassiopeia because with how her E works, the Twin Fang, if a target is poisoned when she hits it, it immediately resets the cooldown. And it's the difference between a 0.5 cooldown of something that's going to be doing ridiculous damage late game to a 7-second cooldown. So it will be very exciting. Does look like we're going to get Masters starting on the bottom side of the map, starting off with both of the Krugs as SMLZ wants to get some additional experience going up against Uzi and Amazing. They are going to be heading towards the bottom as well. Shui starting off with those Krugs, and Xion going for the typical Wolf Camp. Direwolves teleporting into the top.
And we're finally going to see a 2v2 situation as opposed to Sivir being lane swapped. So what's important to consider here as far as OMG are concerned are kind of their statistics for first tower. They get a very early first tower and they almost always get the first tower in their games. So we'll see if maybe the fact that they are facing off into a 2v2, if this is going to slow them down, especially as LoveCD misses the hook.
So close. The level 2 coming out really fast for Masters in the bottom lane, but as you mentioned, missing the hook means it's a little bit tougher. LoveCD getting turned now upon by Amazing, but he just soaks that harass and walks right on back.
And really that was the advantage of the fact that SMLZ and LoveCD decided to take the early Krug, so they had an EXP advantage going into the lane. Tried to make it connect, didn't land their CC, but that lands.
Ooh, that lands. The Phosphorus Bomb finds SMLZ. He flashes back and is going to make it out alive. He burns both Flash and Heal. LoveCD now running for his life. No summoners to be spent by OMG. Oh, and Love forced to burn his Flash. He gets out alive.
Uzi and Amazing came out way on top in that exchange, and since bottom lane has won itself, we do see Shui up into the top lane. Now the thing, Twisted Advance.
Yeah, he's going to catch him. Looper going for the bounce. He's close to Meganar, but isn't going to be dived on the turret. Gets out alive.
What I was going to say is it's so lovely to gank for a Maokai just because that Twisted Advance's W is going to give anyone with a skill shot, Nidalee or in this case Lee Sin, pretty much a free Q and free damage onto that target, which you just saw there.
Yeah, lots of harass coming out as SMLZ and LoveCD were forced out of lane. That's going to put Uzi in a pretty comfortable position. You can see he's already almost 2 full minion waves up, and you mentioned the potency of that Quirky into Sivir and how scary it would be if Sivir could just Spell Shield, but missing that Spell Shield costs so much. Here we've got Cool and Dade trading a lot of harass. Poke versus lane bully presence. Who is going to win?
Well, they're both effectively lane bullies, but Cool just got the better position right there. Now, what's really interesting about Azir and Cassiopeia is they're both lane bullies, and they both have hyperscaling potential into the late game. Both kind of suffer a bit of a mid-game power trough. I think Cassiopeia's is much more severe simply because she's going to rely on stacking items like her tier. They're very core to her kit. So it's about can Cool make plays when Cassio's slightly weaker than him, or is Dade just going to be given a free lane hyperscale and say, hey, Azir, I'm going to in that late game. I'll be doing disgusting damage with my passive and stacking items.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that power trough works into that early tower stat you mentioned from OMG. They do like to take that very fast first turret. And if they can sort of transition through that early turret into several more and try to force themselves out of that early power trough nice and quick, then they can hit some pretty scary late game scaling. Amazing. Trying to go for some zoning. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here. If he can burn SMLZ's shield. Oh no, Kandi comes in from behind. It's suddenly a 3v3. Shui in the front line. He finds LoveCD. He doesn't have Flash. Flay knocks them all back. They're going to continue chasing. Shui jumps out. Amazing is going to be in the front now. Uzi trying to tank as best he can. Amazing running for his life. He's down to 100 health. The boomerang is dodged completely. He makes it out alive, but the Prey Seeker finds him for for first blood.
Remember that stat when we were talking about how OMG just aren't really successful in their first blood attempts? And
Yeah.
it kind of tells me that maybe their ganks don't go quite according to plan. That was exactly what we were talking about in Champion Select. Shui comes in. Unfortunately, though, Condi was right there. The counter gank just didn't work out, but now in the top lane.
Yeah, a bit of action as Looper and Xiang are trading back and forth, but it's not going to yield any fruit just yet. Xiang needs a bit more time to mature before he's going to start dropping some tasty soccer balls.
Now, let's kind of talk about the fact... I see what you did there. Let's talk about the fact of where the first blood gold went. So it went onto Condi into the jungle, so obviously kind of a sigh of relief for Uzi there is that it's not retaining its power inside the lane. He's not dealing with the Sivir that has the first blood. That said, it's now pressure on Condi that he can take this early advantage that he's been given and continue to apply it across all of his lanes.
You can already see he's going forward. Whoa, Xiang gets aggressive onto Looper with the flash level 6 to try to zone him out. And that's going to burn Looper's flash as well. Teleport's not going to be up for about another 1.5 to 2 minutes, so Looper just has to sit back and farm. Things finally setting down a bit.
Let's talk about the double Doran's Blade from Uzi here. So something that I really love about Uzi's play style is that he contests every single creep. Anytime the enemy AD carry will step forward, Uzi will almost always make them punish for an auto like he just did to SMLZ right there. The fact that he's willing to sink 800 gold in items that effectively won't build to anything just to win the lane, just to be that aggressive harass, poking you down whenever you step forward, is very characteristic of Uzi's play style. Because, I mean, he could have easily gone into a longsword and helped get to his phage faster for the Trinity power spike on Corki.
Seems like Uzi looking to get a little bit more aggressive this game. He is in that 2v2, and Masters didn't lane swap out of it. So while he was up maybe 2 minion waves earlier, he's just about dead even, and with the assist gold on SMLG, it's going to be probably pretty identical, if not a minor lead in favor of SMLZ, though you can see the lane pressure from Uzi is keeping SMLZ and Love CD under their turret in the bottom lane, and that's forcing another response out of Condi as he's making a beeline down to the bottom.
And Uzi's going to continue to do this, to play that far forward, to be that aggressive, but meanwhile in the top lane we will have opposite side jungle pressure. So as soon as Condi shows, I was going to say, as soon as Condi shows on the map, I would expect Shui to step forward in there, but hook lands.
The hook lands onto Uzi. The great dark
beautiful.
passage tosses him right back in. He gets level 6, but not a lot of good that's going to do. Teleport coming in from the side. They're turning now onto Condi. He's knocked out of his tunnel, being with a great knock up there. Flay. Love CD has had some excellent flays so far. He's going to toss a death sentence, finds it. Phosphorus bomb gets the kill. Xiang tries to dive, but cannot find it. Uzi coming in from behind. The teleport comes in. He gets the kill, but he's going to trade his life back, and this could be 3 kills for M3 as Amazing is trapped by Looper. So much damage coming across. Maokai can't help at all. He is tossing out a building now. Mininar going in 1v2. You've lost all your tanky stats, friend. What are you going for? He gets the reset. He's going for the kill. Is he going to be able to? He gets it indeed, but he's going to die. No! Oh gosh, he finally does. An amazing trade in the bottom lane.
Looper overcommits. He made the teleport late. He needed to take a kill there, otherwise it would have been all in vain and he would have just wasted his cooldown and not gained any sort of advantage in return for it. Commits his life. It is a better trade for OMG in the end, especially because now that there's zero pressure bottom because everyone's dead, Cool and Shui immediately running into Condi's jungle, take the red buff.
Oh, they do succeed. Shui gets out of there just fine. Condi going to be taking the long way around. Here's Dade. He could pincer them over the wall here. Knockout comes out. Flash Slow is going to find Shui. He runs to the dragon, but the dragon finishes him off. Dade picks up the kill, and Cool runs away.
Just could not get that shield up in time.
Yeah.
Good pinch maneuver from Master C right there. I wanted to talk about the teleports a little bit because Looper was kind of the god known for the, oh, his teleports are so amazing. He's always on time. Completely late right there. And then the other big thing was that Xiang got there first. Now, what's really interesting about Xiang is he actually has the highest kill participation of any of the top laners in LPL. And so, again, it's how do these stats work into the identity of OMG, and when they do something, they do it together. So again, their first bloods, the early ganks don't go quite so well. Shui is not really the primary carry of the team, but they're more about that 5v5. And when they do group up, when they do get that teleport from Xiang, things do happen for this team.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see from their stats. Xiang, he's 103, being involved in all the kills for OMG, and all of those kills have been in the bottom lane. Though Shui has been to the top 2 times, looks like he's going to be a 3-time after he clears out his Krugs. All of the pressure that OMG have been placing have been oriented around getting Uzi in a good spot. He is finally now getting closer and closer towards that Trinity Force.
Sheen first.
Yeah, going for the Sheen first, Phage second. Azir looks like he might be going for a roam. Cool, spotted out by wards. M3 know this is happening.
I didn't even notice that Dade's tower has already gone down, so Cool shoving him in.
Yeah. That's usually a good thing, to win your lane and take turret.
I mean, typically it's the lane that Uzi's in, just because he's been playing so much Sivir, and it's just about pushing the lanes. And that's what I want to talk about. So historically, it's funny that we finally get a 2v2, because I feel like every single game has just been about the lane swap, since Sivir is such a big pick right now in LPL. Hold on, didn't think that was going to connect.
Yeah.
Uzi used to be, no matter if he had a losing lane matchup, he'd take the Vayne, he'd take the Janna, and he would always take it in the 2v2 because he knew, I can beat this guy, I can be better mechanically. So to finally see him again in his aggressive natural habitat of that 2v2 in the bot lane is really refreshing.
Yeah, and it's yielding some pretty positive rewards. Love CD takes a depth charge, just runs under his turret. Unfortunately, that turret doesn't provide shield. Rek'Sai going for the farm alarm. He's actually going to make it onto the right side of the jungle to find out that OMG are doing Dragon, but Masters have got no vision. They don't know this is happening. This could be scouted out by Kandi. He's coming forward, just dropped his ward. Yeah, he sees that it's going down. Doesn't get the steal. OMG take the first dragon free.
And the only reason that OMG were able to take that dragon for free is because of the pressure that Uzi and Amazing are exerting on the bottom side of the map. The fact that they have complete control of this lane, that they forced SMLZ to pop the on the hunt defensively to save Love CD's life, gave them the go-ahead to take that free objective.
Yeah, that puts OMG in a very comfortable position. And as I understand, OMG, they've got a pretty stellar stat for their first dragons.
They get it around 10 minutes, so they're just about a little bit late. Hold on, though. Kandi looking for the Lantern knockup.
Love CD gave it away, though. He was like, oh, I'm Thresh. I'm walking forward aggressively. Don't mind me. Don't pay no attention to the Lantern in my back bush.
Love CD is the shot caller for Masters 3, so.
Oh, hook is going to land on Love CD, but Kandi was, in fact, waiting in the wings. That was not a bluff. Shui Shui has joined the battle. It's 3v3 now. The kick comes back around. SMLZ in the back line gets fed over to Uzi. 3-1-0 now. And they continue pressuring for this tier 1 turret.
Just an easy feed into the all-star ADC. And again, we kind of talked about the question for OMG is who are they? What is their identity? They used to be kind of the trinity threat of going, leveling, and cool, and slowly it's starting merging down into their bot lane as the replacement from San to Uzi. And this is the fruit of all of their labor. Consistent ganks and teleports bottom. All of the action has been down here, almost 100% of the kills. Of course, Uzi just one shy there, 3-1-0 like you said.
Well, that's just because he died before Nar was able to go down.
But what does this
didn't get the assist.
But what does this equate to? So we talk about how last split, OMG were kind of, on the fence. Are we going to go with going and leveling? Are we going to put our attention to Uzi? And then it kind of failed their result, or they didn't get the results that they expected from an all-star superstar team. They didn't take first in the LPL. But is this iteration of OMG the one that is almost a pseudo Starhorn Rail Club, all about Uzi and the ball lane? Is it better than the dynasty that OMG have set when they entered into LPL, being that top 1, top 2 team historically that they've been pretty much every single time, save for last split?
It's hard to say. I mean, you're getting some pretty fantastic performances out of Uzi right now. Obviously, he's 3-1-0, and OMG are feeling very confident with Cool actually doing a great job of keeping Dade down in the mid lane and that first dragon. So statistically, OMG have got everything going their way this time.
Other big itemizations, speaking of going away, the Trinity Force has been completed for Uzi.
Ooh, Cool getting a bit aggressive on the Dade.
Thought he was going to go for the Azir sec.
Didn't want to go for it. Here's Xiong from the backside. Righteous Glory Flash puts him under the turret. Xiong now running for his life. Lots of damage. Dade needs to pay attention. Azir doesn't follow up with the dash Azir sec. And lets him go.
And this is what's so devastating about Azir. Kind of one of the few things in this matchup against Cassiopeia is just how much damage he can put out without being a threat of her ultimate. The fact that his Sand Soldier has such a long range and control that he can just consistently put Dade down, force him to vacate, and Dade can't even respond with the Petrifying Gaze.
Yeah, Dade seeming to have a bit of trouble. We mentioned that this would be the big highlight, Dade versus Cool, and so far it seems to be going in Cool's favor. He's up 15 CS, he did take down that first turret, and now with Dade's flash gone, he's going to be pretty free to keep up the aggression, and that pressure mid results in a turret in the bottom as Uzi and Amazing take down that tier 1, knowing that Cool and Shui Shui are on that side of the jungle. They can get out just fine. SLMZ is the target, though, as Amazing drops the depth charge. He's going in 1v2, though, as Uzi doesn't seem like he wants to get any auto attacks. Kandi from the backside. Uzi says, sorry, dude, I wasn't committed to that.
Amazing. Dying for random reasons.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I wanted to talk. Let's talk a little bit about Dade, though, because you kind of asked a big question, the fact that the lane fades didn't quite go his way, the fact that OMG have snowballed kind of a global lead, although as I say that, we do have some action happening top lane.
Yeah, Looper is going to be caught by Shui coming from behind. Cool comes in from the last remaining direction. Out of three directions agree that Gnar is dead. Oh, Uzi getting a little bit aggressive here, but teleport from Xiong to help him out. Dark Passage is followed. Xiong is going a little bit too deep, deeper than expected, but he's actually doing just fine. Righteous Glory is enough while Uzi continues to hammer in from the backside. 1 kill goes down. Is it going to be 2? It is indeed, and Uzi gets out alive before flashing aggressively. 3 kills for OMG.
Uzi is so good at just understanding the cooldowns and the fine line that he can tread between can I go in, how aggressive can I be? He immediately sidesteps the death sentence, then just goes ham into the fight, doing a 2v3. Wow. All on that sidestep to dodge the death sentence.
Yeah, exceptional play from Uzi as he's coming up big. 4-1-2. Finished his Trinity Force very early. Now going for a Bilgewater Cutlass, soon to be Leap of the Ruined King shortly thereafter. And with that, it's 3 turrets missing from Masters. And they don't have that first dragon. They're down a lot of kills.
And this is really expected of OMG. They've kind of transformed themselves into a very rotation-esque style of team, similar to kind of how Vici Gaming really made their name. And I wasn't sure if it was just, oh, it looks like we're going to actually have a replay.
Yeah.
So the important thing to watch here is just Uzi's positioning. Now he's going to step forward of this wall. Love CD's going to throw the hook, sidesteps back to it, and then he immediately throws down all of his damage. He is going to go ahead and burn the Valkyrie as soon as Condi Flash knocks up onto him. Then he's going to flash forward, finish off with a rocket and an auto attack.
Yeah, we're getting right back into the action though. Dade caught 1v3, the rotations from OMG. 4 members picking up the kill on the Dade. And with that, OMG continue to pressure forward as Uzi is looking so strong. The mid-tier 2 is going to fall, and Masters just aren't responding to this. Here's the late recall out of Looper and SMLZ. The hook as they go for the dive. Love CD's the target. He is destroyed. They're even going to follow onto Condi. Insec is going to miss as Shui does just go for the flash kick and instead kicks him sideways, but that's 2 turrets and 2 kills. OMG with the incredible rotation.
And this is what I wanted to talk about. Again, goes back to identity. Who are OMG? What type of team are they? In their last split, they started to kind of show this this idea that we'll quickly push down as many towers as possible. They were one of the first teams to really pick Sivir back up and just run with that. And it was, is this a byproduct of this is just how powerful Sivir is? The fact that she offers so much siege potential, wave clear potential, and the ability to rotate with her on the hunt and take down towers? Or is this just something that the team are naturally suited to and they pick up Sivir because they know that they're strong about this? The fact that they're continuing to be so rotation-oriented, so tower and structural oriented with a Corki tells me that this is just their identity. And what's really interesting here is kind of the changing of hands of the shot caller. So Lovely and Go going with a primary and secondary shot callers for OMG in the past. And with their benching, it was kind of curious. Who is going to take the lead on OMG? What direction are they going to go as a team now? Uzi was the shot caller for Starhorn Royal Club, and we're starting to see a very similar style of play. Again, I called it the pseudo Starhorn Royal Club that OMG are transforming into. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's working so fantastic. OMG now 5 kills up a whopping 6,000 gold. Uzi, in fact, leading the charge. Not even afraid to take the boomerang there as he gets some minor harass from SMLZ. He's dead even in CS, but he has got so many kills and assists that it doesn't even matter. The pressure on the map from OMG is ever present, and Master just isn't responding to OMG's consistent pressure. They're not shutting Uzi down. They're letting Cool continue to roam and back up Uzi and Xiong. This could be OMG looking very strong, perhaps grasping at straws for that great form that they once had a few splits ago. 5-man shove in the bottom lane as OMG look to put some pressure onto this tier 2, but the minion wave is going to be cleared reasonably quickly.
Looking for the Azir sec with Cool standing off to the side, or how he can somehow get involved. I was going to say, it's a little bit curious that they're not playing with the open inhibitor mid-wave. I think that was a bit of a fumble and loss of pressure for OMG, just because they had an opportunity where they could have... Ooh, hold on.
Xiong is caught, though it looks like it could be all part of his brilliant plan. Nope, he decides that's not part of my plan. In fact, that was just a mistake.
Okay, so this is where OMG slightly fumbled the ball as far as the rotations. They had an opportunity where Cool could have been in the mid lane, or someone could have been in the mid lane, applying pressure with that open inhib. Whereas, since they commit to having Cool just kind of standing above them in the jungle, looking for perhaps a pick on a rotation, they lose a lot of their momentum, and Looper is finally able to pick up that top tower and the first one for Masters 3.
things are finally starting to look a little bit better for Masters as LPL is feeling pretty comfortable. He does have a decent CS lead against Xiong, though he is down in global gold, presumably by a lot. He's got some pretty defensive
5 towers?
stats. Yeah, 5 towers, 5 kills. Pretty scary number.
The nice thing, though, is that he has both his armor and his MR components pretty much finished. The Randuin's Omen, as well as the Hex Drinker. And this is really important just because Uzi's the big fed 1-5, 1-3 on this Corki. Corki does mixed damage, so both magic and physical damage. And it's really just so potent that your Gnar, your big tanky frontline, has the ability to deal with both those types.
Yeah, it seems that LPL is going to be looking to get in the back line and tank quite a bit, as so far he's not been able to really get too involved with many of these fights, as he was picked off twice in the top lane and once in the bottom, going for that single kill that he has. He's going to have to do a lot to keep Dade and SMLZ alive, as the dive coming out from OMG and simply the rotation plays are super strong. This is another rotation play as OMG find themselves in M3's blue side jungle.
But if we're talking about the most efficient way to speed up this game, it's actually a little bit of a slow rotation. So after Dragon went down, effectively you have a 6-minute window to play to the top side of the map. OMG decided to play to the bottom side when we were talking about how cool should have been in the mid lane, or they should have been applying pressure in both lanes. But because they had so much vision placed down there, because they had just taken the Dragon, they decided to play down their wards. Now that you see all of the wards have expired in that bottom side, Masters 3 red side jungle. So now picking up their vision, moving it over into Masters 3 blue side, trying to make their play for top while they wait for the next dragon to spawn. If they make a big pick here, it'll translate into a major objective.
Flash from Dade comes out as he is forced to dodge the hook out of Amazing. This could be a bit of a window of opportunity, knowing that Dade can't exactly run away from a depth charge anymore. OMG could potentially look for a dive. Xiong has his teleport as well. Baron is on the map. OMG put up pressure in the mid, and Masters are forced to consolidate themselves mid. Sit back and defend. Wait for OMG to slip up and make a mistake before they can really make a thing happen to themselves. You mentioned that Cassiopeia is a late game hyper carry. She just has to make it to that point.
Yeah, talking about win conditions, for Masters 3 right now, it's about clearing out their own jungle, making sure that they can secure their flanks and safely farm their side lanes. That said, OMG are going to punish this, force Master 3 to make a decision, force them to fight now, and forcing them to check Baron.
Yeah, pings are going down. We've got 2 members rushing over there as quick as possible. LPL is opting to teleport in. Let's see if he can make it in time. The hook is going to find they turn it into a fight and secure the Baron. This is exactly what OMG wants. Shui Shui in the front line. He kicks Dade right back in. Uzi, untouched in the back of the pit, is shredding through Master's health bar as LPL goes low. Dade falls. LPL is going to be the next to fall with a great Mega Gnar. He's stalling this out. Could he actually go for the kill here? Flash from Uzi to get out. He gets out alive. 4-5 members dead, and ace from OMG.
Okay, let's talk about exactly what you said, the fact that Uzi was so untouched in the backline for so long. That said, he did fumble the backside of the fight. He actually Valkyried into LPL, and we saw if Uzi wasn't as far ahead as he was, he wouldn't have been able to pull an aggressive maneuver like that. That said, Uzi's pretty good at understanding kind of the power that he has, so I'll give him that one. With the free Baron, with the free ace, it's going to give OMG a free inhibitor, and frankly, this should be a game, set, match for Masters 3.
Yeah. OMG are looking very strong with this, and Masters, yep, there's the surrender vote right there. Masters decide that, you know what, when it's time, and it's time to end the game. So, Masters, unfortunately, losing to OMG with that match. Very, very impressive play from Uzi with that. He really came up big, and like you mentioned, he was kind of gambling with the numbers a little bit at the end, but I guess he had enough of an advantage.
It's about, again, I'm going to keep hammering this over until we have a clear definition of who these teams are. What are Masters 3? Where are the power for them? Who is the hinge in which they swing? You would think it would be Dade, that Masters 3, that team was built for Dade. It's for him to succeed. But unfortunately, on late game scaling champions, on really lane fragile champions, he just hasn't been able to put it together. And OMG, they put all the resources bottom lane into Uzi, and it pays off every single time.
Yeah, the identity for OMG really coming together with this, and they continue with their 5-0 win rate against Masters Gaming. Now we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see game number 2 of Masters versus OMG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I'm Seda, once again with FLICKR, and what you just saw was Uzi coming up big with OMG at an ace at the Baron pit after their last fight against Masters, which ended up winning them the game off of that play. We're about to get into the next game, but let's talk a little bit more about that match that we just saw.
I mean, it really was the Uzi show, and this is what we've come to really expect from OMG. We talked about identity. Who are they? What kind of team are they morphing into? And it's a pseudo-Star Home World Club. They put all of their resources into Uzi. He gets the most gold, most percentage of team gold out of anyone in the LPL. He got it exactly for the last split, so it's not just the fact that going and leveling aren't on the team anymore. He got it last split. He's getting it this split, and you can see it's because he makes results happen.
Yeah, and coming up really big that time around with an enormous KD. I think it was something silly like 13 by the end of the game with only 1 death. Uzi really looking at making it look good.
Making it look easy.
Exactly. On Corki, too.
Yep.
Mid-game power spike. He hit that stride nice and early and ended up playing really well. And unfortunately, we talked a little bit about Dade and Cool and how that would also be a very important factor. That time it really worked out with Cool being able to beat Dade on that Cassiopeia in lane and then just putting pressure on the bottom side of the map. Not even roaming down there, but just saying, hey, I'm here. If a fight breaks out, I can roam bot and help it out.
Well, to be frank, the mid laners really didn't get involved. I mean, there was a couple of roams. I think 1 roam bottom, and like you said, Cool kind of playing in that red side jungle or playing and shadowing above Uzi, trying to make picks right there. So unfortunately, Dade on his champion, hyperscaling Cassiopeia, never really got that chance to shine, and we didn't get that true 1v1 matchup that we had kind of hyped up before the match. Again, it was all just about Uzi and SMLZ on the bot side.
We'll have to see how that works out this time. Finally, that was Dade's first loss on Cassiopeia this split. He's currently 4-1 now with that champion, which is a bit of a bummer. But again, OMG playing very, very strongly in that game, and they're now 5-0 against Masters. Still have not dropped a single set in the entire history of their time playing together. We'll have to see if they want to keep going for it, because you mentioned points is a bit of an important factor for OMG right now.
So what's really interesting about the LPL is kind of their circuit point system. So effectively, you have sets of 2. So if you get a 2-0, you get 3 points. If you split, each team gets 1 point. There are 0 points for losers, so if you get 0-2'd, you're not going to get anything from that. But what I really love about this system is it allows the bottom side teams, and especially in a league that's so big, 12 teams, the largest of any of the professional League of Legends leagues, it really allows the bottom tier teams to impact the standings going into playoffs as opposed to just getting snowballed on and having the record mean nothing.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity for Masters to earn some more points. And it won't be a complete wash if they end up
They haven't had the worst split yet. I mean, they're finally winning games. They barely lost out on playoffs last split to WE, who will be playing later on in the evening. So this is kind of their chance for redemption. And to be frank, Dade has looked a lot more positive, a lot more enthusiastic, and his performance has been a lot more consistent, at least in the start of the split. And the really big thing that you have to consider is just the difference in games played. So back in Korea, he'll maybe play 8 games in a season, or a split, excuse me, not a season. In LPL, you're playing 44 games.
Yeah, a bit more of a marathon instead of a short sprint. And
oh, yes.
It's a bit of a mentality change to really become accustomed to that sort of style. And as you mentioned, because the split itself is so long, there is a lot more opportunity for teams to lose games and experiment with what we like to call cute or unique strategies.
It's an interesting name for it.
It certainly is, but there definitely is an opportunity. If OMG want to try something a little funky, a little wonky, maybe go with something different, maybe put pressure onto Xiang in the top or a cool-based composition.
Well, in the past, what's really happened is they put Uzi on Sivir or something. It's like, be a good boy, play Sivir, do the rotations for us. Okay, yes. And then they give him the Vayne. And everyone knows Uzi for his Vayne, Caitlyn, Vayne.
Yep.
You think about Uzi, it's Vayne, it's Caitlyn. His Vayne win percentage is actually pretty abysmal. It's under 50%. So it makes sense that OMG have been splitting a lot.
Yeah, it'll be entertaining to see. I mean, he was rewarded. Last time we saw him win his first game, I believe it was yesterday, actually.
Good puppy, have a Vayne.
He first picked Vayne in the very next match. Now we're getting into picks and bans for Game 2 against OMG versus Masters. OMG did take game number 1. We've already got LeBlanc banned away from Dade once again. Shui taken off of that Gragas. Very, very standard bans.
Didn't slow him down, though. He had a fantastic game on Lee Sin. Kind of failed the first gank, but stayed true to his stats.
He definitely had a lot of presence around the map. And the fact that he was just potent, the fact that he was available for Uzi whenever Uzi made some funky plays, worked out. Kalista taken away from SMLZ.
Here's the thing that we haven't really talked about. So we've kind of beaten to death the fact of, who are OMG, who they are, how they're interacting together and things like that. Masters 3, because it's kind of the big question mark. We've talked about disjointed rosters. You've talked about how Masters 3 did go through some couple changes. Condi in particular. Candy has been replaced from SMLZ, and that's the player that I really wanted to talk about. SMLZ, he was handpicked on World Elite Academy to be the protege of the famous Wei Xiao, possibly one of the greatest AD carries to ever play the game of World Elite. So hasn't quite lived up to that reputation.
He was playing pretty solid in his previous game, despite being shut down pretty effectively by Uzi and consistent pressure from Shui and teleport plays from Xiang. So he was able to keep pace with Uzi, and that's definitely not something that can be disregarded at any sort of slight. We do have Xiang opting for first pick Maokai.
And again, super expected. We've seen Xiang play the heck around, but mostly it goes back to the Maokai. He's kind of put his role there as he's a tank, role play, meta kind of player. Maokai, very easy to play, and if you think the fact that he is doing a lane swap, I mean, Xiang has done 3 lane swaps. He's originally started out as a mid laner, big Syndra player, moved down into support, played Morgana, and now he's in the top lane with Maokai.
Yeah, and I love this Condi looking at Nunu, the very aggressive jungle and really sort of global map presence bully, aided with the movement speed from Janna. That's a scary match.
So now it's going to be a question of what Shui is going to pick. Is he going to go back to his Lee Sin? It's a little bit, I'm not going to say dangerous to pick Lee Sin into Nunu, but it can be a little bit frustrating just because there's really nothing you can do to stop Nunu from walking into your jungle and just taking all of your buffs. Ooh, the immediate Corki lock-in.
Yeah, Uzi opting for Cool once again, and that's going to be amazing back on Nautilus. So an identical lane in the bottom side as OMG opt to save their last picks for Shui and Cool, but Uzi going back to Quirky.
I mean, they've effectively gone back to exactly what their comp was the last time.
Yeah.
All they needed is a Zero and a Lee Sin, and if it's not broken, don't. You know what I'm saying? On the other side, though, I wanted to touch a little bit about the fact of the first rotation Janna Nunu. So what this kind of tells me is that they're setting up for SMLZ. So we talked about how Uzi has the highest gold intake for his team. SMLZ has the highest gold intake for his team. You'd think it'd be Dade, but no, it's actually for SMLZ, and there we go. The hyper-scaling Tristana. So what I was referring to is the fact that Janna, Nunu working together, they're a very zone control type of composition. And if you want to think about super old school Janna when her Monsoon used to have the slow, it's effectively the same thing combined with Nunu. She pushes everyone out, resets the fight. You can't get back in because you have to go through an absolute 0.
Yeah, so this should be a very entertaining team fight out of Masters as they're opting for a very scary team. Cool opting for Varus, and that's going to be Shui on Lee Sin.
Going back to
once
the comfort.
again. Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So now the option is Dade going to go for Cassiopeia or is he going to go for Azir? Now the thing about Varus is that he is, yes!
Oh, man.
Okay, I was just about to talk about this. So the thing about taking Azir into Varus is incredibly punishing because Azir is all about his range. The fact that he can get his Sand Soldier so far out in front of him that you just can't approach him. He's just going to continuously snipe you with the arrow. So the question was, why aren't people like Rookie and Dade, very famous Yasuo players, playing Yasuo against Varus? They're pretty, or Zed.
Also works.
I mean, it's just an assassin. Yasuo works well. It is going to be the Zed lock-in. Of course, Dade famous for his Zed play, but it's an AD carry. Just assassinate him.
This is going to be very exciting. Dade getting that very scary Zed onto a squishy OMG's cool Varus. And it looks like it's going to be a very exciting matchup once again. OMG with the exact same team composition except for swapping out Varus for Azir on the other side. Masters going for a very scary team fight. We're going to kill you team comp.
Yeah, and what I also want to talk about is it still goes back to the fact that this composition is really about SMLZ and Dade kind of doing his own thing. When Masters 3 finds success, it's because Dade really isn't, I mean, he goes off, but it's hard to, how to explain it? Dade will go for a split push because anytime Zed is introduced into a composition, it becomes very easy to do a 1-3-1 just because of his mobility. When he gets the Blade of the Ruined King, he can assassinate anyone. And so it just allows Dade to kind of play independently of the team and to be that big, scary, mechanical god that we know he has the skill ceiling to be. But on the other side, because he is Zed, he's so self-sufficient with his shadow, that means that none of the peels should be used to help protect Dade, to help him get on and do his job onto the backline. It can all be given to SMLZ on that Tristana.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how those team fights play out as we're going to have Some very impressive zoning come out of Master in order to protect that late game hyper carry Tristana with 3 zoning ultimates. And on the other hand, you've got Dade on that Zed for pure assassination. And, of course, OMG, on the other hand, going for the exact same team composition for similar lanes. We'll have to see how it works as we're getting right into game. Alrighty, we're right back onto the Rift. We've already got the first damage being dealt as Cool and Dade trade a few blows in the mid lane. It's OMG versus Master, with OMG taking game number 1 and Master looking for redemption against OMG in this game 2.
I hope you're ready to talk about Varus mid.
Break it down for me.
Okay, so how this Varus mid has really been working, think of it almost like a pseudo Nidalee or a pseudo Xerath. It's all about the poke and about building CDR. So you're going to see Ghostblade, you're going to see... hold on, you're going to see Love CD take a lot of damage. You're going to see Last Whisper, and it's just about empowering Varus's Q and then spamming that continuously. So it's going to do absurd damage, can clear through creep lines as well as impact whoever's standing behind it. So Dade's going to have a bit of a rough go, especially early levels, since he is facing off against a ranged opponent. We'll see if Cool's able to apply pressure early to keep and pick Dade down so he can't all in once he has the ultimate available to him. But if Dade is able to survive that early level, get to his point where he can just jump on top of Xerath, Cool effectively has 0 resources to stop that from happening and to get away from him. The Varus is a very immobile ADC, a little bit safer since he is on the mid lane. It's the shortest of all of the lanes, so his flash is going to count more there. And this is why you see Cool opting to take that exhaust.
Yeah, the exhaust to try to deny the kill potential from Dade once he manages to get a little bit scarier. Condi starting off with the blue first, and it is going to be the lane swap out of Masters as they match Uzi in the top lane. Deep ward from Amazing is going to watch for any sort of defensive ganks, and SMLZ already putting out some pressure. Xiang and Shui going for the invade are going to steal away the red buff. This could be a bit scary from M3's duo lane in the top here, but it looks like instead Shui and Xiang up for the Raptor camp second. Whoa, the hook lands. SMLZ takes some damage. Ooh, Amazing, already turning up the heat.
I want to quickly touch about Condi right now because he actually made a very cheeky and kind of cute maneuver walking in and taking Lee Sin's blue buff. That said, it looks like Shui is going to respond appropriately and walk across the river and do more of a vertical jungle as opposed to not starting that side. So
yeah, Xiang did teleport bottom to match Looper on the bottom side of the map, and with Condi going for the invade, he is going to steal away the red, but we're in a similar situation that we saw in last game. It's Uzi and Amazing on the exact same team comp with Nautilus Corki, putting pressure onto SMLZ and Love CD.
And this is going to be pretty rough for Tristana early now. The thing about new Tristana is she has a lot more pushing potential against towers just because her satchel can stack and burst some extra damage. It really comes down to anytime John is in a lane, and especially because he just used it defensively, how the Eye of the Storm Jonas E, her shield, is used. If it's used defensively to absorb spells like the Phosphorus Bomb in that case, then you don't really get a lot out of it. You're just going to kind of sit there and get pushed under your tower. It's about making sure that you can get control of the wave, push it forward, and use that shield offensively.
Yeah, and that's what we're starting to see. We did just have Cool burn his flash to get out of the flank from Condi, who just left by exiting the red side jungle of OMG. So with that flash down, this is actually a pretty healthy window for Dade to get nice and aggressive. Zed players love it when somebody blows their flash before they have to do anything to get involved. So this should be pretty exciting to see how that works. On the bottom, it's Xiang and Looper going to town. Shui actually looking for a potential gank in the top. Didn't work out so well in the first game, but we'll see how it is this time. There's a big wave building, and Masters want to follow it.
Amazing does have a decent angle on a dredge line here, which is why, there he goes.
When he lands it, Shui immediately follows up, doesn't land the Sonic Wave as it's a flash burn from Love CD and heal burned by SMLZ.
So obviously OMG are going to come out on top because they got more summoners out of that. The Ignite was also burned from Amazing, but worth a flash and a heal, take it anytime.
Yeah, definitely a very solid trade for OMG, especially when that lane includes Uzi. I hear he's a pretty good AD carry.
Maybe.
Yeah, the kind of guy who can capitalize on your support not having flash. Just might be.
I wanted to say something sarcastically about, well, you know, he's never made a world championship, so we don't know yet, but
that's harsh.
Sometimes people can't read my sarcasm.
Yeah, this year is the year. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not that works out. And
third time's the charm.
Yeah, already we can see some aggression going down. Dade That was a very bold move for a creep. Forced to burn his Living Shadow. Oh, he had Condi waiting in the wing, so he was feeling confident.
It's all about the flash snowball.
Yep.
I mean, Cool's obviously afraid of it. He already flashed.
Or the flash pat on the back. That's one of my favorite.
My favorite is what I'm going to call it the speed bump from Clear Love, when he flashes in front of everyone and he uses his absolute zero to stop them from advancing in the opposite direction, otherwise known as running away. School traffic Nunu. It should be a skin.
Yeah, he's got a big sign that says, "Stop slow children to play." All right, so continued harass going down in the mid lane, or that's the top lane. Recall from Cool is going to opt for a tier first, so no raw stats in that lane just yet.
Let's talk about the power points for both these compositions. So we already kind of covered that Masters 3 are running a protect the AD composition, the fact that, yes, they do have an assassin on their team. He's going to take some damage there, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
They do have an assassin on their team, and it's really important. A lot of people in protect the ADC comps, they want to be like, why isn't it an Orianna mid lane? You're just going to have your shield. You're going to give your AD carry even that much more. I still would prefer an assassin just because, again, then you don't have to give any of your peel to Dade. He can do his own thing, be his own man, especially as Shui kind of catching up on this dragon.
Yeah, going for a bit of a solo dragon, but he's spotted out. SMLZ and Love CD awful low. Gotta play it a bit defensive as Uzi getting some more damage. And as you mentioned in game number 1, punishing SMLZ and Love CD for every creep they take. He's playing really far forward. He's got flash, but no heal.
Uzi will always be far forward. Doesn't matter if he's on Vayne.
Whoa, the hook finds Love CD. He doesn't have flash. This could be first blood. The shield keeps him alive. Teleport on the backside. It is first blood picked up by Uzi. OMG goes low. The teleport comes across. It's 2 kills for M3 as Looper joins the fight.
A little bit of a miscommunication right there. Juggling the tower aggro. Amazing step forward, and Uzi just couldn't get it. A nice flash from SMLZ to cross the distance, so it takes the tower down. Yeah,
that's Uzi picking up first blood, but it's traded back as SMLZ gets that kill and an assist, and Looper, very important member for M3's composition, also is going to get a kill of his own as he builds toward that Haunting Guise. Teleport being used to match Looper on the top side as Xiong goes to head on out there. And things settling down just a bit.
What's beautiful about this is both teams are taking this opportunity to reset the lane swap and move numbers advantage back to the bottom side of the map. So what they're doing here is, hey, we both died, everyone's down, let's just immediately walk down to the bottom side because now it's about playing around this dragon. We need to make sure that we have our numbers advantage here.
Ooh, scary position for Love CD. He's going to walk right around the corner into Amazing, takes a hook to the face. Knockup is not going to be enough to keep him alive. He doesn't even have his flash yet, guys. Running towards his own blue. And he goes down. It's Shui who gets the kill.
And effectively, that was really predictable from Love CD. So you have to think, it's the first back that the support had available. What's he going to do? He's going to place deep wards. What's the objective that's important? It's Dragon. Hey, you know what? I bet this guy's going to be right on the Dragon pit.
And that's another kill for OMG as Shui looking very strong on that Lee Sin once again. Interestingly enough, opting for a longsword instead of going straight into it. Xiong going for a roam onto Dade. Chain of Corruption locks him down, doesn't have his shadow anymore. He turns onto Xiong. He's at super low health, but the death mark goes plus the ignite tick. Is he going to get it? No.
Wow.
Xiong still alive. Condi going in 1v3 here, trying to get the kill. Flashes aggressively and doesn't find it.
So close right there. I want to talk about the dodge that Dade did with his shadow. Hold on. Nope, they're fine in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
He dodged the Varus W to proc. I'm forgetting what it's called. His blood stacks, so he gets extra damage. Come on, play-by-play-caster. Is that what it is?
I do not know.
He does the extra magic damage. Anyway, Dade dodged it with a really nice place shadow. Almost traded 1-for-1. Didn't quite get it, but that said he escaped with his life. Maybe not this time, though.
Here's Dade. Yeah, Shui going for the invade. Finds another kill. Cool tanking the turret for his jungler. You do have a bit of a roam coming out from Looper. He's got flash, but no.
Never mind. I don't want any of that.
Out. Yeah.
He's just going for a stroll.
Yeah. Nice leisurely walk through the river. He's got his jean leggings rolled up to his thighs so he can walk through the water. Bit of harass from OMG as they find SMLZ, and the punishment continues. SMLZ are doing a good job of keeping up in farm, but Uzi are not going to let him take a single creep unpunished.
Varus's build, the classic Muramana into Last Whisper. It's very reminiscent of the Jace build, the Brutalizer Muramana into Last Whisper. The burst damage is just absurd, and again, it's about, on Jace, it's about empowering his Q. On Varus, exact same thing.
Well, and the auto attacks, because Varus is an AD carry.
It helps, but it's more just about, you know, kind of standing back and, look, I'm Nidalee, but I can go through creeps.
Yeah, speaking of standing back and hammering through creeps, Cool now getting a blue buff, so he's going to be going for continued harass. Dade getting a blue buff of his own. His death mark is off of cooldown. He doesn't have a brutalizer just yet, but he's got some pretty scary damage. Now's the time when Zed has hit that I'm going to kill you power spike.
He does have his Cutlass active available, and obviously that's a big power spike for Zed just because the added damage will help his death mark proc even more damage when he decides to use that. Should wait for the ignite, however, so we'll see as soon as that ignites off cooldown if he attempts for another all-in.
Yeah, so far it looks like Dade is playing it safe, getting some zoning now onto Cool, but he spots it out. There's the aggression as he continues to zone Cool away. Shui Shui at his red buff. So Cool feels reasonably safe as the wave is shoved under the turret. Now things feeling pretty good so far. Dade actually has a CS lead. Despite that, that is to be expected as he is very scary in lane, and it's Dade.
Well, it's also very appropriate of Cool because he doesn't have his exhaust available for him, so he has to be very conscious of the death mark damage that can come out. Now, I wanted to talk about the power spike. We didn't get to this before. The power spike of OMG's composition. It's very mid-game oriented for these AD carries. I mean, effectively, you're waiting for Varus to get 2 items, his penetration as well as his Muramana. When he finds a stack, of course, it's going to be nice there.
No. They just saw Love CD throw down the Monsoon, and instantly Shui Shui shows up for a dive. Love CD has his flash. He is going to be locked down, though. Uzi looking for the dive. Will he follow the Sonic Wave? He's Lee Sin. He has to do it. A double kill for Shui Shui.
Killed him with the burn. I mean, he could have... He did the auto attack, but he could have just let the red buff do it. Hashtag swag.
It feels better.
It's like when you put on the sunglasses. I would say put on sunglasses, but he's Lee Sin. He's blind anyway.
Well, that just makes it all that more intimidating.
He should have just walked away.
Yeah, a bit of pressure going down in the mid lane. Dade with an untimely recall. Unfortunately takes a lot of turret damage. OMG doing very strong this game. Shui Shui is coming up really big on Lee Sin. 4-0-1, again, with all of his attention turned to the bottom lane. He hasn't looked to Xiong once this game.
I mean, there's really no reason to. It's not that... I mean, we talked about this before. Maokai and Lee Sin, they do have great synergy in their ganks just because, again, the Twisted Advance is going to give a free Sonic Wave, so it's free, easy damage into that lane. But this team is all about Uzi. The teleport's going to be used bottom lane. All of the jungle pressure is going to be given to him. Give him the resources, and he shows time and time again, I can show up. I can carry this team.
Yeah, Uzi looking to carry once again. He's 10 CS up and SMLZ now. Dragon still on the map, has not been attempted by either team. Some pressure comes out from Amazing. The hook isn't able to catch SMLZ in mid-air. He does get a style bomb onto Amazing, though, but goes right back to farming. And Uzi looking for those power spikes once again. You've got Kandi waiting in the wings, Shui Shui doing the same, but after no commitments, both of the junglers back away.
So OMG, their composition is more oriented towards siege and poke. You have to think if the Varus is spamming his Qs, if Uzi's throwing down his rocket, it's very scary to be under a tower. That side loves CD. Tied up. Looks like...
Just a bit of harass. He is going to get the knock-up. Shui Shui should be out of range for the Sonic Wave. Yeah, SMLZ walks away. Nice and casual-like. And Xiong is shoved out by Dade. He did burn his death mark very recently, so Xiong has his teleport, could be opting for a recall. Seeing Dade in the top, OMG collapse onto the Dragon. They're going to be able to take this uncontested.
Pretty much a textbook response like there. You got it absolutely right. The fact that they saw that more resources from Masters 3 had been expended to the top lane. Dade walking up there gave him the free Dragon, knowing that they had the numbers advantage on that side of the map, of course, because Cool was still in his lane. He's little Varus. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
No shirt, no service.
Well, does he have shoes?
No. I don't think those actually qualify for pants either.
Huh. Well, that's odd. OMG now continuing to play the composition that they have set for themselves. Some aggression as Dade does drop the death mark. Exhaust trying to deny some of his damage. Very timely, completely negating all of that death mark damage. Dade jumps back Shui Shui with the counter gank. He is going to flash knock Dade right back in. He's like, you know what, if I'm going to die, I might as well auto attack you once. He gets out of there. They're going to trade over for Xiong in the top lane, however.
Dade is just not...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's pretty much a 2v1. I'm not going to give him that much. The nice thing, though, is that Exhaust has a longer cooldown than Dade's ultimate is, so
Yes.
Cool has to be very aware of that, make sure that he keeps a good timer on Deathmark, because, again, at any point, Dade really can walk to this Varus if he doesn't have the defensive summoner available to him, and either force him out of lane or just pop him like a balloon. So the question now becomes, as these towers go down, as the map begins to open up, and we transition more into Love CD getting caught.
Yeah, Love CD taking some damage. The hook threads the needle. Love CD forced to burn Monsoon.
Teleport.
But guess who's coming in from behind? It's Shui Shui. Doesn't even care that there's a turret there anymore. No, in fact, that turret has fallen. Double teleport coming in as both Xiong and Looper have joined the battle. Equalizer is dropped, but OMG are diving regardless. So much damage is coming across. They have to respect Looper as he burns that tree to the ground. Xiong falls, and it's 1 for 1. 2 for 1. 1 for 1.
It's 1 for 1. Not terrible. That said, Uzi still relatively full health. They're going to try to continue to push onto this tower. Cool is down there, but as is Dade, and Dade almost has the death mark available. Cool does not have the exhaust.
Oh, he drops the ward, immediately jumps the wall. Cool. Is he going to land the Chain of Corruption? He doesn't have it yet. Dade, oh man, that's so painful. He has got no way to traverse the wall, no form of vision. And Cool gets away, burning only his flash.
And naturally, because he used the shadow over the wall, he couldn't follow, but gets the free flash from Cool. And again, that's both now defensive summoners down for Varus. Third time's the charm, and Dade's looking for it. Will have the death mark available.
Hasn't worked out so far just yet. 0-2, and he's down in CS. Meanwhile, Uzi, we talked about him being the big carry for OMG. Seems like this time he's taken a back seat to the pressure from Shui Shui, who even opt for Warriors Enchant on that Chilling Smite.
Well, he also then went to the side stone, so he's like, I'm going to be the carry. Never mind, I'm going to ward.
Oh man, Dade. Chain of Corruption comes down. He is destroyed by Cool. 0-3 right now. Kandi gets caught out. Dragon Rage kicks him to safety. And Shui Shui says, you know what? We killed Zed. We don't need any more kills. Get out of here, Nunu.
Now it's about placing your deep vision and what tower they're going to prioritize. Obviously, the easiest objective for OMG to take on the map would be either the bottom or the top tier tower. Looks like it is going to be the bottom one.
Yeah, there is no Monsoon, in fact. SMLZ taking damage from Shui Shui and is destroyed as Amazing literally standing there and taking the turret. Cool flanks from the backside. Kill secured as he kills Love CD as well. OMG are playing this so textbook.
Miscommunication from Masters 3. It was fairly obvious that OMG were there. They were spotted out perfectly by the fact that they had just been on that ramp. So it's, oh, where are they going to go? I bet they're going to come from this tower. We better stand on it and just wait for our demise. And
yeah,
you just pointed out all of the vision on the bottom side of the map. OMG have full run of that bottom side jungle. They're going to continue to play that bot side. There goes the tower.
Yeah, finally that tier 1 goes down, but OMG taking that turret with complete impunity puts them now 2-1 in turrets, up 7 kills, playing very, very confidently. And again, this is the same thing that we saw from Masters in Game 1. They just aren't respecting OMG. They're not responding to rotations in time. They're not reacting to lanes. They're not reacting to roams, and it's punishing them.
That said, I want to give a bit of a compliment to OMG. We talked about how they played around Uzi in last game. This game, it's been more about Cool. I mean, yes, it's Shui Shui really showing up on his Lee Sin and being that dominating force, but it's primarily been in the mid lane through counter ganks or 2v1s against Dade. And so the fact that you do have these two amazing carries, you have pretty much the best Chinese mid laner for a very long time. Cool had a fantastic reputation off of his Season 3 Worlds performance. We talked about how he was benched because of an eye injury, and he's slowly been kind of ramping back up into form that we kind of expect from Cool, or that the fans really expect from Cool. To see him go off on this Varus, especially in a very difficult matchup, Dade finally being the guy to step up to this Varus mid craze. Oh, hold on.
Dive coming out for Looper. He's the sole hope for Masters with all 3 of those kills, but you know how many members it takes to kill someone with 3 kills? It's 3. They get another kill for OMG.
But again, Masters 3 kind of caught out in a position that was fairly obvious. They took all Dade.
Dade fine. Shui Shui dodges the Sonic Wave. Deathmark isn't enough. Shui Shui gets out alive, and Dade
I don't want to play with
forced
this.
to run away from Amazing. The hook comes out, but Dade dodges it.
Pretty cute.
Yeah, gets out of there. He almost got all of that juicy shutdown gold. Didn't quite, though.
I mean, effectively, it was Shui Shui was like, nah, maybe not. I don't want this 1v1. Pushes him away. And Dade just, okay, that's fine.
It's like, all right, I concede. It's a gentleman's agreement. Now we've got Amazing once again looking for some aggression in the bottom. Retreat ping. Ooh, almost finds SMLZ.
But again, the fact that Masters 3 Looper was caught out on that tower in the top lane before we had the fight go down in mid, that was the last standing top-tier tower, so it was the easiest objective for OMG to siege, so naturally they are a very structural-oriented team. They would rotate top to it. Masters 3 just frankly have been playing a very reactionary game and are too slow.
Yeah, and now with all 3 of those turrets down, Dragon has respawned. Kandi's in the area, but he's got no backup from SMLZ. He's got no backup from Dade. He decides to let OMG secure that. It's their second Dragon of the game, 20 minutes in. OMG looking very strong with a 5,000 gold lead, complete control over the map as their ward lines continue to creep further and further forward. They're now looking for this mid-tier 2 turret with 4 members of the team. 5 now as Xiong joins them. And Masters, the only person they've got defending it. There we go. Finally, Dade gets there with Kandi and Love CD.
OMG have so many options right now. If they want to attempt to go for a dive, I wouldn't suggest it just because it's very scary to dive into a new Janna. That said, they do have the Maokai as well as the gold lead. Okay. They can either go for a dive, they can attempt to siege on this tower because they have insane poke. That said, if you look to the top side of the jungle, again, Dragon's down, so they have a 6-minute window to play to the opposite side of the map. That is completely lit up with wards. There are, oh, one just died. There are 4 wards there. I was going to say 5.
They've got a lot of vision up there, and something that I do want to point out is Masters, all 5 of them are here trying to defend this. We talked a lot about the zone control when it would come to those team fights with the Nunu, with the Rumble Equalizer, but they don't want to take this fight. OMG get onto the turret and knock it down right quick. Masters back away.
The threat of the rocket and of the Varus Q is just too much to sit there and just continuously get whittled down. Likewise, OMG have also set up their top wave, so that will slowly start building. So a lot of options for them.
Yeah, things really looking to be in OMG's favor. They're going to clear out Scuttle now and prune that wave on the bottom side of the map. Looper headed up there. He's got Dade and SMLZ on that side of the jungle. Looper really has been the sole hope this time around on Rumble. He's playing pretty well with his 3 kills, and he's got a lot of damage with the Zhonya's and that haunting guys, but he just hasn't been able to find any solid team fights as OMG have been rotating and skirmishing so much faster than Masters can respond.
And I really like that you bring up the fact that OMG haven't really given Masters 3 the ability to use that equalizer in a 5v5 because it has been skirmish, it has been rotations, and it has been picks. And this is the weird thing about OMG. Their vision previously was very lacking, and of course, as I say this, the entire map is now dark. But I assure you, there were wards there just a moment ago. We talked about how their ward lines were creeping forward, and this is pretty a new development in OMG's maturing vision style. And so again, does it go back to the fact that they're defining themselves and going back, we're going to be a team about Uzi despite the fact that they are playing around cool this game. But this is our direction. We have 1 shot caller now. There's not too many cooks in the kitchen.
Ooh, flash chain of corruption. Whoa, SMLZ is going to dodge it. That's going to be 3 flashes burned in the span of 2 seconds. As OMG want to fight, they can't quite take it. Dade going for a split push in the bottom is going to put him on that tier 1 with no one there to defend it. Has not even finished his Blade of the Ruined King just yet.
23 minutes in.
Yeah, shows himself bottom. Where do OMG go? To the Baron.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Dade's build really delayed the Blade of the Ruined King, and that's a very important item to allow him to split push because he can then assassinate any target. I mean, effectively, you can do it anyway, but...
Yeah, a bit of a gamble as Looper waiting in position, looking for that perfect equalizer, drop it on the entrance to the pit, and just wreak havoc as Master are all on the backside. Are they going to go for the steal? There's the equalizer, and that's Kandi knocked out of the pit. It is going to be secured by OMG, and Xiong decides he wants a fight as the equalizer was expended in the Baron pit. There's not enough damage. SMLZ doing what he can, but he just can't follow it up. Uzi is going to pick up Kandi. Love CD distracts 3 members, but they lose the Baron and Kandi.
Both times, Uzi has been the secure of that Baron. Shui missed his smite in the previous game and in this one. That's very scary when it's a new consume smite standing on the back half of that. That said, they secure the Baron, and of course, it's a very easy decision to then say we're going to engage, knowing that it's a 4v5.
Oh, Uzi almost able to kill Love CD on the backside of the fight, but Monsoon keeps him standing, and Dade does not knock down that bottom tier 2 as he runs for his life away from Xiong, who decides to let him go. Yeah, could have tossed the sapling in the bush if he thought Dade was still there, but decided instead he's going to push the minion wave and get that shove, because the next step for OMG is going to be start looking at some of those remaining tier 2s and shortly thereafter the inhibitors.
Not quite sure what the decision-making was for Masters 3 right there to let OMG effectively have a free Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only really worth if you're trading an inhibitor for a Baron, because then you can equalize it, because effectively the Baron needs to respond to the pressure that you would create with the super minions. Dade only got a single tower for a Baron and some change kills for OMG.
Yeah, really sort of interesting shot calling coming out of Master with that.
Cute.
Yeah, unique, one might even say.
That's a very unique decision.
OMG setting up a rotation on the bottom. Xiong with that minion wave fully pruned away from Dade's fingers. He's going to push it forward with the rest of OMG and get onto the tier 2. No one's there to defend it, and the tier 2 falls.
Dade finally completed his first item, has the Last Whisper available.
He finally is going to be able to start shredding through some of the armor of those very squishy AD carries, all 2 of them. Hasn't been able to just yet. The siege continues as they get onto the inhibitor turret. They're going to continue trying to burst it down. 280 carries are doing a lot more damage than expected. The equalizer goes down, but they're not fighting on top of it. They destroy Kandi. Dade falls. Love CD falls. This is an absolute massacre as OMG are just shoving further and further forward.
Not much to say there. I mean, frankly, Masters 3 are just so far behind. They're fighting on split fronts. Despite the fact that all 10 members are in the same area, the damage, the cohesion just isn't there. They're not following up on their CC. They're not following up on their equalizers. They're too far behind. Dade tried to dive the back line to no avail. Cool survived. Finally went down at the very end there, but it wasn't Dade that took him down. And just a clean 2-0 from OMG. That said, quite a big difference because they've been splitting every single series, so finally, 3 points.
Yeah, OMG taking some much-needed points from Masters off of that with that 2-0. A very, very exceptional game out of OMG as they showed a style that's a bit new for them. Cool being the primary carry, and Shui backing up Cool more than he's backing up Uzi.
More so Shui having a fantastic performance in this set, pulling out the Lee Sin, which... I mean, it's kind of atypical because really the 3 junglers that we've seen are going to be Sejuani, Rek'Sai, and Gragas. So the fact that he can go back to that Lee Sin, that he can make an impact on the map, it's a little bit reminiscent of Loveling.
Yeah, it is a little exciting, and it's curious to see how that style seems to follow OMG wherever they go. But that's OMG now 6-0 over Master in the grand history of their play record. 2-0 in this series individually. That gives them 3 whopping points. Now we've got a very exciting match coming up after this. It's going to be World Elite versus Vici Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English stream. I'm Seda, joined once again by FLICKR, and we're about to get into our last match of the day. It's World Elite taking on Vici Gaming, and we're pretty excited for this one over here.
So my theme of the night has been identity of the teams, and I'm actually really excited to finally get to cast Vici Gaming because I think they have such a unique and very special identity, especially for the fact that they're an LPL team. So LPL has this reputation of being very aggressive, very in-your-face, all about the 5v5 team fighting, and Vici Gaming is probably the most Korean-esque team of any of the Chinese teams. And how they play their game is a very rotation style. So we saw a rotation style from OMG in the previous game, but what Vici like to do, and it's really been on the back of Hetong's champion pool, even though I wouldn't consider him the hinge on which their power swings. It's about playing a Twisted Fate. And so what they do is how they use Twisted Fate is they would press R so they can see where everyone is, or Dandy would walk into a jungle side, light everything up, and as opposed to playing around the vision to make picks and look for team fights that were advantageous, they would immediately run to the other side of the map and play a very quick rotation style, either within the past Vasily and Mata, Jana Graves, kind of rotating around the map and quickly pushing down towers. But it's just kind of this avoid team fights, snowball objectives, win the game that way. And because of that, when they do play this rotation style, they actually have the fastest average game time for the league right now.
As we just saw from OMG, it was Master who failed to react to the rotations from OMG time and time again, and OMG ended up taking the win 2-0 with some very impressive rotational play. We'll have to see if WE can keep up with a team that's specifically built around rotational play.
Well, that's the other side to this coin. So Vici not standing too hot in the standings right now, and it's because when they don't play their rotational style game, they effectively fall apart. If they ever try to look for a skirmish or a fight, they just aren't there cohesively as a 5v5 unit. And they've had quite a bit of a disjointed roster. I mean, last week we saw Dandy in the top lane, we saw Hetong in the jungle. It's just been really mismatched. So they've kind of sacrificed their one good sitting and the fact that they are very coordinated in this rotation to try to shore up some of their other problems in their weak laning phases and weak individual carries.
And they have been experimenting with a few lane swap, or I guess role changes as well. We've seen Dandy in the top lane, Hetong in the jungle, and they brought in Chwin in the mid lane. He played Varus, and
Chwin?
Wasn't really that fantastic, yes.
Yes. They also have another sub, Fuhong.
Fuang.
We'll see if he plays tonight. I believe that Carry is not playing tonight in the top lane. It should be Dandy, I believe.
Yeah, and you guys will see once we get into Champion Select, it should be starting any minute now. But talking back a little bit more about team identities. World Elite. It's a team with a history. It's a team with a story. We got to talk about them a little bit.
Yep.
Let's break it down. World Elite, not doing that great this season.
No, but the thing that we can talk about is the fact that Nidalee was banned, and when World Elite do well, it's because Spirit gets his hands on Nidalee. Now, Spirit is the new jungler, formerly of Samsung Blue, is probably the best jungler in the world. I'll go ahead and say that, despite the fact he's on one of the most subpar LPL teams currently as far as standings are concerned, and his record on Nidalee right now is 9-1, and this also includes Demacia Cup results. So he's an absolute monster on that champion. That's not targeted at the mid lane, that is targeted at him in the jungle.
Yeah, and we are getting into picks and bans, and interestingly enough, it's not Xuan, it's not Kung, it's World 6 replacing Dandy in the jungle.
I mean, frankly, it honestly doesn't matter who it is, because replacing Dandy, those are huge shoes to fill. This is a world champion, long considered the best jungler in the world after his performance on Samsung White. Very intellectual, able to survive meta changes, aggressive, defensive, he can do it all, and the fact that Dandy is being taken out of the jungle, put into the top lane. Expect to see him on a Smite teleport because that's what he's been taking to the top lane when he's forced into this role swap. And effectively, really what it comes down to is Vici has Dandy playing two roles, top and jungle.
Yeah, and a lot of that is off of teamwork with his old Samsung teammate Mata in the bottom. And speaking of Mata, you've got double ban targeted at him with that Alistar and Brand. That's Bard. That's a Bard.
I like to call him Brad.
Brad, yeah. Yes, that is a Bard targeted away at Mata. And Kalista is the last ban for WE. On the other side, you mentioned Spirit's Nidalee, but it's also going to be Hecarim taken from Aluka and Shia losing his LeBlanc.
You know what wasn't taken from Aluka? Sion.
Yes.
So we'll see if Aluka decides to go that route. He's actually recently been trending more towards the carry top laners, Aurelia and Fizz, to not a lot of success. So what happened last time for World Elite, unfortunately, is that just too many fires were sprouting around the map. You lost in the top lane, lost in the bot lane, and the Spirit just couldn't hard carry the game for himself.
Looks like it could be a first pick. Azir, Aluka hovers it, and last second decides to swap it over to Conan. Hatong, we did mention his smaller champion pool. Azir is one of those primary mid lane champions. Could WE be coming into this with a strategy saying, hey, look at this shiny Azir. We want it. We want it. Oh, no, we don't. You should take it before we do.
I mean, they're really just hiding their hand. The fact that Alistar was banned, we've talked about this all night, it means that Nautilus is going to be the go-to support, kind of next in the tier list there. And so by taking the support first pick, they get to allow counter picks and kind of hold their composition. On the other side, though,
yeah, we've got Sivir locked in for Endless, and that's going to be World 6, taking Gragas in the jungle. Should be very exciting to see Endless on that Sivir. World 6 on Gragas, a very strong jungler, something we've seen quite a bit.
well, Sivir also works really well to the storyline that we've really set up for Vici as far as their playstyle is concerned. If they go back to the more of that rotation, because Sivir just offers so much versatility. Siege, wave clear, her on the hunt for disengage, hard engage, as well as rotational play. So it's a really strong pick in general for the LPL, and it works really nicely to everything that Vici need to accomplish.
And that is going to be Xie locking in Azir. Not going to go for the Scion for Aluka. Instead, he wants to take that away from Hatong. Spirit locking in Lee Sin. Interesting picks out of World Elite.
The thing about World Elite, WE, is the fact that they're just not cohesive as a team. So in a big 5v5, they like to run multiple threat or multiple damage threats across the team, simply because it just kind of turns into chaos. They're not as coordinated as they need to be, especially for a region so strong in the 5v5. So if they just have Shea on a champion that can hard carry on his own, on Spirit on a very mobile champion that has carry threat, and then, you know, maybe a hyper carry or something for Mystic, especially with an escape, it's kind of every man for themselves. If it breaks down into a skirmish or to chaos, they can come out ahead because they're just so mechanically gifted. But in a true 5v5 where coordination is the name of the game, it's where they fall short.
Yeah, they don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of 5v5s from Vici, as they do have that skirmish, run around and rotate, typical team play. However, Fizz locked in for what could be Dandy, what could be Hatong, and that's going to be Thresh locked in for Mata.
Ooh, Mata's Thresh.
Yeah.
Now, what's really interesting is when you think about Mata's Thresh, it's not necessarily kind of the Thresh King, the fancy plays that someone like Mad Life or Edward would be known for. It's more of just his threat and his dominance in the lane. The fact that Mata can effectively almost 2v1 all on his own. And frankly, that's kind of what he's had to do with his lane buddy there, Endless, or formerly Vasily. Not that they're not a serviceable AD carry as far as LPL standards are concerned, but they really haven't. Endless hasn't had his breakout moment to show he deserves to be here over Vasily, because right now they look pretty comparable and almost like a wash in who's really better.
It is going to be very interesting to see how that ends up working for that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Mystic locking in Vayne, and that's going to be Aluka, the train driver Scion in the top lane. That's something we've seen time and time again. There's a good reason that he's taken that Scion.
Aluka really works well on the tanks. And the thing that happened last time World Elite played is, again, Aluka started to branch out more to Aurelia and to Fizz, and unfortunately just doesn't have the mechanics for the 1v1 outplays just quite yet. And so Spirit, normally he would just leave Aluka alone. He can survive on these big tank meta champions, or I'm going to call them role-playing champions. But when Aluka needed Spirit's help, because he needed to look for the 1v1, he needed to look for the snowball, Spirit just couldn't dedicate the time to him, and things started to fall apart. So I'm actually really happy to see that World Elite are returning, putting Aluka on his big power pick, the champion that he's known for, and allowing Spirit to kind of look elsewhere on the map. For sure, Xie.
Yeah, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, it is the whole group of solo laners. You've got the Vayne Nautilus in the bottom, Azir in the mid lane, Scion in the top, Spirit on the mobile, very effective Lee Sin. World Elite are playing to their strengths as best they can on the other side. You've got the same thing coming out of Vici Gaming, as they're opting for something similar with the rotational-based comp. Sivir in the bottom, very, very aggressive Fizz in the top, and Cassiopeia in the mid lane. So should make for a very exciting matchup. What do you think of these team comps?
The thing that I want to speak to, because we can kind of talk about win conditions when we get into the game, is the fact that World Elite, again, they fail in the cohesive 5v5, but that said, they're facing a very weakened Vici Gaming, not only in the role swap, so the fact that Vici themselves, even when they had, you know, Dandy in his former position in the jungle, Hotong in the mid lane, they weren't known as a 5v5 team either. So, I mean, best case scenario, World Elite are very well weighted to actually perform well in this game.
Should be very entertaining. We're going to get right into the game. We're going in. All right, and we have loaded onto the Rift. You can see we got a pause breaking out right quick, as it seems as though we've got some form of trouble in China's end. And yeah, you can see we've got our team comps listed on the screen. We said we would talk about win conditions. I think now's the time.
Trouble in China. Isn't that a movie?
Talking about win conditions?
No, Trouble in China.
Trouble in China? I know there's Trouble in Paradise.
Big Trouble in Little China?
Big Trouble in Little India? Big Trouble in Little Chinatown.
Win conditions. Okay, what we theorized was going to happen is that Dandy was going to be playing 2 positions, top and jungle. He always takes a smite, not only because it's very popular, but again, it's Dandy. You can't give up that kind of control and that kind of power. So taking the Fizz top, we'll see if he goes for the Flandre build with the Trinity Force, or if he goes more of the Zatai build with the Cinder Hulk.
Yeah, and with Aluka opting for the Flash teleport, that is going to be the standard Scion. I'm going to die to get level 2 and then head into the top lane. Looks like Dandy opting for something similar, as both of these top laners are starting off with the Crystalline Flask. And now that they see each other, they know what's up and they're going to come into lane just about dead even. That means we're not going to get any lane swaps either.
The question's going to be how Hotong is going to perform against Xie in lane. So the thing that Hotong is not well known for is his lane phase. It's actually fairly weak, and he's been a big sore point for Vici's win conditions in the past. And he's now facing off against Azir. And yeah, Cassiopeia, we talked about how she can be a lane bully, but Azir is so good at keeping her at max distance with his Sand Soldiers and just his oppressive range.
Yeah, especially with Spirit on that incredibly mobile Lee Sin. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that mid lane and see how that ends up playing into the rest of the matchup. Now, we've got World 6 on Gragas. He's a guy that we don't know too much about. Seems like he was a last-minute swap in for Vici Gaming, and he's got some pretty big shoes to fill in replacing Dandy in the jungle.
And frankly...
You're taking a world champion out of a role in which he won Worlds.
Yep.
And you're trying to fill those shoes.
It's okay, though, because they have the MVP of Worlds on the bottom side of the map in Mata.
Yes.
But separating the Mata-Dandy combo.
So sad, so tragic.
Would you like some fun facts?
I most certainly would.
Okay, so the ward average for Samsung White, so Mata, placing wards, was 80 wards a game.
Wow.
Okay, now this would
Is that
actually...
even possible?
Yeah. So it speaks to Samsung's White style, because they were very skirmish focused, that they would constantly move around the map and pick up vision. So obviously if you place a ward in the same spot, just the time, you would never use up that many wards, but just because they moved around the map and they were constantly warding their flanks is how that ended up happening. But Dandy's ward count was directly attached to Mata's ward count, as he misses that hook right there. So the fact that you're pulling these 2 players apart as far as their positions are concerned, that Dandy's not going to get as much overlap with Mata because he's not on that jungle, is going to be really curious how this will evolve and how they'll continue to perform as a team without the reliance on each other and the vision control that Vici have become so well known for.
Yeah, it definitely will be interesting, and it puts a lot of pressure onto World 6 in order to match that vision that Dandy is so standard to place. It seems like he's doing a good job so far. Steals Scuttle Crabs, goes for a deep ward 3 minutes in. I like what I'm seeing so far. He is spotted out by Xie and doesn't even mind that he's going to body slam across. He will find Spirit taking that Scuttle, so junglers just high-fiving as they cross through the mid lane and then head to their own respective side of the jungle.
The casual belly bop across lane.
He's going for a nice jaunt.
I'm actually surprised Spirit didn't proc the Q and just try to do some cheeky damage on him, because he actually saw him use the belly bop and the barrel, so he wouldn't have, yeah, he wouldn't have been able to follow up on any sort of ability. Spirit's got bigger fish to fry like red buff.
Bit curious, but yeah, that's going to be both of the junglers opting for the red buff. Bit of an invade from Aluka, but there's nothing to take as Krugs were taken early. And World 6 just cleared out that red buff. Here's Hotong putting some harass onto Xie with some pretty solid damage. You do have both Spirit and World 6 waiting in the wings. Oh, no, looks like we've got a recall from one and a potential roam from the other.
Now, the question with Lee Sin is always how are you going to play his early game, again, as Mata misses a death sentence. Are you going to be very aggressive early game and make the use of the fact that Lee Sin is fairly powerful with his execute ability, the added bonus on his Sonic Wave, so he does do fairly decent damage levels 1 through 5, or are you going to power farm until level 6, which kind of became a very common thing when Yasuo was very popular, that Lee Sins would rush their Dragon Rage just because of the unique synergy between being able to kick someone and then immediately get final breathed. Ulted. Seems like Spirit's going for more of a farming maneuver. We'll see if maybe he spends some time down bottom with Conan, obviously looking for the dredge lane. Doesn't have a lantern like Mata would, but finds that one.
Yeah, the hook lands. That's Conan landing more hooks than Mata this time.
It's just about the threat. It's about sending a message. Well, again, it's not the crazy mechanical plays, or I mean, Mata has amazing mechanics, but it's not the crazy Mad Life plays that you remember Mata's Thresh for, but he got the Thresh skin in the Samsung White skin collection. It's the 2v1 just dominance, the oppressive lane force that Mata exerts.
Bit of action at the Gromp as Spirit finds World 6, and he is not going to be able to steal that away.
He's got to be really careful.
Yeah, really tricky. Red buff goes down. Spirit taking some solid damage from World 6 as the red buff continues to burn. Flank as Hatong collapses into the pit. Mystic is slowed down. The hook goes wide, but he flashes regardless. They're continuing to fight this out. This could be first blood as Conan is being chased away. He doesn't have flash. He's got Ignite, but he goes down. First blood to Hatong.
Conan pays the price for Spirit's sin right there. So by Conan stepping forward, effectively he was buying Spirit time as he walked to the back of that Dragon Pit, waiting for his safeguard cooldown so he could exit. But hold on.
Hatong caught out of position. He had to have known that this would happen, but he's still going really far forward. Chie flashes forward. He doesn't get the auto attack. They let Hatong go.
Pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a mechanical misstep there from Xie, which is really unfortunate because his big strength is that he's effectively he came from solo queue, was very high rated on the Chinese solo queue ladder, had some competitive experience formerly on World Elite Academy, but was just never able to make it transition as smoothly into a 5v5 setting because he doesn't have the coordination in team fights. But lane phase is still as oppressive as other. Unfortunately, just kind of missed the mark there.
Yeah, Hatong actually hasn't recalled yet, despite knowing that Xie was still there. And actually, in fact, he shoves the wave out to try to get it to bounce before finally recalling and heading back. With that first blood, he's going to be feeling pretty confident, opts for a tier first, and is even able to afford the blasting rod for more sustain. Now we've got World 6 echoing the invade that Spirit did earlier. He gets a nice deep ward and says, you know what? I'm not going to skirmish this. It didn't work out for you last time. I'm not going to try it this time.
The W just so oppressive on Gragas. Can walk into that jungle for free, but we do have some action heading up into the top lane.
Oh man, the hook lands in Aluka.
He could have pulled.
Yeah, he could have.
I always love that when the train driver's running forward and you have the Thresh that's just like mush.
Onward mule. But yeah, Aluka's feeling just fine.
Burns the ultimate.
We haven't seen any recalls just yet out of either Dandy or Aluka. Dandy's been playing a very fun style Fizz. Anytime you see Aluka start charging something up, just become untargetable. Just dodge it and get right back onto the minions. And it's really working out so far as Dandy. Minor CS lead. Aluka should be able to catch right back up. Xie, we can see, taking his blue buff, and that's going to be Hatong looking for his own blue as well. Things are settling down. It's once again getting to that calm laning phase that we all know and love.
Pretty standard itemization. Again, the question still, what type of Fizz is Dandy going to go for? Is it going to be the Cinderhulk? Is it going to be the Trinity Force? Most commonly, we've seen the Cinderhulk, although Spirit in the back looking for a gank.
Could go for it, but Dandy's awful far back under that turret. He is making it back in time, and Spirit decides to go for a bit of a recall instead. We'll have to see what smite he goes for, and as you mentioned, Dandy could be a bit volatile with that specific smite choice on Fizz and whether or not he decides to go Trinity Force like we saw earlier today or Cinderhulk first. There's a lot of variability in Fizz builds in general.
I'm waiting for him to back so I can see it.
Yeah, I know. There it is. The recall.
It's the Cinderhulk.
Yep, challenging smite.
Okay, so how this really works is with the percentage health shred on Fizz's W, I believe, He's obviously able to do damage without building damage. Of course, it's always going to help him, but it's not like he's limiting his damage threat by building the Cinderhulk or being tanky. The other nice thing about this build is from Cinderhulk, you go into Frozen Heart, although hold on, Mystic.
Yeah, Hook finds Mystic. Ignite is dropped as well. He's tumbling to the side. World 6. Oh!
Pop.
He actually goes a little bit too far forward. The Ignite picks up the kill. It's going to be Mata who secures it. Conan still with no flash, running for his life, goes down. It's Endless who gets another kill for Vici Gaming.
Great performance there from Mata, and because they have the 2 bottom laners killed, it's a pretty easy decision to transition this into a dragon, knowing that they have a numbers advantage. Back to Cinderhulk. Oh, wait, hold on. Spirit looking for a steal. Can he get it?
Let's see. He drops a ward over the wall. They know that it's going to happen. Q goes out, but secured. World 6 secures the first dragon for Vici Gaming.
Beautiful smite. Good things to see from the new jungler for Vici here.
Yeah.
Cinderhulk Fizz. So it's going to go into a Frozen Heart CDR, and the reason why I wanted to bring this up specifically with Dandy is because you already made the point that Dandy's being pretty cute with his, I call it the stripper pole, the troll pole.
The troll pole.
The troll pole, by dodging out the charge, or excuse me, devastating smash from Scion. By getting the 40% CDR on Cinderhulk, it's almost like a superficial tankiness because you're spending more time airborne because obviously you're able to proc that E cooldown more often than not, and likewise the Bammy Cinder will continually burn while he's in the air, so you're technically still doing slight magic damage, but it just really fits to Dandy's playstyle that he's already showing against the Scion, that he wants to continually use that E to dodge out.
Yeah, so we have once again returned to that landing phase. Vici feeling very confident with a 2,000 gold lead, securing that first dragon and putting up some pretty consistent lane pressure across the map. Now, we talked about how Vici typically are at their best when they're opting for a rotation lane style play where they go left and right. We can see Dandy getting some harass onto Aluka here as it's a 3-man roam, but Aluka gets out just fine. Continuing on that thread, what does Vici need to do? What item breakpoints do they need to hit to start feeling safe with some of those rotations?
I mean, frankly, they're already really starting at the fact that Mata did his signature Moby's Rush. Now, what he used to do is he would go back and, as opposed to spending 800 gold on Sightstone that a lot of supports would do, he would buy Moby's and then pick up 2 wards and then use the Moby's speed to quickly place deep wards. But with his Moby's right now, he's just rotating across the map looking for skirmishes, especially because we have World 6 actually standing in the wings here on Aluka.
Yeah, they flank onto Aluka. He's knocked into the wall. The dive comes out. Dandy secures another kill for Vici, but in the bottom, World Elite going for a bit of a dive. They're not able to find Endless as Mata comes to help out his AD carry. They get out just fine.
And this is really unfortunate for World Elite that there's no answers on the board for them to kind of counter the fact that so many resources were committed top by Vici to make that kill happen.
Yeah, and that was, in fact, Dandy traded over the first kill to World Elite. Finally getting some blood on the board as they secure the kill onto Dandy, and now Endless continuing to farm it up in the bottom. We saw World Elite trying to go for some sort of cheeky play and cheeky dive, but they were not able to pull it off. And the team of solo laners is starting to crumble under the pressure from Vici.
What a dark day when all of these god-tier junglers have been exiled into the top lane. It started with Insec, and now we have Dandy. I mean, technically it started with Dandy and then went to Insec. But no, you know, I'll give it to Insec for KT. He did it first. He's the OG jungle to top lane. Sorry, Dandy. Next time.
Next time. If he swaps down to like mid or something, then we'll see how that works.
Then Dandy will play 3 roles for the team.
Yeah, controlling top, mid, and jungle. And he won't even have to worry about bottom because Mata's down there.
Nothing else is new.
Exactly. Scrying Orb comes out to spot and see if anything's happening. No cheeky play out of Spirit as he did just recall, opting for the Warriors first instead of going for the Cinderhulk. In the top, Dandy and Aluka return to lane. Defensive build out of Aluka. Dandy opting for some magic resist as he looks towards a Spectre's Cowl. In the mid lane, Hatong finishes his Staff of the Seraphim.
And really the big power spike is when he's going to have his Archangels available to him. Excuse me, his Seraph's Embrace.
Yes.
And has that shield available to him, so...
Yeah, it's Archangels.
Archangels.
Just like Lux's ultimate is Finalis Funkin. Funkeln. There's an L in there.
Demacia!
Yeah.
That's all I call it.
Whoa! Flash body slam as World 6 finds Conan. He's flayed forward.
That's
Vici looking for a 2-turret dive. They find Conan and remove him from the map.
My favorite part about that was how Hatong whiffed the Petrifying Gaze because of the cask. But it's fine. Got the assist. It's all good, guys.
Yeah, World 6, the new jungler for Vici Gaming, is coming up huge right now. He's been involved in all 5 of his team kills. He's been all across the map. and he's doing an excellent job of putting Vici further and further ahead.
Huge shoes to fill, obviously, following Dandy, but you are absolutely right. He's looking fantastic right now on this Gragas, but now in the top lane.
Yeah, speaking of Dandy filling some shoes, he's going to have to get some fancy footwork going on right now as both Spirit and Aluka are trying to dive him. They will secure it. Aluka gets the kill.
Beautiful job from Spirit right there. And giving it over into Aluka, we'll see what he's able to do with that gold. He now has 100% of World Elite's kills, and that's typically not where you want your gold to go. Not that the Scion isn't nice, but...
He's going full tank. Eventually, that's going to become a problem. I mean, sure, you can ignore Scion because he's a tank, but...
Or he'll just whiff his ultimate.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
The drive-by.
Actually, Aluka's fairly good at hitting that ultimate.
Mata's getting really aggressive here. He should try to get some slowdown onto Aluka. Flash comes out. He tosses out the amazing Dark Passage as World 6 comes up with Hitong, and Mata's actually going to be able to get out of here just fine. Dandy teleports in for revenge. Aluka running for his life. He doesn't have Flash. The body slam reaches him at max range. Aluka is almost certainly going to be dived. He is indeed. Dandy, with 2 kills, secures that revenge just fine, and Vici are looking stronger than ever.
What a great play from Mata, showing them the leg, making them interested, the 2v1 from the Thresh. And like you said, a fantastic Dark Passage. The fact that he flashed the CC through the Lantern and got his team involved in the back half of that.
Oh, the dive continues. Jie is the target. A huge Emperor's Divide is going to find Dandy. World 6 tanking the turret. He is doing such a big job. The 5-man rotation secures the kill. And this is Vici rotating and looking as strong as ever. They might lose a turret on the bottom.
But it's a different style of rotation. So again, in the past, Vici really excelled because they would just avoid the enemy team. This is completely new animal and kind of an evolution of Vici's style. They're rotating to make picks, to find advantages and then translating that into objectives, when typically it's rotating to just run away from the enemy team. This is fabulous to see.
Yeah, the immediate response after taking that turret is head down to the Dragon. Hitong, very aggressive there. He's going to be shut down. That gold is picked up by a very much needed Mystic. Dandy has joined the fight. He misses the fish. If he can try to knock them into it, that would be great, but Mystic saves his flash, gets out on the backside. Dandy was 1v3 long enough for the rest of Vici to join the battle. He should be able to make it over the wall. No, he goes down. Spirit secures it. Aluka joined in the fight, getting some damage across. Remember, Hitong isn't there. He died from the overextension, and Vici are forced to run away as fast as possible. Spirit looking for some chase, but can't quite find it with those 2 kills. Vici back away, and WE should be looking to take this dragon.
Dandy way too overzealous right there. Look at his itemization. So typically you would go into armor, but he decided to go for MR, and frankly, he got shredded by Vayne and Lee Sin, so the MR didn't help at all.
Yeah, remember, that is a very scary Vayne on Mystic. He should be able to finish his Blade of the Ruined King after picking up that shutdown gold from Hitong. Yeah.
There we go.
There it is, secured.
So this is the big power spike for Vayne, so obviously this allows her to have her 1v1 duel potential. And everyone's really liking Vayne because she's a good answer to Sivir. She can out-duel Sivir. That said, Sivir is going to still offer incredible versatility that Vayne won't in terms of sieging, rotations, hard engage, disengage. In a true 1v1, though, it's totally to Vayne. And how this is really going to work as far as attack speed and final hour. So when Vayne procs her ultimate a final hour, she gets bonus AD that roughly equates to a BF sword at some point in the game. So by itemizing attack speed in that 8-second duration of her final hour, she gets the BF sword that she sacrificed anyway to rush the Blade of the Ruined King, and gets kind of the best of both worlds, which means that she's that much more terrifying when she's in her ultimate.
Yeah, on top of that Blade of the Ruined King, she has now secured a Zeal for her build. Endless, on the other hand, despite being 1-0-4, he hasn't really picked up a lot of the global gold for his team. That's been primarily sent towards Hitong and Dandy in the top lane. Finally finishes off that Infinity Edge, another very strong power spike for Vici Gaming. And it seems like they're suffering a little bit when they aren't the ones making the primary plays, making the primary initiation. They're starting to feel a little lackluster.
Glad that you started to bring up kind of where the gold is weighted on these teams. So historically, throughout the LPL this season so far, Mata has the highest gold percentage of any of the supports in LPL, and Spirit has the second highest gold percentage of any of the junglers in LPL, which this really goes back to say, like, these are the hinges on which their success swings. Worldly is all about Spirit and how he can impact the map with these high mobility, high impact junglers. And Mata, leading the charge, was the shot caller for Samsung White, is the shot caller for Vici Gaming, controls their vision, and we saw it this game with those Moby boots just running around and making everything happen.
Yeah, bit of aggression out of World 6 and Mata. That was actually a very, very clever play. I really like how they went for the invade, but while they weren't able to find anything, they did get a few deep wards down and really just kind of got a feel for where World Elite are right now. And with that, they continue going for some more pressure, going for some more harass on the bottom. Wards covering the Dragon Pit for Vici, though. They did see it get secured by WE, and for the time being, seems as though everyone's just going to take it safe, try to get their next power spike. Hatong, he's looking for a Luden's Echo on Cassiopeia.
Kind of early in her rotation to build a Luden's Echo now. She is a sustain mage, and what I mean by that is I defined this in the past that there's burst mages and there's sustain mages. So a sustain mage like Cassiopeia, she's going to be doing her damage because it's about how many rotations she can get through her spell, i.e. proc that Twin Fangs as much as possible, just spam it down, versus Annie, who's going to be that big level 6, goes through one spell rotation, and that's pretty much her team fight. Now the Luden's Echo is going to be far more prominent on sustain mages, simply because the more times you proc your abilities, the more times you're going to get Luden's Echo proc. The thing about it is that it's typically a rush item if you're going to get like the most cost efficiency out of it, just because of its flat AP. So it works really well on champions like Ahri, because Ahri doesn't necessarily need a core built up. She can just go straight into the flat AP and do ridiculous amounts of damage, and then find great synergy off of the movement speed. With Cassiopeia, typically it's the Seraph's Embrace. Building up the tier is incredibly important, so that's a core item. And then typically into a Rylai's, but completely ignoring that aspect of the health and just going straight damage.
Vici collapsing onto the Baron Pit. They saw Mystic in the bottom lane, so they can try rushing it down. It's 20 minutes into the game, right on time. They're going to try burning through its health. They secure it very quickly. This could be a scary fight for WE. They have to get out of there. A huge flash cask is going to knock Xie right out of their stun. Finds Aluka. This could be a turn fight as Hatong no longer has his ultimate. There's no longer the stun from Hatong, but Vici back away, securing the Baron.
When things go right for Vici, they go so right.
Oh, yeah.
They currently have the shortest average game time, and you can see why. They were a rotation-focused team before, and when they had that identity, they just rotated beautifully, tearing games out from underneath people before they had a chance to react. This is a new Vici, rotating into enemy teams, finding picks, taking objectives, and abusing the lead that they're given into an incredibly early Baron. That might be the earliest Baron that we've seen.
That was 20 minutes and, what, 20 seconds when they started it?
Well, they're also able to do that so efficiently simply because Hatong had the blue buff on Cassiopeia. And again, the shred, the fact that she can just layer her poison onto the Baron and continually spam that E on the 0.5 second cooldown is absurd.
Yeah, with that, you've got Vici now going to start looking for objectives as they shove forward. This turret doesn't have very long to live for this world as the siege continues. Potential rotation towards the bottom as you've got Dandy split pushing with those Baroned up minions to clear it out.
You know what's really cool?
Tell me.
The fact that they decided to opt into the early Baron at 20 minutes, and the big, like we said, the big shred for that is obviously going to be Cassiopeia. The fact that he itemized Luden's Echo second, so obviously it's going to give him just straight more shred because he's going to be doing more damage as opposed to the tankiness that Rylai's and the survivability that Rylai's is going to give to Cassiopeia. So I'm curious how far in advance this plan was. I'm not saying like, you know, we're going to rush that Baron at 20 minutes, so I'm going to build the Luden's Echo, but it definitely was a huge factor in the timing that it took to shred that.
Yeah. Could be very clever. I mean, I'm inclined to think that it's just clever play because he
give
went
it to him, Hatong.
Yeah, he got the needlessly large rod, but Hatong looking very strong right now as he does have a KDA of 5, currently involved in a lot of his team kills. World 6 though, I keep on want to continue talking about this guy. I mean, he's doing so much for Vici this game. He's involved in all of his team kills. He's rotating left and right. He's getting Hatong fed. He's getting Dandy strong. He's even helping Endless out. And his initiations in team fights have been pretty bomb. If Xie didn't have his flash off the backside of that fight, that could have been a very scary fight for Vici. Leads the charge onto the Dragon. This could be number 2 for Vici.
Spirit not in position to steal that one. Looks like they're just going to give it away for free.
Yeah, very impressive play from Vici Gaming. They've got Baron. What else can they take with this? So far, it's been one turret. Dandy opting for the split push. Aluka is not answering it, so that's a really big minion wave that's going to crash on that turret. No one's going to catch it. Vici opting for the rotation. They're going to swing up to that top tier 2, and it seems like they've caught World Elite on the back foot. Will they be able to make it in time? Vici get onto the turret.
This is something much more, oh, hold on though. This is something much more indicative of former Vici. They're very good that when they're playing from behind, making those rotations. But there's the on the
Yeah,
hunt.
fight breaks out. They're going to target Spirit first. Endless is kicked back. He's going to be engaged upon by Xie. He goes low. He's actually secured. Mata now running for his life. He's dropping low too. Mystic dancing around the back of the fight with that Vayne. So much damage. World 6, Dandy getting some damage across. He's going to juke now onto Mystic, but this fight is going all the right kinds of right for World Elite as they pick up another kill. It's a double kill now, and that's going to be an ace for World Elite.
We just talked about how Vici, when they find their success, it's in their rotational plays, that they're a very weak 5v5 team fighting team, and we saw it exactly there. And the other thing is we talked about World Elite. They're not the strongest 5v5 either, so how did they win that fight? It was on two fronts. That wasn't a 5v5. That was a 2v2 and a 3v3.
Yeah.
It's two different skirmishes in the same area, and World Elite's mechanical outplays come out on top.
Yeah, and I was in fact wrong. Hetong survived through that fight, so it wasn't an ace. It was 4 kills for 2, but World Elite effectively removing the Baron from 4 members of Vici Gaming and defending their top Tier 2 turret, making them feel pretty confident in this. They're not out of this game just yet, despite the lead that Vici Gaming has.
Their success and their playstyle depends so much on out-rotating the enemy team into a pick and then playing with the numbers advantage.
Oh no,
Speaking of
Dandy
pick.
is caught out of position. He just used his troll pole to try to dance around Vici showing up, and he's actually going to be able to make it out of here. Aluka, is he going to be able to thread the needle here? He goes for some chase, narrowly misses the roar of the Slayer, and Dandy should be able to hop this wall. They could leave Mata, though. Slow comes down, Hook pulls it right back in. Great ultimate from World 6, splits the fight, but Mata's continuing to be chased. He's going low. He's going to be dropped by Spirit. This is the rest of Vici Gaming joining the battle. Hetong going for some big damage with Endless as they get further and further forward. They pick off Aluka. That's so far a 1-for-1. They're chasing forward. Hetong finds the slow, but isn't able to chase any further. Endless already used his on the hunt. WE should be able to get out of this one. Yeah, they make it under the turret.
This time around, Mata pays for Dandy. Sen's getting caught out right there. Dandy makes it away, and Mata is the one eating that. But it was a fantastic Emperor's Divide from Xie to reset that fight and to allow World Elite to take the kill and walk away.
Yeah, and with that World Elite trade 1-for-1, it's now 9-10 in kills, and World Elite are only down 3,500 gold. Not that bad. Dragons are definitely still a possibility as it's 1-2, and this game seems like it's not over just yet, as both of these teams are skirmishing and team fighting with the best of them.
Well, World Elite are definitely starting to ramp up in terms of their itemization. You have the Death Cap as well as the Morellos complete for Azir. On the other side, the QSS, hugely important for Vayne, obviously, because a CC could mean the end of her aggressive tumbles, as well as the Phantom Dancer and Bork complete.
Yeah, and with the Quicksilver Sash, she will be able to cleanse that poison off of Cassiopeia, like we talked about in the previous game, and really try to deny some of that damage from Hetong, and more importantly, shut down any CC that he finds himself in so that he can continue to dish out those very punishing auto attacks. Looks like Vici opting for another rotation to the top Tier 2 turret. Are they going to try making the same play that they did last time that was so disastrous for them?
5v5s have not been working out. They need to rotate, find a pick, and then attempt to play that direction. Again, they are playing with role swaps. Obviously, Dandy isn't a top laner. And again, speaking of pick,
Yeah, Conan's the one who's caught. He procs the wall of the box, slows. Gonna lock him down a bit, but he just casually rides that anchor to safety. And with that recall, it's now 5 versus 4 for a very brief window. Spirit going to find Mata. There is a ward that spots them out. Cleared. Baron's up in 6 seconds. Vici are looking to contest.
they haven't checked the pit. They haven't noticed that there's actually a pink ward on the Baron from World Elite. And so World Elite have full vision that that Baron is not going down and that they know that Vici are setting up a trap. So we'll see where they go.
Mata has his sweeper. It's off of cooldown right now, and he's directly on top of a ward. It's kind of hilarious. They want to fight right now, which is very interesting. It's not normally something we see from Vici Gaming.
Now, what's important is W have a massive wave on the bottom side of the map. It is a slow push. They finally, Vici find the ward into the Baron pit, so it's a little bit more precarious of a situation for WE, but it looks like they're going to push the mid lane because they have 2 massive pressure points on the map. Yeah,
WE grouped up. They know that they've got those pressure points, so they're going to try to use them to the best of their abilities. Walking forward now, they're going to clear all of the hard-earned wards of Vici Gaming. Get some more vision back into the pit, placing a ward in the exact same spot as the last one. Aluka looking to go for a potential fight. Spell shield goes down. Aluka dodges it. The spell shield is on cooldown. Fight doesn't break out. World Elite gets on the backside. He knocks Mystic right back in, but not into the stun. Dandy on the backside is going 1 versus 2 here. Rides the Lantern to safety as he decides he doesn't want any part of this. And Vici Gaming are juggling this so expertly. Nobody has died just yet. Mata, a little overextended, gets out just fine, and the fight dies down.
Really aggressive play from Dandy to try to get into the back line. This is the other thing about Fizz. Like, why is Fizz starting to rise up? Why are we seeing this tanky build? And the thing is that with so much peel and so much CC, this being the kind of the era of the Cinderhulk, the era of tanks, Fizz is super sticky onto these hyper carries, especially Vayne.
Ooh, the Death Bush set up by WE, but instead they decide to collapse onto the Baron. Wards from Vici spotted out, and they are grouped up enough. World 6 is the one who's caught, doesn't have the explosive cast. Mata slows it down. Mystic looking for Mata on the right side. Hatong kicked into the fight. He's forced to flash away. Emperor's Divide even knocks him even further. Finally, he's going to be shut down as Endless secures the kill onto Spirit. Dandy diving in the back line is going to kill Xie. This is Vici cleaning up so strong. Mystic, the sole survivor for his team. Noah Luca's still alive too. Endless throwing boomerang after boomerang. The barrel with the slow. Knocked up now. It's going to be the fish. Dandy secures. No, Endless. It gets the last kill. An ace for Vici Gaming.
World Elite do get the tower, but what started out so good right there, a perfect insect from Spirit, looks like he was going to get away, but Endless cleaned him up on the very back half of that fight, and an Emperor's Divide split the fight, but just so horribly against the mobility that Vici had with Dandy bouncing around everywhere. This is going to be the ace and the Baron.
Yeah, Vici take the Baron. They actually managed to wait until Mata came back up. I think Mata has the Baron buff as well, which is fantastic for Vici Gaming.
It's only super important that you have it in 3 members, preferably the top laner and then your 2 carries, so that way you can apply the Baron buff in every single lane as opposed to just consolidated to 1 point.
Yeah, this is some pretty phenomenal stuff. Dragon has now respawned. Vici Gaming are on their way to the backside of the pit. And Vici Gaming coming up very strong after that previous fight. And really, I can't make up my mind whether or not they purposefully wanted it after the brief skirmish with WE. They knew that Mystic didn't have his final hour.
Smile and nod, yes.
Yeah.
Smile and nod.
Or did they just ride the mistakes? It ended up working out so well. With the Baron, they secure their 3rd dragon of the game. Increased mobility means faster rotations. Rotatos means a happy Vici Gaming.
Now it's going to be what pressure point, or excuse me, what objective are they going to look for? Is it going to be that 2nd tier mid tower, which would grant them the most passive vision control and map control? Looks to be split pressure points that Dandy is prepping the wave into the bottom lane. Now, obviously, with Baron down, that was the big objective on the top side of the map, which gives them, again, a window of opportunity to make plays on the bottom side of the map. If they are to secure the bottom inhibitor, that means that on the 3rd rotation of Baron, that if they have that bottom inhibitor, World Elite would have to play on 2 different fronts, stopping the super minion creep wave on the bottom side and making sure that Vici don't get another free Baron.
Yes, elementary, one might say.
Thank you, Watson.
And the siege begins. Mata with a flash forward finds Mystic, takes a lot of damage. He's actually going to go down here as he's the one tanking the turret. The fight breaks out. It's 5 versus 4. Spirit's nowhere to be found. Xie trying to clean it up. Dandy dives into the back line. He's knocked up, but Vici are cleaning up member after member. 3 people have fallen so far. Xie and Spirit, the sole survivors. They're going to take down this tier 2 turret, and with Baron buff still across 4 members of this push, 3 members of this push, they're going to get onto the inhibitor next.
There's just nothing Spirit can really do in these team fights. World 6, a fantastic performance from the new jungler for Vici Gaming. And
yeah.
Gragas is just so much higher impact in these late game team fights. The cask for the reset. That was cheeky.
That was very cheeky. Recalling in the face of WE. He does take a Sonic Wave to pay for it, but as you mentioned, that inhibitor is down just in time for the 3rd spawn of Baron when it comes back up, if it comes back up, because right now, Vici have got an incredible lead. 9,000 gold, that bottom inhibitor down. They've got 3 dragons. Really, they're looking exceptionally strong with World 6 filling Dandy's shoes really well.
I mean, that said, it's not over for World Elite yet. We've seen miracles happen. It was a miracle that they even made it into playoffs. Oh my, that was a trip. They have Vayne, they have Azir, so they have the hyperscaling potential to kind of come back from this. And as this game goes later and later, we've talked about this in the past, the gold gap really equates to nothing. It's gold to a point as opposed to just a discrepancy between the two. I mean, but really what they need to happen is they need Mystic to stay alive, and they need Xie to put up a good Emperor's Divide and to zone for this powerful Vayne.
Yeah, he's had some pretty solid splits earlier on. though he is having some difficulty knocking Dandy out of the fight. It seems that now he's using his Emperor's
Super
Divide.
sticky. It's the thing about Fizz. With so much peel and so much tankiness for these hyper-scaling ADCs and these very slippery ADCs, Fizz can pretty much keep up with the best of them. You just cannot get him off of the back line.
Yeah, seems as though WE are floundering a bit under this consistent pressure. Baron has now fallen off, so this is going to be a regular push onto the Tier 2 turret. Didn't work out so well the first time they went for this rotation, as it was a fight, though this time Endless is a bit late to the party. The siege will continue as scheduled.
Well, this time they also have a massive pressure point in the bottom side, so before they didn't have the free inhib. And there you see that massive wave that's going to be pushing in on the Nexus tower in the bot lane there, which means World Elite sending Mystic to deal with that. I was going to say it should mean a free top tier tower, but it looks like they're looking for the mid tower, looking for a pick.
They opt to go mid. World 6 gets a bit aggressive as they try to get some damage onto the turret. Dandy and Endless tickle that thing down, but it's still at half health. And the siege continues. Rotato's left and middle, as it's top and mid lane that are the siege for Vici Gaming. Some harass continues. Dandy opting for the split. He's got his teleport. The remaining members of Vici stick mid. Mystic on the bottom. Dragon, 2 minutes.
The wave clear from Azir is just so potent and powerful and very safe, obviously able to get those sand soldiers up and in front of you. Why they send Dandy to the top lane, because obviously he can slowly shred through a Luca. Luca will only be able to hold that tower for so long.
He's actually doing a really good job. I really like that approach to it. He's like, you know what? I don't actually have to worry about
I just
Dandy.
kill the creeps.
Exactly. He juggles the creeps off the wave, and slowly but surely, however, in the mid lane, they chunk the turret auto after auto, and it continues to fall. Now Baron is going to be up in 2 minutes.
Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Exactly. Vici are just continuing to stall it out, and paper cut after paper cut. WE are...
Mana's had enough.
Yeah. Doing what they can.
Just hack it down.
He gets forward, tanking the turret. It falls, and with that, WE lose their mid-tier 2 turret. Looks like they might lose their top as well as Vici rotate back to the top once again. And Endless with 2 auto attacks brings it low. This could be a fight. They knock up. Endless is the target. He's still alive, however, and this is Vici looking exceptionally strong as they kill Conan. They punish him for his hubris, trying to turn this into a full 5v5 team fight. The dive continues as Vici destroy the turret and continuing to shove forward, but WE make it out.
Just 0 peel, effectively, from Mystic. He spent his entire duration of that fight running away as opposed to putting out autos, and Xie sitting on the Emperor's Divide. Now, obviously, he didn't get a perfect situation in which he can put that out, but still could have at least tried to supply a bit of space for his team. Chooses to hold on to an incredibly important cooldown, but, I mean, if Mystic's spending his time tumbling away as opposed to tumbling in or doing auto attacks, the team fight's lost.
Yeah, Mystic, really one of the big hyper carries for WE. He's doing pretty solid as he has now reached 3 items plus a defensive item and is looking towards that last 5th item to complete his build. Dragon has now respawned. Dandy looking to solo it. He's got teleport so he can join from the other side of the fight. Baron's up in a few seconds too, but Vici find a pick onto Spirit. Spirit's flashes. He's going to go down. Oh, Aluka looks like he forces a fight. Endless ends up being traded over there onto Hatong. He flashes. The explosive cast knocks everyone away. The tanks don't have enough damage. Hatong shreds through. The rest of Vici are just stalling for Hatong to catch up and shred through those front lines. World 6 and Dandy have now joined the battle. Dandy jumps in just to die, and World 6 secures another kill while Hatong kills Aluka. It's an ace for Vici Gaming.
That said, Xie did get some on the back half. Not a total loss. It's really only 3 members that are standing up, and it's not the 80 carry, so shredding down towers is still going to be relatively difficult. A lot of pings going down. Looks like they're going to circle back to Baron, so I actually like this call. So the 80 carry's not up, so they don't have their primary siege or their tower killer, but they do have their Baron killer, and they immediately transfer Hatong over to that Baron to use the blue buff on Cassiopeia.
Look at how fast that thing is going down. Luden's Echo being procced on every 3rd or 4th Q. It's just so terrifying, the damage that he's done. That's the 3rd Baron in a row secured for Vici Gaming as they are putting out some ridiculous pressure. And even the minions taking down the inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. WE are struggling to stay afloat under the rising tide of Vici Gaming.
And we said it in Champion Select that Vici have really identified themselves as kind of the Korean-esque team, very rotation focused. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, a very slow choke-out style of game where they just eat every available resource and just calmly and clinically take you down.
Yeah, and you've really got to talk to the morale of WE right now, because slowly but surely they're hemorrhaging cut after cut, item after item, building after building. And after a while, it just becomes so hard to keep playing when you haven't won a team fight in 20 minutes, when you haven't taken a turret, when you haven't even taken a kill. And Vici Gaming are continuing to keep up this constant pressure, these constant rotations. WE are still in this, though. Well,
when interviewed before the summer split happened, Spirit said confidently that they would be a top-tier team, perhaps one of the best behind EDG and IG, and of course Mystic standing next to him was like, you know, maybe top 4. And unfortunately, it just really hasn't connected. That said, still relatively early in the season. We've said it before, we'll say it again. 44 games these teams will play. We're only in week 3, so there's plenty of time for WE to turn it around. We saw the miracle slide into the playoffs to kick Masters 3 into the promotion tournament. So World Elite have made miracles happen in the past, and maybe one will happen this game.
Yeah, well,
doubtful, but it could happen.
It definitely is possible. I mean, you've got a late game hyper carry Vayne. You've got some incredibly scary damage on Azir, who's now 4 items. However, the siege begins. Vici go forward. They find Conan. He misses the hook, goes down to Endless. The siege continues, this time without Conan to break down or get any sort of hooks or engage. WE are a bit on the backside. The explosive cast knocks Mystic out of his own base. He is deleted from the map. World 6 traded over. Mata's actually locked in between the wall and the turret, and Xie is able to pick up a kill onto Endless as he gets too far forward. So 3 for 2 right there in favor of Vici Gaming. However, they still got Baron buff. They've got so many cannoned up minions. That inhibitor falls, and Vici are still feeling awful strong.
World 6, the replacement for Dandy in the jungle, 3, 2, and 21 out of 26 kills. Now, the thing that I want to point out, though, is Mata is still 2, 4, and 20, so still not to the same participation that World 6 has seen, but leading the charge nonetheless. The synergy and the cohesion between these two is excellent right now, and this is exactly what Vici needed, because, frankly, things were not going right for them the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I want to know what rock they were keeping this guy under, because he is working so excellently with the synergy of Vici Gaming. He knows how to go when Vici want to fight. He knows when to disengage and when things are sour. And it really speaks to how quickly Vici have adapted to this new guy on their roster. Now, with those 2 inhibitors down, Vici Gaming have got almost complete control of the over the map. They're even setting up a bit of a death bush at the blue. So if World Elite, WE, even want to try to reclaim any sort of semblance of map control, they're going to have to go through the death squad of Hatong and Mata.
The respect that Vici are giving WE right now, the fact that their win condition right now is looking at the 5th dragon or possibly the 4th Baron.
It's working. It's playing it safe. It's saying, all right, we've got a new guy. We're doing well with him. But let's not take any chances. We've got this winning combination.
It continues, though, to speak to some of the long-lasting problems in their roster, namely in their solo laners. Hatong has had a fairly weak performance, not just this current split, but last split. Some questionable calls, although hold on,
Dandy
Mystic.
going toe-to-toe with Mystic. Now that Xie has joined the battle, that's going to be one dead Dandy, and he's saying, come on, man, we were having a 1v1. Vayne versus Fizz, that's Mechanic City.
But I was going to talk about, again, kind of their lackluster 5v5 in the cohesion. That said, Hatong really stepping up this time around, 10, 2, and 10 on his Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and he's working exceptionally well with Endless, who's 8, 3, and 10. Fully 5 item. Sivir, very, very scary. Bit of a siege coming out as you've got Vici shoving down the last remaining bastion of hope for World Elite as they want to take that last inhibitor. However, they know they don't have Dandy. They can't take a full 5-on-5. So what they're going to do is continue putting pressure on, waiting for the minions to shove, and back away whenever they see a fight break out. Now, Dragon's up in 2 minutes. They find a pick onto Aluka. He's dead. Conan also picked, also dead.
Poor little Conan.
Yeah, I know.
Conan the Barbarian, 0, 10, and 8.
He's an awful poor barbarian with this game. He's going down quite a bit. Siege continues with 2 members dead. It's now 4 versus 3. Dandy's up. He's got teleport. We'll see if he joins the battle. He does indeed. Xie trying to clear that cannon minion with the Sand Soldiers, but you can't kill a teleporting minion. With that, the last inhibitor turret goes down. The inhibitor shortly to follow. That bottom inhibitor is the just respawned. I think this mid inhibitor is going to respawn as well.
Nope.
No. Yeah, so that's all 3 inhibitors down. 5th Dragon is up in a minute. 4th Baron is up in a minute and a half. It's up to what Vici want to do.
I think they want to end the game right now.
You think it's time?
Yeah, I definitely think it's time. It's going to be the first game for Vici right here, and kind of an evolution of their style and a great standout performance from World 6.
Yeah, a very chaotic fight as they are diving onto the Nexus. The Nexus finally goes down, and that's Vici Gaming taking the win. 31 kills to 17 over World Elite. And World 6, man, this guy, where did he come from? This is phenomenal.
I frankly couldn't tell you, but I mean, like we said, he's filling dandy shoes. This is a world champion, one of the best junglers in the world.
Yeah.
Looked fantastic on that Gragas. Doubt we'll see him get that champion again, or possibly ever.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible breakout performance. He probably had something like a 95, 96% kill participation, somewhere way up there, unless he died under that Nexus the last time, because that would, oh no, that doesn't actually affect kill participation, because that's KDA. It's a different stat entirely. But yeah, it was a very, very excellent performance out of Vici Gaming. And as you mentioned, their identity, not only did they bring in this new guy who fleshes out their roster so well, but they're also now looking for rotations and looking for picks on top of those rotations. They're not just running away and looking for objectives.
And they're building up the strength of their solo laners, particularly in Hatong as well. Hatong has had a weak performance last split. Looked a little shaky on the start of this one, but a really solid Cassiopeia game from him. Again, 10-2-10. So
yeah.
Great work.
Really solid. We'll have to keep an eye on Hatong's performance in the next game. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get everything set up, but don't go anywhere. It's Vici Gaming versus World Elite. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. For the last time tonight, I am Seda. This is FLICKR, and we're getting into our final game of the day. It's World Elite versus Vici Gaming, and you just saw on stream that was Vici Gaming taking the ace that took them, I believe that was their third Baron before they ended up winning the game.
All I want to say is MVP of that fight was Xie. That Emperor's Divide pretty much cut World Elite in half and trapped two of his members in the middle of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, a little problematic there.
Mate.
Yes. But we're going to be getting into our last game in just a minute. And I just want to point out at the end of that fight, you got to see pretty much the three big players of Vici Gaming. There was Endless, who went big on Sivir, Dandy, who went big on Fizz, but most importantly, World 6, the quote-unquote the new guy.
The new guy on the block, the jungler taking over to Dandy's position. Dandy following Insec up into that top lane. And World 6, looked fantastic on the Gragas. The question is he a one-trick pony, which obviously you wouldn't really say about Gragas, but can he perform on less high-impact junglers? We saw that Spirit stalled out a bit on the Lee Sin, wasn't able to make his play connect because he couldn't get it going in the early game. So doubt World 6 will get Gragas again. If he does, I'd be shocked. But can he perform on Nunu, on Rek'Sai, on Sejuani?
Well, Vici Gaming are going to be on blue side for this, so they'll have first pick. That could be one ban taken away from World Elite if they want to try banning that away. Other big performers was Hatong in the mid lane. We were praising his Cassiopeia play. He ended up coming up really huge that time. And, well, he did have a few slip-ups, namely that one, I'm going to wander into the dragon pit with no vision 1v4. He played rather well.
And it's, I mean, frankly, it's not something that we get to say a lot about Hatong, that he had a stand-up performance. So it's nice to finally see him start to ramp up. The biggest issue with Hatong is his consistency. Sometimes he's wonderful, especially in his split push potential on that Twisted Fate. Other times just really hasn't been able to make it connect cohesively in a 5v fight with his team. So he was given a big power pick, the Cassiopeia, and he made it stick this time.
Yeah, and taking it into Xie's Azir and making it look exceptionally strong. And actually, we just got word that Hatong has been subbed out.
It will be their mid lane son Puhong, I believe. I may butcher that, so I do apologize. He is the actual mid lane sub. So formerly they had Schwinn in the mid lane, but he's actually their ADC sub. When he played, I believe it was Varus. But this time, this guy does play mid. He is the official sub.
Yeah, and that is Puhong in the mid lane. Spirits Nidalee being banned away as we are getting into picks and bans. So far, everything's looking identical. Interestingly enough, Vici with first pick, they see Kallista's been banned. Oh, they banned Sivir and then Kallista was banned. Okay, so that was the order of things. They decide, Endless, you know, you did well on it, but let's see how well you do on something else.
Sivir is a fantastic champion for the LPL. She has an absurd win rate, 81% pick rate. So glad to start seeing champion or teams ban that one out, kind of broaden the horizons. Nidalee ban, not surprised to see that. Again, all-time Spirit is 9-1, including the Demacia Cup on that champion. You have to take it away from him.
Yeah, and there is going to be Xie's LeBlanc banned away. Kallista again taken from Endless, and Mata's Alistar gone. That leaves Nautilus still on the board. And here's the question for WE: was World 6's Gragas ban-worthy?
I would say definitely, especially because Vici do have the first pick. It would be very easy to prioritize a jungle pickup, but it's going to be Brad.
Yes, Brad banned away from Mata. It's identical bans out of WE, and I believe those are also identical bans from Vici. Don't quote me on that. And we're getting into the next one.
Here is the thing. Rek'Sai, Gragas, there are still all priority.
Yeah, Sejuani's still up too.
Exactly. The holy trinity of junglers left open. I would still prioritize Gragas just because he has the reset potential, he has the hard engage potential, very tanky, incredibly useful late game, especially because Sivir's not there as far as hard engage.
Ooh.
But they don't go any direction.
Yes.
They go for the Hecarim.
I like the Hecarim. Dandy's Hecarim is a force to be reckoned with.
Just very curious, especially because Sivir is banned, and Sivir has such great synergy with Hecarim because obviously her on the hunt is going to give him increased damage as well as that much more of a threat as far as a hard engage. But I mean, again, the holy trinity of junglers is available. It's not like you're pigeonholed and Gragas was banned, Rek'Sai is banned, so you know I must take Sejuani or I must take Nunu.
Yeah, it is very exciting to see how that's going to work out. Now Spirit looking at Gragas to take that away from World 6, but the remaining two members, the father and the son, are still available in that holy trinity of junglers. Nautilus now being looked at. That's going to be Conan securing that. Mata not allowed that Nautilus. Sejuani immediately hovered by World 6.
Rek'Sai, I think, would be much safer.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I'm concerned about is that with Sejuani, typically you would like to do a lane swap, not only because obviously I think lane swaps are very strong because it's much more about pushing down those towers and kind of ramping up your mid game earlier because you're getting a surplus of gold, but to hide Sejuani in a lane swap because obviously if you're doing vertical jungling, you have a numbers advantage on at least one side of the map, so you can keep her safe. Because the thing about Sejuani, especially as she is locked in, is that her first initial clear is very brittle, very fragile, and someone like Gragas, like Rek'Sai, like Lee Sin can just walk into her jungle and kill her instantly.
Yeah, and that is actually going to be World 6 opting for that Sejuani and Puhang opting for Azir. I really like what Vici are doing. They said, you know what, we can play the rotation-based style. We've got World 6 now in the roster, which is even more of a complement to that rotation style, but let's take a look at Puhang. Let's experiment a little bit, try things.
Let's try a 5v5 composition because that's what they're set up to do. The big Wombo combo is already there with the Onslaught of Shadows as well as the Glacial Prism. On the other side, Xie locks the tried and true favorite in Ahri.
I'm an Ahri player, so
everyone's an Ahri player.
Xie's got me one. I'm on his side.
It's a big signature champion for him, LeBlanc and Ahri. Now, the thing about Ahri is any matchup you take her into, except for maybe old Vigar, is going to be a skill-based matchup. Azir is still going to outrange her with the Sand Soldiers, but it's not the worst-case scenario when the Emperor's Divide comes out, just because she's going to have her ultimate that she's able to get around that.
And the very mobile AD caster Lucian locked in for Mystic to complement that high-mobility Ahri in the mid lane. Hopefully he will be able to dodge that Glacial Prison or the Onslaught of Shadows from Dandy, who is sure to be in the back line if his previous performance on Fizz was any indicator. Last pickup for Endless is going to be Vayne and Mata on that Janna.
I will be shocked if they look for a 2v2. That said, I actually don't think the Vayne, Janna into Lucian matchup is that awful, but the Lucian Nautilus certainly puts it over the edge. That's probably the strongest 2v2 that you could possibly get, other than maybe a Callista, because her level 2 power spike is pretty disgusting with Rend. But I would be, like I said, I would be shocked if they didn't look for a lane swap to isolate Vayne, get her onto that free farm, and likewise to hide World 6 away and allow Sejuani to kind of safely farm into her big power spike level 6 when she gets that Glacial Prism.
And a bit of an interesting now team comp built out for Vici Gaming as they are opting for that team fight-based composition. They know they're a rotational team. They have that as their set identity. They're the most rotation-focused team in the LPL, but they're going for a team fight team this time. Will they be able to make it work?
And it's really going to hinge on their mid lane sub, Huang. He is playing the Azir. They do have the Vayne on their side, and it's really just about the zone control. Can he get a good Emperor's Divide? Can he get to these objectives on time to set up his Sand Soldiers to create room for Vayne to run wild?
And on the other side, WE opting for a similar composition to last time. This time, though, they've got a lot more mobility to deal with the heavy engage and sort of pick style that we saw out of Vici this last time around. And they did steal away that Gragas from World 6. And I'm sure WE are scratching their heads just as much as the rest of us saying, who is this guy? Where did he come from? How can we possibly deal with this? So it'll be exciting to see how this one works out.
Well, we do know who Spirit is. We do know where he comes
well,
from.
That guy, yeah.
And everything that he's able to put out.
Yes.
And he's got the Gragas this time around.
Yes.
And obviously last time Spirit got cut short because he wasn't able to make the high impact on Lee Sin. See if he can do it this time on Gragas.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on Spirit this time around, but we're going to get right into game. All right, we're right back into it. It's Vici Gaming versus WE, and we are on the Rift. 5-point defensive line out of just about everyone. That's actually 4-point defensive line, as most of these guys are stacking up. It's Vici Gaming versus World Elite. Wait, Vici Gaming won game number 1.
That's not what my scoreboard says.
Yes. So yeah, we're getting into game number 2. Vici Gaming took game number 1. WE looking for a bit of redemption after that first match, and they've got a pretty solid team comp.
And we've had 2-0s all night. Now, the thing that I want to talk about, we talked about a lane swap. This is the classic Swippy Swappy.
The Swippy Swappy.
The Swippy Swappy. So what you do is you line up in a standard 5-point. It's called the 5-point because you are standing at all 5 entrances of the jungle. It effectively acts as a safety net as far as the level 1, so you can see exactly what the enemy team is doing. You show up, you make sure that the enemy team's bot lane sees you hanging out there, either placing a ward or just being spotted out by their ward place. Then you sneakily back away into Fog of War, press back, and then run to the top side of the map. And there's the lane swap.
That's exactly it. Vici Gaming sending that very scary Vayne Janna towards the top, morely to avoid the Lucian Nautilus Death combo that you talked about in the bottom. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you've got Ahri versus Azir and Aluka opting for the jungle start. He's going to go with Krugs, and Dandy, knowing he's got the lane swap, is just going to double jungle with World 6 for just a bit.
We talked about this before. It's going to isolate Vayne, allow her to get that passive farm so she can get to her big power spike at level 6 as well as avoid Lucian and Nautilus. But more importantly, it's going to keep World 6 safe, and we'll be able to see if he's going to put as big numbers as he did the first game on this Sejuani. He certainly has the ultimate to do it, Glacial Prism.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how he performs on this Sejuani this time around. Oh, that's interesting. The invade coming out from Mata spots the naked red buff of WE as Aluka. He's headed down towards the bottom. Spirit going for the slow clear as he goes for the Dire Wolves afterwards. And look at this, World 6 and Dandy, they decide to forget about their blue buff. They go for the invade. They're going to invade the red.
They're about to get 3 buffed is what's going to happen. Now, this is actually fairly common for the supports to leave the lane and kind of check on things to figure out where the enemy team is, which buff they started. Mata's seeing that red buff. It's just a great adaptation of saying, you know, they haven't taken this yet. We have the 3 buff potential. Let's immediately rotate up here.
Yeah, and WE respond by going for the invade of their own. They see now that the red buff was started by World 6 and Dandy. Instead, they opt to steal away the Krugs, swing down to the bottom to get some pressure onto that Tier 2 turret, while the rest of Vici Gaming clear out the remaining jungle of WE on the top side of the map. There's the vertical jungling that we were talking about earlier. Dandy and World 6 spotted out by that ward. I hope none of them smite it. Oh, man. Pops the Raptor camp.
My personal favorite, as opposed to warding the Raptor camp itself, is to actually ward on the pillar behind the red buff, because then they can't find the ward, but it immediately procs the Raptor camp.
Oh, yeah, because it's still in range. That's
exactly.
right.
And then you see them search around, they're like, where is it?
So frantically for it. It is going to be WE going for the dragon first, so I guess that's the trade-off. 3 buff for Vici, dragon
and
for
this
WE.
is entirely textbook. Typically, when you initiate the lane swap, you send your numbers advantage for the top side. You know that you're going to be sacrificing the early dragon. There's no problem there. They have the hyperscaling ADC. They chose to do freeze. It's really just about denying the CS into the tower right now or into the other creep wave. So Vici are perfectly fine making that trade.
Yeah, and they're feeling awful comfortable with it right now, though hopefully they will start to look to some of those dragons later on as a team fight team really benefits from some of those dragon stats. Most importantly, the first one, the third, and the 5th.
You mean all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Just,
Well,
I was just checking.
I mean, there's less priority on the 2nd and 4th because as a team fight team, you look to take objectives off the backside of fights, right?
Well, they also need to be able to do damage to towers or extra damage to towers because Vayne has 0 siege potential. I mean, she has it. She can hit the tower, but it's very scary.
Yeah, compared to someone like Lucian, it just is not going to be fun. Now, Dandy is making it to the bottom with Mata. He's even got World 6 for some backup, so there's not going to be any sort of dive shenanigans going on down there. And right now, things are looking pretty happy for Vici Gaming. They've got Dandy level 3. He's in that solo lane 1v2. He's absorbing experience. He's absorbing creeps. Aluka, on the other hand, is a bit slow to the uptake.
Now, we want to talk about power spikes because this is perfectly fine. This is where Vici want to be. They want to be in this elongated lane phase. So Lucian's going to find his big power spike kind of in the mid game. He's more of an AD caster, although there's a lot of versatility in kind of new Lucian builds that he can not be a hyper carry late game, but he'll do great damage late game, especially if he decides to go like an Infinity Edge into a static Shiv, or if he wants a true mid game power spike and go for the Yomo's Goose Blade.
The Yomo's Goose Blade, yes.
The classic Yoma's Goose Blade. The Ghost Blade. Likewise on the other side. So it's about prioritizing your Vayne farm, making sure that she gets an easy route into late game. But Dandy and how effective Hecarim is going to be with little or no farm, because he's right now duo with Mata's Janna, versus Fizz. And Fizz making sure that he gets that easy 1v1 and he's able to scale it fast. And that's really the big difference that we've seen between WE and Vici right now. It's the 21 CS to 7. That is 3 times the farm going to Dandy.
Yeah, it is still very early in the game, however, so there is a lot of opportunity for Aluka to catch right back up. Right now, you've got Endless going for some free farm. Spirit's caught out by World 6. Teleport coming in from the side, and the Charm Dash comes out. He gets the kill. Xie, first blood, killing World 6. Aluka is now engaging upon Endless, who's forced to flash away. They're trying to get the kill onto Aluka as Dandy has joined the battle, but he just doesn't have any combat stats. He cannot do enough damage. Pyong doing some damage now to Aluka. but it's going to be a clean first blood by World Elite.
Xie immediately gets the ultimate. What does he do? He runs top and burns it to assist on the first blood and take it back to his lane. So great roam from Xie. We'll see if this power spike is going to affect the mid lane for Hatong there on that Azir.
Yeah, and that's World Elite feeling awful strong. They've got that first dragon, now they've got first blood as well, so Mystic puts some pressure onto Mata to try to get some free damage onto this tier 2. It's just after tier 1. It's just after 7 minutes, so the reduced damage has now fallen off, and World 6 comes to soak some creeps and get some experience.
Again, it's trying to get Sejuani into that level 6 so they can look for those big skirmishes like that.
You talked about the brutal jungle of World 6 and of Sejuani. Excuse me, and that's exactly what we saw.
Brittle.
Very squishy early game, weak early levels, and a bit of punishment.
Xie decided that with his first blood, he's going to translate it into the Fiendish Codex, so going for the CDR, but then
Interesting.
upgrade his boots very quickly. And this makes sense because, again, it's about clearing the Sand Soldier range from Azir. So by having the upgraded level 2 boots, not only is he going to be able to roam more, which gave him that first blood in the first place, so he's going to be able to dodge more of that damage quickly.
Very solid choice from Xie as he is up in CS. He's got first blood for his team, and he was rather instrumental in his team's survival or failure in game number 1 with his Emperor's Divide on Azir. This time, however, he's playing a much more mobile, much more
Signature champion.
the signature champion. And we'll have to keep an eye on how he's able to translate that into the late game, as it seems like we're finally back to the standard 1v1 in the top lane, 2v2 in the bottom. Speaking of top lane, take a look at that CS.
43-12. This is not where Luca wants to be, and unfortunately for WE, this is kind of where they had their problems in the previous days for this week. They put a Luca on more of a carry-oriented champion. Fizz and Aurelia is what he played last time, and just he couldn't stand toe-to-toe.
And that's what we're starting to see this time now, is a Luca falling further and further behind. The shield is going to protect the turret in the bottom. Could be a potential dive as Spirit is waiting in the wings. The ward comes out a bit late. They don't know that Spirit's there. Now they spot him out. He's level 6 with Explosive Cask. Endless decides to back away with Mata.
Especially
they even saw the roam with Xie.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially because they know that Xie is standing in the wings, not going to try to chance that one, and the tower is very low. WE just going to let a few more creeps die before they finish that one off.
Yeah, the turret falls. That's the first turret, first kill, and first dragon in WE's favor. If we were following raw statistics, then they've got this game in the bag. Unfortunately, raw statistics don't always translate into the outcome of the game.
Well, it also helps that a lot of these statistics, especially in the early game, are going to be directly impacted to how well your jungle is moving around the map. And the fact of the matter is they still have Spirit in the jungle. Didn't look so hot last game, but still a fantastic player and definitely the front runner there for everything that's happened on the map.
Yeah, and you mentioned last game, Spirit would be the hinge on which WE have their success or failure. And so far this game, he seems like he's feeling a lot more confident. He's found his stride and is successfully roaming across the map with some pretty significant roam presence. Conan even showing mid to try to get some action onto Puhong, but Puhong playing it safe and defensive, isn't going to let any sort of silly shenanigans catch him.
And it's a very skirmish-based team. We talked again about how World Elite, WE have their failures a little bit in a
Here's Conan. There's going to be the depth charge. He makes it onto the turret. Ooh, Xie doesn't decide to go for the flash charm. Lets him go.
But WE's composition is completely full of mobility. I mean, pretty much every single champion except for Nautilus, and he even has the dredge line.
Oh my gosh, Dandy just solo killed Aluka. Aluka was like, you know what, I've got Spirit here. He can back me up, but Spirit getting a bit too deep in the tri-bush doesn't make it in time. Dandy with the first kill for Vici.
Aluka's failure is monopolizing Spirit's time, but it looks like a dive.
Oh, the charm lands. Dandy takes some hits. This is Xie capitalizing on the lack of mobility from that Hecarim. He goes down. Spirit picks up the kill in the mid lane. Puhong manages to get a kill onto Mystic, who was caught out of position. Bit of an odd place for the AD carry to be, but he's dead. Puhong actually trades his life over as well. There's action all across the map.
And this is something that you really need to look for pretty much in LPL games. As soon as they see where resources are allocated, it gives the green light to go crazy on the other side of the map.
And with that, Vici, with the numbers advantage on the Dragon side, are not going to take it. Very interesting choice. They saw Conan on that side. Instead, they allow Endless to continue getting some CS and get closer and closer to that all-important late-game Vayne.
Well, the thing that they're concerned about is they know that Aluka still has his teleport available, and they don't have any vision denial onto the pit or know where wards could be set up there, so they don't want to chance it knowing that WE could very well be on their way, and Aluka could definitely immediately teleport down there. So the threat of attempting to set up that dragon without the full 5v5, especially because the Glacial Prism is now able or available to them, was just too much.
And with that, we are now back into lane. Spirit actually on his blue side of the jungle, so seems like this next dragon that has freshly respawned could be a very important objective for WE, as they definitely have the capabilities for playing dragon number 5 with that first one secured, though they wouldn't be at too much of a loss if they sacked that first dragon either. Moreover, it's about stalling Vici's late game team comp.
Well, the question is always who's going to set up better for the dragon. Now, the advantage does go to WE, not only because they've made more successful plays in the early game. Oh, hold on, got to teleport.
Yeah, here's the replay of the mid-fight.
Replay.
Mystic caught, taking some damage, and he's going to go down. Puhong, oh, the Ignite goes down. He cleanses and even flashes, but Conan gets it.
And while all this happens,
Yeah,
as
dragon
we
secured.
were saying, WE had the advantage to set up for the dragon. And what I was saying, it's not only because, of course, they had the lead, making the first blood and getting an early gold lead that direction, but the fact of the matter is they had the bottom tower, and by having that creep wave push forward, it gave them more map control over the bottom side of the map. They created a pressure point. VG had to respond to it. And WE get the free dragon.
Yeah, seems like we're having a bit of trouble on our observer end, but yeah, that was a very interesting rotation. WE were able to secure that second dragon for themselves, and with that they are looking to get closer and closer to that 5th dragon power spike, whereas Vici, on the other hand, not really responding quite as well as they were in the first game. It seems like it's Vici who are the ones responding to the pushes of WE.
Well, Vici right now have to be in a reactive seat just because they have a late game scaling composition. If you're thinking about, everyone gets really tired about the, what's the word I'm looking for? The word is win conditions, but people are like, oh, it's just a buzzword that you're using. But it really is. Where is our team strong? Where do we need to act and win? And fortunately, Vici, they're just not there yet. The big kind of tipping point was going to be when they have the Glacial Prism and coming together as a 5v5, but that just hasn't been a stage set for them to do that yet, so they haven't pulled the trigger. Whereas WE, they have the mid-game power spike, they have the roam and the early power of Ahri and Lucian, and this is when they need to be acting to set up a snowball, set up these picks, so they can run past Vayne before she gets to her hyper-scaling point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Vici can make it to that point. The roam from Endless, Mata, and Dandy, I suppose that's more of a rotation than a roam, is going to find the top tier 1 turret undefended. However, they are sacrificing a lot of pressure onto that bottom tier 1 turret as well. Mystic getting some free damage across. This is some very valuable damage for WE.
People don't usually consider Lucian a siege champion. I mean, typically when you think about a sieging ADC, you're thinking about Caitlyn or Jinx, someone like that. But Lucian's actually surprisingly really good at burning through towers simply because he can weave his double tap passive with his spells. So he just quickly chips away at towers.
Oh, Collapse comes out. Dandy goes over the wall to look for a fight. He's not tanky enough, however. The depth charge finds Puhong. He's knocked right back in. Emperor's Divide tries to split them apart, but he doesn't have any backup. He's still in the front line. Finally, the Monsoon and Heal keeps him up. Endless has joined the battle, but this has turned into a full 5 versus 5. Puhong dancing around the backside. He gets out alive. Endless pinned to the wall. No, he flashes to dodge it. Is he going to be able to get out of there alive? He's still standing there. Oh, the hook finally catches him. Charm for follow-up. Mystic gets the first kill of that incredibly chaotic team fight. And oh no, World 6. He tried to bank on that turret protecting him, but he was not able to. WE Collapse. Another kill for Conan.
And a big issue there was the cohesion for Vici Gaming coming into the fight. The fact that Puhong pretty much was down and out before Vayne even got involved. The two carries high-fiving each other is, okay, my job's done. I threw all my abilities. Now you go in an attempt. And that just can't happen for Vayne.
Conan finds Dandy as he's running away. Aluka looking to catch up. Dandy doesn't have any sort of escape abilities, but instead he decides to rely on that mobility. Just casually runs away.
Look at this horse. This horse is amazing.
I was thinking, always I want to be with you. Forever and ever.
Is that the unicorn
love.
song?
Oh, yes, it is.
I see.
Rainbow Unicorn.
Robot unicorn?
Yes.
Okay.
Rainbow Robot Unicorn Attack.
I'm off with that game.
Oh, man, it's so great. You got to get into the groove with the song, actually. Once you get in time with the music, I think, and this is actually just total conjecture, that the blocks spawn in time with the music. So you just got to keep on going.
They can't see my facial expression, but I assure you it's a good one.
Yeah, it's pretty grand, pretty grand. But we're getting back into the game now. And Dandy, he's doing pretty good right now. He's up 37 CS over Luca. That's 38.
Luca has shorted up a little bit, however.
Yeah.
I do mean it doesn't necessarily really matter because Shie is being so impactful right now in this game.
1-0-3 with the completed Morellonomicon. Now he's got a needlessly large rod. We'll have to see whether or not he turns it into a Ludens as Dandy and World 6 look for a fight. They find Conan. He's got no flash. Conan is destroyed. It's Puhong who picks up the kill.
You know what's really fun? The fact that Conan is really the only leftover piece of the former WE when they were called World Elite with Wei Xiao. Now obviously Conan was the what's the word I'm going to use? The replacement for FCZF when FCZF went off to EDG. And frankly, Conan has never been really strong on his mechanics front, but his roaming was always really good on his Leona, and that's what he was known for other than a Vel'Koz support. So it's just really funny to, after all of the changes, after everything has settled, and the roster is completely different, it's probably the largest, longest standing dynasty of League of Legends World Elite, this team. And it's just Conan, the last guy standing. Conan the Barbarian. And he died.
We'll have to see if he can be the last Highlander this time, as right now he's 1-1-1. Looking for a bit more action as he was very mobile earlier, finding that kill onto Dandy with the, not the kill, the actual team fight earlier. But now we've got Chie clearing out some wards. Dragon looks like it's going to be the next big objective as the Vision War begins.
Vision, yeah, I'm really glad that you brought out the Vision War. It is very important to WE's composition just because Chie is kind of their big playmaker here right now, and pick potential is what's huge for them. Anytime you have an R, you have that charm, you can immediately delete someone off the map. And it's so much more important because you are facing a true wombo combo 5v5 on the other side of Vici Gaming. If the Onslaught of Shadows does connect with a beautiful Glacial Prism into a nice Emperor's Divide and Vade just runs free, it really doesn't matter the gold deficit that WE have built up in their favor. I mean, that's just going to spell disaster for them. So it's so important that they get these flank wards out, that they're able to set up to these objectives ahead of time so they have priority.
Yeah, poorly timed recall from Puhong is going to find him on the back foot here. With Puhong out of position, Vici cannot contest this Dragon. WE take it, and that's going to put them at 3-0. I mean, Vici Gaming.
Simply sloppy. They have a 5v5 composition. They need to fight 5v5, and what better stage to do that than every 6 minutes on a Dragon?
Big power spikes being hit. Morellonomicon has been finished for Puhong, and he's 500 gold away from that Zanya's Hourglass, getting closer and closer with every creep he kills. Dandy, meanwhile, completed his Cinder Hulk. He's got Home Guard. He's playing Hecarim right now, just sitting in the fountain, waiting. Oh, there he goes.
Bum, ba, bum.
I always love doing that. As Hecarim top, being like, guys, I'm playing Hecarim, and you just sit in the fountain, wait with Home Guard and teleport.
It's unfortunate we didn't get to talk about Dandy's lane phase since he was in the 2v1.
We still can. Look at how excellent his lane phase is. 40 CS up over Luca.
But a lot of that is dependent on the support and jungler's movements and how efficient. But yes, he did do fantastic in the lane swap, obviously got very far ahead. That said, hasn't translated into a lead for Vici yet.
Yeah. Kind of a big question mark. The dive comes out as they collapse onto the mid lane. Mystic is the target as Dandy and World 6 go a little bit too deep as Dandy goes low and is dropped. Mystic picks up a kill and then turns it into a double. He's looking super strong this game. Oh, the culling is going to find Mata, but decides to turn it to the minion wave.
I mean, it's not much when your two tanks dive and the AD carry doesn't follow.
Yeah. Minor miscommunication issues from Vici as both World 6 and Dandy were on the same page. That page was not the same page the team was on.
Trades 2 kills and a tower in favor of WE. They are now making the rotation towards the top lane. It is the last standing outer tower, so it should be easy pickings, especially because they have a wave prepped onto it.
Yeah, they are swinging right on up there. Now Mystic is 4-1-1, feeling exceptionally strong this match.
This is actually beautiful. So a lot of teams would make a mistake that they would rotate everyone up into the topside tower, but WE did the good job of making sure that Shie stays in the mid lane, so there's no counter push or counter response to look towards the mid-tier tower. Now, WE are going to back off and not find that top-tier tower, but I really like the communication, I guess, from WE to make sure that they had all bases covered, that they weren't just going to send 5 people up there and then have Vici rush down mid.
Yeah, definitely looking a lot sharper than Vici as that miscommunicated dive did not work out, and in fact, the only kills that Vici have were off of the rotation-based pick from Dandy and Mata.
And this is so classic from Vici. I feel like they keep splitting their series. One game they played to their strengths. It was a bit of an evolved or matured rotational style that we saw from the first time. The next game they try to play a 5v5 composition. Of course they switch it up. They trade out their mid laner Hatong. But it's still not working for them.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a bit of difficulty with this team fight composition. Mystic secures the red buff for himself as he is being fed awfully well. Xie transitioning out of that early game carry role to the late game carry, as instead of a Luden's Echo opts for the Rabadon's Death Cap. And he's going to trust Mystic to be doing the majority of damage in these upcoming team fights. Or skirmishes, judging how WE are fighting.
Well, speaking of upcoming team fights, I mean, really Vici aren't setting them up for any sort of team fight. What they continually are doing is moving in between their waves. So we just saw that Endless up there pushed the wave forward, then immediately backed out, forced WE to make a rotation to clear out the creep wave. Now Dandy on the opposite side of the map is going to push it forward, and then I assume we'll either probably back up. Pings are going down to the tower. It is a last standing outer tower, so should be easy to take.
Yeah, Spirit does find a pick onto Mata, however, while the rest of WE siege top, and they secured that top tier 1 turret, the last tier 1 turret of Vici, and with this, Dandy isn't even able to clear out that last tier 1 turret in the bottom, actually the second for his team, while the rest of WE finds some good damage in the top lane. Hook lands, they find W6, World 6. Are they going to dive him? He's brought awful low. Charm misses. Puhong is the follow-up target. He's successfully managing to clear the creeps out of there, but Mystic just does so much damage. The turret falls and he pressures forward before finally backing away.
And this is why you don't walk in front of the enemy team. A nice hook from Conan right there pretty much ends that fight before it begins by chunking out World 6.
Yeah, some huge damage coming across from WE with that siege. They've hit some really powerful spikes, and there's the Ether Wisp from Xie. He is now finally building towards that Luden's Echo, but he already does so much damage. Mystic securing the Phantom Dancer means he's going to be able to shred through his targets even faster. Double Frozen Heart for the tanky frontliners. If I didn't know any better, it could be a triple Frozen Heart if Conan picks one up too.
I also want to touch again on map pressure. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. So it's so wonderful that WE got the second tier top tower, especially as Dragon's about to spawn in 1 minute. So you always have to think, whenever Dragon's up, that's the side of the map that the teams are going to be focusing on and playing towards. And by having second tier tower down on top side, it creates this massive pressure point, because obviously without a tower there to stop the creep wave is going to get further down on that lane, and it's going to split Vici Gaming's resources. They're going to have to send someone constantly up into that top to deal with the wave, and it should give WE another free tower, another numbers advantage to look for a free tower, or a free dragon, excuse me.
WE putting some pressure now onto the map. They know they've got that wave building top, and whoa, potential dive as they aggress forward. The charm finds Puhong, but he instantly cleanses to get out of it. Great reaction to keep himself alive, but now that that cleanse is down, WE have got the green light to start hitting up on that dragon.
They just need to be patient and wait for Vici to make the move to the top lane, because either they're going to get massive damage from that creep wave onto the tower, or they're going to get the free dragon. Don't pull the trigger too quickly here.
They set up a death push and immediately pull the trigger. Mata's knocked back in. Mystic destroys him. Great Glacial Prison is going to lock Mystic down, but there's no follow-up. Dandy dives into the back line and is removed from the map. Xie and Conan, meanwhile, going 2v3 and successfully stalling it out with 2 members dead. WE have got the whole world as their oyster.
Does end up okay. That said, I was going to say, they should just be patient, wait for Vici to make the move. They do find a pick, though, with a nice play on Vision. We talked about how they had pick potential in their composition, so nicely played, and a great teleport from WE, especially as Lucas kind of checking out what World 6 doing.
Yeah, he's just keeping an eye on World 6. He's got Smite, does even have his Chum the Water, so he could look to go for a very unique solo play, but instead decides to let World 6 secure his Gromp camp. And with that, that's the 4th dragon for World Elite.
Which means that this opens up a very easy Baron, as they will do bonus damage to monsters.
Is it minions and monsters?
Rawr.
Oh my gosh. They played earlier today, actually.
I'm just really, I was really concerned about that team fight there, because if that had gone wrong, that would have swung momentum like crazy. That was really risky from WE to pull the trigger there.
It really was, but they ended up pulling it out rather well. I mean,
know,
Mystic
but there was no reason
deleted
to.
Mata. Seemed like it worked out.
It did. It worked out. They played it beautifully. It's now about the Baron again. Dragon's down. They can pick up their vision, move it to the top side of the map. Baron's going to be the next big objective, especially because they've been getting Dragon so early. We're at the 4th Dragon buff at 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah, WE are looking so strong. This is completely different than the WE we saw in game number 1. And Vici right now are dancing to the beat of WE's drum. They're actually starting the Baron here. Recall coming out from Dandy. He wants to get the home guard teleport. Pick coming out from Xie. Is he going to be able to make it there in time? He gets into the pit, but the Baron is secured, immediately knocked out. WE collapse and destroy Dandy, dashing around the Emperor's Divide to chase it with a follow-up fight. Spirit looking for some kills onto Puhong. He gets the explosive cast. Meanwhile, Aluka going ham with Xie. They're going 2 versus 3 here. There's going to be a great knock-up to separate them from the fight. Mata flashes to run for his life. There is going to be the knock-up. Xie secures the kill with the Luca. This is WE cleaning this game up. They are on maximum janitorial duty right now. They've got 4 kills, Baron, 4 dragons, and this is WE looking exceptionally strong. Endless, they let him go.
Chaos across the map. Again, not a cohesive 5v5. Everyone for themselves. You've got 2 people running up to the top side of the map, 2 people running into the mid lane. It works out for them, but primarily because that Emperor's Divide, Vici on completely different wavelengths. Dandy comes in with the home guard teleport, and he's immediately locked off into the Baron pit because Puhong puts out of the Emperor's Divide to escape.
Yeah, very confusing sort of play from Vici. It seems like Dandy,
Unique?
Yeah, Dandy and World 6 are like, all right, we've got a 5v5 team fight, team comp oriented team. Let's team fight. And then Puhong, Endless, and Mata are like, wait, what's a team fight? And it's not really working out so well. As you can see, 13,000 gold in favor of WE. They take down that mid inhibitor. They have now got the complete map in control with a fresh Baron buff circling around their ankles. They're feeling pretty strong. Is that the ankle? I guess that's like the waist.
It's like the hip.
Yeah.
It's like a hula hoop.
Or for like Fizz. It's actually a necklace.
Okay, so what WE are setting up to do right now is I think that they should apply their Baron in all lanes, which is why we now... Well, Xie was going to the top lane.
Oh, Racial Prison is going to find Conan. He's brought low. He's still alive, however. Finally, he's going to go down, but he's traded over for 2 kills as Endless. World 6. Now Puhong has fallen as well. Dandy is collapsed upon. He wants revenge. He is going to get it with that challenging smite, but that's an ace. WE trade 2 kills for an ace. The mid inhibitor is down. They could be looking to end the game.
And this is one of the terrifying things about if Azir is caught out of position, he needs to get his Sand Soldiers up and ready so he can maximize his damage output. But constantly getting caught out, throwing down Panic Emperors of the Divide, and not being that hyper carry that this mage needs them to be, especially for a Vayne composition. He's so important to creating space for Endless to run for it. And frankly, Vici have just been caught with their pants down.
Yeah, the 2 Nexus turrets go low. They're not able to finish off the last one. The Super Minion, gets it. The Nexus is now the target for WE, but they decide to back away, play it safe. They don't want to throw this game as they are getting closer and closer towards that scary late game Vayne.
Well, it's more so the fact that they just took all of those structural objectives as well as the kills, so they need to back right now, spin the gold that they have. 5th Dragon's on the table for them, so they're going to take that easy.
Yeah, Ward's now covering that side of the map. WE in complete control of this game. They're even setting up a death bush. They know that Dragon 5 has to be contested by Vici. They don't need Dragon 5. If they can get a few picks, if they can get a few kills, they can rush right down onto that naked Nexus and take that thing down.
The thirst.
The thirst is real. They're creeping forward. They're going to find World 6. He's going to be locked down after a stellar performance in Game 1. It will be his death that catalyzes their loss in Game number 2. WE dash forward. Xie looks for a pick onto Pang, but Puhong is able to use the Emperor's Divide and split the rest of the team fight. 5v4. WE with Baron buff fully healed up. They're trying to go forward. You do have a great Nexus defense turret, but that's not a standard one. Dandy dives in the back. Mystic is still alive, however. Dandy runs away. Oh, they gotta focus on finishing the game. Mystic is so low.
That's a huge key ultimate, though, especially for their engage.
Oh, and now they dive onto Endless. He's dropped down. Xie, even with the exhaust, is able to finish him off. Dandy from the backside gets knocked right back into Mystic. He's down. 2 members are dead, but that turret is still standing. This is WE now just styling on Vici Gaming. Monsoon for a bit of a split, but they pick up the kill onto Puhong. World 6 makes it back onto the fountain, but this is 5 members of WE. The fake Nexus turret falls, and WE get onto the Nexus. They're going to take the win and split the series with Vici Gaming 1-1.
WE thrive in chaos. Their skirmish comp works out for them, playing to their strengths, their mechanical ability to outplay. And again, Vici play a rotation game in their first set, win it no problem. They then look for a 5v5, sub out Patong, and they fall apart in team fights.
Yeah, that just was not Vici playing to their strengths. They had a great team composition, but they just never played to it. And the only times that they did go for team fights, it seemed as though everyone was on a different page.
That said, it was primarily to WE setting up great flanking vision, making sure that they could get the picks and find those skirmishes that excelled to their mobility comp. So great job from WE to split the series 1-1.
Yeah, and that is a fantastic play. And we do have a replay of that last fight. We're going to go ahead and bring it up on the screen right now. Why don't you walk us through it?
So this is going to be the last fight. Again, it's about where the Emperor's Divide is going to go down. So you see Endless gets immediately knocked off, reset into the cask, actually into the fish. He's completely separated from the team, and this is the primary problem. They need the composition. Azir needs to set up his Sand Soldiers, get all of his damage, and create zone for Vayne to kind of rush Havoc. But when she's getting knocked around with all of that CC chained into the fish, I mean, your damage was done in a split second.
Yeah, Puhong just was not able to do enough damage, and Endless, despite playing that super late game Vayne, just wasn't able to stay alive. I mean, you saw some excellent diving coming out of WE. They were able to get into the back line, and it really worked to WE's effort that in Game 2, after such a demoralizing Game 1, that they were able to win so handily, so convincingly in Game number 2.
Well, every time you see Spirit on the stage, even after an 0-2, he always looks so happy. Luca's a very positive influence on the team, so morale has always been very high for WE, even despite the fact that they don't have the best track record so far in standings.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they do make it to the top 4 teams that they were projecting at the end of this split. But that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been the LPL English broadcast. We just watched OMG take on Masters and then Vici take on WE. But that's it for us. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.